Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. I am your host, Elise, and happy Tuesday, everyone. Happy Tuesday. We get a full day of court today. JMS was just telling us in chat that Julie Grant had John DePetro on this morning, which she often will have John, Matt Timpanick, and a couple other people like and William Phelps, for instance, on. And I find it fascinating because we got information from the court yesterday. Well, I don't know who else got it, but I at least got information from the court yesterday that the jury was not happy with the way Jackson was badgering witnesses. At one point, one of the jury members said something along the lines of like, Jesus Christ, like kind of like, nonsense, like stop it. And that they're really not looking like they're appreciating, I guess I should say, Jackson's line of questioning. So, I mean, this is not going well for the defense. I think they already knew that. But the fact that they haven't sort of switched up tactics at this point is like, why? I would have fired them all. Not that you can really fire them in the middle. I mean, you can, but kind of stuck with them at that point, right? Like, you're stuck with your team at that point. But if I'm Karen, such a control freak the way she is, I can't imagine that you wouldn't make your team switch their tactics if you're noticing this. Like, and remember, Karen couldn't help her face the last couple of days. The jury can see that. The jury can see her glaring at the person on the stand and making faces like this and narrowing her eyes and clenching her cheeks. Like they're watching her and her mannerisms. And to them, that doesn't look like an innocent person. Right? An innocent person would be pretty upset that they're there. Would you be a little mad? Sure, maybe. But you wouldn't be showing that to a jury. You would want to show the jury that you're completely not only destroyed by the fact that someone you love died, but that you're also being blamed for such a thing, right? That's not what she's showing people very clearly. She cannot read a room. You are right. Oh, John said that. See, I haven't had a chance to watch. I didn't have a chance to watch. Oh, I got to change the bubble. To watch Julie Grant this morning. Sometimes I put it on as I'm getting my kiddo off to school on the bus, but I didn't have time this morning, so I'm going to have to go back and watch it after I'm done with you guys today. So, but I do find a lot of the time that John or Matt Timpanick, like, or maybe it's Timpanick, I don't want to like butcher the poor guy's name, but I do find that a lot of times their legal takes are the same as mine. So it's comforting at least to know that most people who are normal have the same sort of idea of what the hell's going on in that courtroom, like, oh, that's another thing, blaming everyone. Like, even if the jury gets to see a little clip of that, say they're at home watching dinner and their husband or wife is watching the news and that clip comes on, do you think that's going to help her? No. The jury going to probably report that they saw that? Probably not. Like, oh yeah. I mean, here's the thing. There's no excuse for her because she knew that they didn't appreciate her facial expressions in the first jury. They had so much information about what the first jury bought and what the first jury didn't. You would think you would change up your tactic. They have changed it this much. From it's a conspiracy to everyone to slightly pushing towards like, law enforcement and anybody in Higgins and the Alberts. Like that's it. Like yeah, this time they're trying to blame like Carrie and Jen too. Like, I mean, they tried to blame, Jen last time, but they didn't even cross poor Carrie. So it's like, what are you implying? Because I don't think those implications are working for the jury, nor would it work with any jury, in my opinion. Like, good morning, Ash. Yeah, like shaking your head no, like, I'm sorry, ma'am. You're lucky they didn't arrest you right there on scene because they didn't know what you meant by I hit him. Okay? They did not know what you meant. They don't know if you meant you slapped him in the arm. Her car wasn't on scene at that point, so they had no idea there was a busted out taillight at that point. Okay? So, and I love how with the jury, Jackson keeps just nailing in the I hit him like a dumbass. And that's just like lawyering 101. Like lawyering 101 not to do it. You know what I mean? Don't do it. Like, yet it's exactly what they've been doing. You're hammering in things that you don't want the jury to keep remembering and it stick out in their mind. And you have just made sure that it absolutely is going to stick out in their mind as something that Karen Reed said. Not very smart, if you ask me. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't sound like a smart idea. But hey, what do I know? I'm just a dummy who knows nothing, like, well, they probably are, because remember, the jury doesn't know what we know, right? They don't have all of the information. So I've said this, we've all said this, right? Like, the jury's going to be really wondering why they're hammering in on every single witness, including EMS workers and firefighters, and like the implications he's trying to make of like Caitlin Albert and Katie McLaughlin being some besties. So what? Because they knew each other and were acquaintances, Katie McLaughlin's going to cover up for a murder? Like, that's beyond a stretch. Like, that's a silly straw. That's what that is. Like, that's not just trying to stretch a straw. That's a goddamn silly straw. Like, that's such a stretch that no normal person would draw those conclusions. Like, you know what I mean? Like, are you familiar with duct tape face on YouTube? Tell Karen you should be your inspiration of how to control your facial expressions. Yeah, well, that is her narcissistic attitude. It's control. She has a serious control issue. I do believe that they want her in jail, Stacey. I do believe that that's what she's looking at is jail time. Is she all right, dude? Like, you can't go in the buffer zone. It doesn't matter if you're in the middle of the street or not. You can't be in the buffer zone. Like, I hope one of these people get arrested. I just hope, like, because their stupidity is amazing. Like, she can't, Navin. She's glaring at the jury. She's glaring at the witnesses on the stand, like the turning around, like the whole thing, like, oh, she's not in the buffer zone. She better hope she's not. Like, like, what is she waiting down the street? Is the Reed team like coming in way down the street nowadays? Like, is that what they're doing? Like, it's absurdity. It's absolute absurdity, if you ask me. Like, I can't even believe it's like a thing. Like, to me, it's amazing that anybody buys this theory. Good morning, Jennifer. Yes, thank you for filling me in, Jesse, because you guys know that I don't watch, you know what I mean? I don't watch those streams at all. Like, there's 1,000 people. Can anybody tell me why there's 1,000 people waiting to watch the Lauren crime footage? Like, for the love of God, why? Like, just why? You know what? I am super duper glad that we have such an amazing community here, because even in times where it's getting really tense, where it's getting real tense on the stand, and like we're kind of like, I don't know, like, we can always make each other laugh. And I absolutely love that about my chat. I absolutely love it. I love that we can sort of like reground each other, so that sort of the way Jackson is acting isn't triggering to the max to some people. Anybody who's been through abuse knows that this is quite triggering. The gaslighting, the accusing everybody but the person who did it, the not taking responsibility, the whole shebang. It's extremely triggering. And I'm so glad that we have all of you here to sort of ground each other. It's amazing. I hope we get clips today too, Jennifer. And I hope we get the Karen cam on Lauren Crime. We'll find out. Now, do you see this chat on the side of Lauren Crime here? Like this thing over here. Oh, you see this with where my mouse is? Like, this is absurd if you read some of this. Like, I usually just exit out right away. But see this person, Curveal. This is a person who's been very free Karen Reed for a long time. FBI cell phone expert says she made the 227 search as well. That's completely false information. There was no FBI expert that said, they keep mingling the fact that the U.S. Attorney's Office hired ARCA, and the FBI cell expert had nothing to do with any of this. There's no FBI cell expert that ever testified to anything. The FBI closed their case because they found no collusion and no corruption. Okay. They were able to clear all the witnesses, which is, the only person they were not able to clear is Karen herself. It's beyond delusional. You know what I'm saying? At this point, That's triggering too. Someone's got to be helping him, Ashley. It just doesn't, any one of us would have already been in prison. If we were doing the things he was doing. Dog whistling and veiled threats those are illegal. Those are not something that judges usually are like, oh yeah, cool, First Amendment. Like, no, like he's not connected to them. Seems want. Can't wait to see. Also, the Commonwealth left Allie McCabe off their witness list, so the defense had to put her on. The defense is not going to call Allie McCabe, and I'll tell you why. Because they can't use Colin Albert in their stupid third-party conspirator. So there's no reason for them to have Allie McCabe. Hey, Kim. Morning. We just started, so don't you worry. But some of these, Diane H. says she made phone Google searches at 2:27 a.m. regarding sporting stuff. Not how long to die in the snow. Exactly, Diane. Thank you for being smart. Salt Cubes, their own medical examiner, said she can't say he was hit by a car, and the FBI as well. The FBI did not say that. Once again, like, the FBI did not say any of that. The FBI said nothing. The FBI has said nothing, other than they closed the case because they did not find corruption, other than allowing the witnesses' attorneys to say, hey, they have been cleared. Hey, DJ, other than that, the FBI has not said any of this. So the fact that these people are repeating it, repeating. The FBI said, the FBI said, the FBI said. ARCA is not the FBI. They were hired by the U.S. Attorney's Office, and they were only hired with a very small subset of information. That whole investigation is being investigated itself right now. All right, let's just but the fact that some of these people are actually repeating these things, thinking that they're actually true, that is the bigger problem here. Like, the bigger problem is all of the misinformation from these people that they spread. Then other people read this chat and they think that happened and they spread it. This is where it goes back to do your own research, people. Don't just take someone's word for it, not even mine. Go do your own research. The FBI said none of that. Let's make that clear. The FBI, there's no cell phone FBI expert. Richard Green is not an FBI cell phone expert. All right, let's just make that clear. All right, not by a long shot. The FBI is not going to hire Richard Green and no one else to look into something unless they're doing it very corrupt, kind of like they did. But that investigation itself is being investigated. Girl with Eli said some of those commenters on Law and Crime are bots. Well, I'm not a shock to me. And some, I'm pretty sure, are paid trolls. So it's hard to tell who's legit free hearing versus not real supporters. I agree with you. It's just amazing to me that some of these people, look, Carmela says Karen Reed's innocent. Like, lady, have you been watching this trial at all? Or do you just stay in an echo chamber of nonsense? Like, is that a thing? Like, what has been taken from Colin and Allie can never be given back to them. Just for existing. Good morning. All they did was exist in life. And what's been taken from them cannot be given back. I'll tell you, I found out how long those freakazoids were outside of Chris's shop. They stayed outside for about 2 hours of Chris's shop. 2 freaking hours. That's a long goddamn time. Like, what in the hell? Why? Why in the hell would you stay outside of someone's shop for 2 hours? What point are you trying to prove? Oh, yeah, they're going to. I agree. I would also add in the sewage hurdle with that is also the Jim Jones of our generation. You know, Jim Jones, David Koresh, Heaven's Gate. Like, morning, afternoon, Emma. It just is insane. Like, well, that's the thing. That's why he doesn't like that you're his kryptonite. Let's see. Let's find out. Hold on. I probably need to send you a thing first, right? A link that might help. Hold on. Give me 1 second, guys. Oh, it's my phone. Probably somebody sending a screenshot, I'm guessing. Actually, give me 1 second, you guys. Let me just grab something real quick. Hold on. All right, hold on. Let me Let me get this one down. Stop screen. Hold on a second, guys. I want to get this off. I want to do this. I can't add just you though. Freak, it's telling me that like you need to connect their mic/cam before you can add them to stream, but it looks like I can still do the share and no audio. Wait, hold on. Unmute. It won't let me unmute the stream. Unmute screen audio. It won't let me. We're trying to can't unmute your guest screen.
Signal
they chose to
that it was okay for the black SUV to cut in front of it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he actually did have his left blinker on.
Doesn't sound choppy.
Correct? Prior to doing that. And the black SUV had its right directional on, correct?
Yes, sir.
Sounds good to me.
When both cars have their directionals on,
sound choppy to anybody?
Going down the same street, the black SUV did not suddenly cut in front of Ricky's vehicle until the flashing of the lights, correct?
Correct, sir.
Both cars appeared to be operating safely.
Not choppy.
Correct?
They're saying it's
Correct,
not
sir.
choppy either.
And
all right, it's not choppy. That's good. So now we just need to get today's stuff. That's what we're doing, right? Now the audio sucks. Well, we're just checking the audio. I can see on this, on Law and Crime, Alan Jackson's walking in right now with the Yannetti. Yannetti's got his face scrunched like this. Looking like this. Oh, yay. Yay. Oh, John is funny. DJ said they went back and she watched his lunchtime live, and he was saying how Hank's gonna shred Arca, Dr. Russell, and this ME they found. Said she was fired because gotta get to the end. She refused to go to a crime scene, and that she was nuts. Yeah, that's not a shocker. Although I do think the one that we have, Scorty Bello or whatever, she's not, she's not super helpful. She's cuckoo, in my opinion. I can't. We're trying. Freak's gonna get that stuff up for a second because it overloads my very old computer. So he's gonna grab the correct stream to put up here, the one I just had up from his side, so that it doesn't overload my computer, if that makes any sense to you guys. Because I love you. I love you. But we will go back to that video. We will. Just give us a second. Oh my God, I love this. I love this, Navin. The old Karen Reed didn't crash into every car on the road defense. He is hating his life. Why would it cut in front if Karen Reed was turning right? What do you mean? Are you talking about their car? They were coming from a different direction, I think, than they was. Morning, Elma. Yeah, I think the medical examiner that actually looked at John was not 100% up to par of what I would want for a medical examiner. She comes from New York and has sort of a history of being a little kooky. She basically said anything, including an alien invasion, could have killed him, which is just absurd to me. I think if any other ME looked at that, they would have easily been able to tell with the information that they had what happened. Yeah, quality experts, especially the defense ones, McNasties and all, Yes, I do know why, my darling. Good luck. I make my appointments at like 5 or 6 to try to make sure I can cover this for you guys. Oh, also, while we're here, remember, Mother's Day is Sunday, y'all. I would like to extend the invitation to anybody who doesn't have a ton of family alive, who doesn't really celebrate or celebrates alone. We're going to have a little cookout at my house. I don't have a lot of alive family either, so we don't usually do much on Mother's Day other than just be home with each other. But my husband had a great idea and said, let's just have a little cookout, So the invite is there. If you are alone and spending it alone, you're more than welcome to come to my house. I'll give you the details off stream, obviously, and come hang out and just not be by yourself. It's nice to be around other people who give a shit. And, I'll tell you, my oldest is quite funny. So, you know, I think I'm funny sometimes when I say off the cuff stuff. Woo! She's 10 times me. I was much worse when I was her age as well, but you know, she's 20 and she's got all the medical. But let's see what happened. Something's gone wrong on my machine. It won't even let me. Oh, here we go. Boop. Okay, there's that. It won't let me add the other one though. The other one we have of yours. Want me to boot the other one out? Hold on. Let's try it over. Boop. One. All right. One will work. One's working. This one that we have of you. You're gonna have to share screen from that one. Yeah, I agree. The Emmy was not. The O'Keefe family is very strong, and I, you know, I don't know if you were here the other day, Jennifer Ray, because we have a couple Jennifers. When I said, like, you know, the witnesses and the family, I was asked to pass along the note that you guys are seen, right? They see you, they read the chat, they watch, and they appreciate you guys. They appreciate you guys more than you guys know. Okay. The conversations that I usually have with them are very appreciative of you guys. And they know that they're not alone, you know, and it's a good feeling to know that there's people all over the world that have your back and have seen through this sort of farce. It's important, you know, it's important. Like, it's definitely important. So I extend said invitation for Mother's Day in case anybody's home and doesn't want to sit by themselves. Also, I didn't do my spiel at the beginning of the show, so I'll do it now right before court starts in 5 minutes. If you want to donate to the channel, it's very, very helpful. We only rely on donations from you guys. We're not monetized. Still waiting on YouTube. I checked this morning. Still nothing. Thanks, YouTube. We friggin' appreciate you. Actually, it's FKR's fault for fake reporting the channel. So they paused my monetization. It was already monetized. I already had super chats and super stickers and all that. And so my monetization was paused and had to wait 6 months to reapply. So I did reapply. Now I'm just waiting. And they could take up to 90 days. So could be the whole trial for all we know. Hopefully it's not, but let's just, I woosah because it drives me nuts. But we do have ways to help the channel keep doing this and keep on track for doing this whole trial. It has been a little slow for trial, I will say. The channel usually evens out and makes enough to survive on regular streams of 3 or 4 hours. But these 8-hour ones are kind of killing me. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, we're all uneducated. You're just so right. You're an absolute genius. And you wasted 30 seconds of your life to type that to get banned? Wow. You guys are rocking and rolling over there in FKR land, aren't you? Mm-hmm. And when I say FKR, I literally don't mean people who actually come here to like listen and try to get information. I mean people like that come here to troll and their thing is there for 30 seconds. Yes, that's perfect. And they get booted and they wasted their time coming to troll for no reason. They call everyone else uneducated. Amazing, right? It's amazing, the stupidity. But I'll get back to my spiel outside of trolls being trolls as they usually are. But there's a ticker at the bottom of the screen underneath Deb's comment here that shows the ways that you can help out the channel. We have an Apple Pay link and a Revolut link, and we got our first Revolut from Trisha Kelly. Thank you, Trisha. I appreciate you. It was very exciting to get my first Revolut. And that is for people all over the world. Like, I looked at it yesterday to see like how many like different countries it covers to send and receive money. And it does like a lot, like, you know, yen and British pounds and euros. And literally I'm talking all sorts of Netherlands, like money from pretty much anywhere you can think of is included, and you can send it in your own. And then I can convert it on my app to US dollars, which is kind of cool. So that's what I did yesterday when Trisha so kindly sent us her 20 euro donation, which ended up being about $22 in US money and some cents, which I very much appreciate. So it was kind of exciting to get my first Revolut donation. But for those of you who want to be able to donate but didn't want to use PayPal, Revolut is an option. PayPal is an option for people out of country. We have an Apple Pay link for people who just want to use Apple Pay. And then, of course, we have the basic for the US, Cash App, Venmo. The Revolut is the same as the Cash App and Venmo. The only difference between all of those, and we also have Chime, but not many people use Chime, is the @ sign instead. Like, so for instance, like if you use Cash App, it's a $ first. This one's an @ sign. So Deb said Commonwealth has to explain more clearly manner versus cause. Emmy didn't have the info to determine homicide. Well, that's why they hired someone else. So they have someone else, I believe, that is going to explain that much better than Scorty Bello can. And I think that's probably why they hired the other person. I do believe, Stacey, in my heart of hearts, that she'll be found guilty on something in this case. And I believe they've already proved all three. But, I mean, we'll see what the jury does. But I do believe that she'll be found guilty. Yeah, they all usually go live at like 8:45-ish, right before court. They do know. They see you guys. And that's important. You know, it's important that they know that they have the support, and it's important that you guys know that they see you, you know? I don't think many people support Karen. They're just a louder group. Exactly, Jennifer. I've said this a lot. And you have to remember, a lot of these people are the same people using fake accounts, and they use the fake accounts to literally talk to each other. And it's something that Aiden taught them. He has like over 100 sock accounts of his own. Like, girlfriend has about dozens. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're talking about the same people that use dozens and dozens of sock accounts to like make it seem like there's so many more people that think this. At this point, you can see from the amount of people who are standing outside the courthouse this time around versus last time, how many people are buying the BS at this point? Like, also, let's remember that a bunch of them, right? Thanks, trolls, for boosting viewership. Appreciate that. But I think morning potluck, I think Hank will help clear up the Emmy information. Good morning, Jezebel. That is good. We don't have audio yet, right, Freak? It's just the courthouse stuff. Yep, there's the Revolut. Oh, kitty cats. But I do think that it'll be clearer this time. Oh, God, brother counsel. Yes, of course I can beat him. You got that, my friend. Give me 1 second. Sorry, I didn't see that sooner. I'm a little behind in the comments here. Sent beat him. Brother counselor, lawyer, you know, Carl Steinbeck. I can't watch any of these people because they know they're lying, right? Larry, the DUI guy, was like, oh, Jennifer McCabe got eviscerated. Like, what trial are you watching? Because you're definitely being disingenuous. If that's what you actually believe and you're actually telling that to people, you're freaking delusional. Like, most actual real like law tubers couldn't even lie about that. They couldn't even lie about it. They had to be honest about it. Like,
I don't know. I think like a lot of people don't understand what beyond a reasonable doubt means.
Yep.
It's something where like it's a concept where you have to understand that it's something else that's more likely than not. Like basically, what is a logical theory of a case? Okay, it's more logical. Did she back her car back into John based upon the evidence, or did John basically go into the house in 8 seconds, get beat up by multiple people, and then run through? They picked him up and run him and drop him right next to next to Karen Reed's car without her noticing. Or did he get hit by another car that was simultaneously the same time that Karen Reed was in the area and didn't move, and then she didn't notice another car hitting him? Or did he just slip on ice and like frozen ground at his head or something like that? These are, and then suddenly, like, you know, the cops said, hey, we got to frame this woman. You know, we're going to frame this woman for no reason. Or, you know what I mean? Like, there has to be a thought process. And the problem is the defense, the defense hasn't put that out yet, really.
No, there's no cohesive theory.
Yeah. They're trying to state that the ambulance worker was involved because of the statement. But meanwhile, Karen Reed says that's her own words. So that makes you look dishonest to the jury. That was Karen Reed's own words. I hit him. He wants to put down, could I hit him, or that bullshit. that was not what's said by multiple people. That's what she said. Did I hit him? Or I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I think is what the words were. Now, that could be a confession. That could be a question. I don't know. That's based upon how she said it. But either way, it's an incriminating statement to make while at a scene where the guy passed out. People need to think more logically. A lot of people are just very distrusting of the police, very distrusting of these witnesses for some reason. I've talked to a lot of people that just say, well, I couldn't convict this person because these people seem dishonest to me. And it's like, that's because you're listening to Alan Jackson Cross. And Alan Jackson is a fantastic lawyer to twist people's words. If you watch other trials, this is his specialty, twisting meanings of words and making people trip up. And that's what people don't understand. They think that these people are being genuinely dishonest or something. No, it's just that he submits small snippets of their statements and tries to lock them into things that make them mess up, like Carrie Roberts making it look like she lied or something like that.
Well, that's what he does, is he uses a different adjective, and then what he does is he won't take the entire question they were asked. He'll take it out of its context and say, well, when you were asked about blah, 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 blah.
Yeah,
and then
you have to
go back and be like, but that's not what I was asked. My answer is that's not what I was asked.
Yeah, and that's what people don't quite understand. There's a reason why Alan Jackson is a top of the line fucking attorney and actually knows this, because he's very good at his job. And you like him or hate him, he's very good at his job.
Lying, but that's not, good at your job or not. Do you risk your law license? And this is what he said in this case, is risk his law license.
Well, I don't, I have very little faith in the disciplinary bar, like when it comes to lawyers' actions. I don't think anything's going to happen to this guy's bar license or any of these people's bar license. I think nothing's going to happen, to be honest with you. I think, like they'd even enforce the violation of the revocation for Turtle Boy based upon his statements on revenge and making his people come after him. And it's like, it's so ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. And if this was like some sort of corrupt state, his ass would be in jail right now.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, so the fact is that people need to think to themselves. The defense has put forth a third-party kind of culprit defense theory. And there's only two ways there's only like, in their mind, they have said that John was in that house. And every witness has said he's never been in that house. Every piece of data says he's never been in that house. Every single thing has said he's never been in that house. And the last time he moved is when Karen started moving her car away from him. Now, people have stated that it's impossible to go 24 miles an hour. Excuse me, it's not impossible. I know car accident cases, and it's very likely if you can easily go 24 miles an hour, especially if you're drunk and you just basically have no regards for your safety or the safety of others.
And that's what people forget, is that she not only was she drunk, she had no regard for the safety of anyone. So it's not like a normal person who's like very careful when they're backing up. So they don't go that fast, because that seems a little scary. She was so drunk, she jammed on that accelerator at 75%.
Yeah, you're not
have a foot on the brake. Like,
you're not thinking in terms of a drunk, angry woman. Okay, this woman is thinking that this man is going to cheat on her, is going to leave her. She's angry, she's drunk, she's not logical, and she did something. Now, maybe you can make an argument she didn't intend to hit him with the car. Maybe you can make an argument that it was an accident. That is an actual logical argument to have, because we don't know what was in the state of mind of Karen Reed. And I don't think there's only person that knows that is Karen Reed. That is an actual argument.
This though beats him. John DePetro is reporting there seems to be a blonde mother with two blonde daughters sitting with the Karen Reed family like contest winners, saying, "Nice to meet you." They're not family.
Right. So I was told counsel wanted to see me.
Okay.
Another sidebar. Sidebar. You know the drill.
Well, are they going to do it? They're going to do it sidebar.
They're doing a sidebar.
Why have they decided?
You know the drill. You know the drill. You need to do it.
Yeah, I'm doing it. There it is, folks.
Yeah. It's just ludicrous. The amount of sidebars, the amount of attacking the women. And like, think about this. They're attacking a woman that was trying to save a police officer's life yesterday, acting like because she went to a baby shower and she didn't recognize the person immediately. Bro, I was in a baby shower 2 weeks ago. I couldn't tell you who 99% of the people were there. There was over 100 people there. I shit you. Well, not that, but you know what I mean? Like not 99, but I would say like
Yeah,
90%.
but also he wanted to make it sound like it was multiple baby showers. It was one baby shower. He's like, baby showers. Like, no, one. It was one baby shower.
I mean, I didn't know anyone. I was just like, hey, who are you? I had no clue. So, like, and most of the people were too busy trying to eat the cake and drink and eat food all day.
And chill out. Like,
and chill out. Yeah, and then pet the goats because they had a goat. I don't know
what happened to Victoria George. Where did she go? I don't know.
But the thing is like, and the other problem is Karen Reed looks unlikable. She's dressed as a lawyer. She's smiling. She's like Daybell, man. Her reactions are fucking weird.
They are.
And I think like when you have a jury that looks at this person, they kind of say to themselves, well, why is everyone else, the murderers they're trying to be accusing, emotional about it, more emotional about John O'Keefe's death, Officer John O'Keefe's death, than the person that was the girlfriend of the guy who slept in the same bed as the man. The man, you know what I mean? Like, this is crazy. And then I listen to people a lot because there's people that are very logical I talk to on Discord that like say I wouldn't be able to convict beyond a reasonable doubt. And I'm like, you have to think in terms of what is the most logical theory of the case. Okay. Did the police plant the evidence? No, they did not have enough time to plant it because let's say she broke the taillight at John's place. Somehow you would have to get the police officers to gather the taillight pieces there without being seen by anyone and then plant them while other officers. You're talking about a massive conspiracy. And if you're going to do that type of massive conspiracy, there's probably dozens of other people you could have easily framed.
And no one's cracked yet?
Yeah. Yeah, you could have like, why frame a woman that has a bunch of money? The truth of the matter is, and this is the sad truth of the justice system, is that if you have enough money, you can avoid going to prison. And this woman has shown that she's, has a lot of money, just like, Diddy. I think Diddy has a good chance of fighting every single thing. Just like a lot of people with like Weinstein, the guy that was
back into my head about like rich people. And I don't know if anybody remembers this, and this just shows my age, but does anybody remember when Paris Hilton went to jail and she got like something like 10 days or 30 days or something, and she refused to eat on like the second day and they just released her?
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like it's an unfortunate system we have that the civil and judicial and the criminal system is really governed by how much money you have. If you have enough money, you can get a lot better options you can get better press, you can get better lawyers, and you can get a better chance of basically fighting off being convicted. If this was like a normal woman who had no money, this woman would have been in jail by now.
No, 100%.
And it is just very unfortunate that we have a very, very, what do they call it, plutonic system, whereby the rich basically get a different form of justice. And it's very sad to see.
It is what happens. And we've seen it over and over again. I mean, even with like the Paris Hilton stuff, like I'll tell you, working in a prison, we've had many hunger strikes. You know what we had to do? We have to go to the court and get a court order to forcibly feed them, get them to eat. We do not just release them because they refuse to eat and go on a hunger strike. It happens all the time.
Well, she had to start her off with her own money, and then she got other people to donate money. And it's like it doesn't matter if it's.
She didn't even start off with her own money. Her coworkers paid the original $200,000 and $250,000 to her attorneys before she ever raised a penny.
But the point is that money has allowed her to get a different set of rules for her, and her lawyers were able to do manipulations because guess what? They're rich.
Yeah.
And that's the truth. And this is a sad situation whereby a police officer, John O'Keefe, can't get justice because justice was bought and paid for by a group of people. And unfortunately, a lot of people have been bamboozled, in my opinion, by this woman. And the truth of the matter is most of these content creators don't believe this woman's innocent. Of course, they're going to punch holes here and there because they want views and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, they don't believe this fucking woman's innocent. If you've got them in their room privately with these people, they say, yeah, she's pretty guilty. But, for the views, I get 40,000 people in my chat or 10,000 people in my chat. I'm not going to tell them otherwise.
Pay my bills. And it's funny because I find that most of them that use that excuse are actually people who already make a really good amount of money and are not struggling, even if they didn't have YouTube. That's the part that I think that really aggravates me the most, which is like, it's just pure unadulterated greed at that point. Like, just straight.
Yeah. It's the truth. And it's like, the lawyer, all these people sit here and it's like, come on, guys. Are we like living in La La Land? Have you like no critical thinking here? Because the truth of the matter is, for your gullible theory to be believable, is that John would have to be in that house. And even if they say, well, we hired our own defense person to see if that person had that accident or not. It's like, yeah, you can hire a person to testify about anything. That's how it is.
Yeah, it does chap my ass. I'm not gonna lie. That shit chaps my ass hardcore. Like,
yeah, it's just how it is. You can do that all the time. You can hire people all the time to do things like this.
And Navin's right. Like, she claims coworkers. It was really mostly that one lady that donated, who gave her like a huge sum of money. Like,
well, and another thing is like they're critical of Jen McCabe not running into the house. I'm like, wait a minute. So what about Karen Reed? Why didn't she call the police? Why didn't she get blankets? Why didn't she do anything? Why was she just hysterically running around crazily? Okay.
Not only that, but for Jackson to actually sit there and say that she wasn't hysterical, like, I'm sorry, but that whole line of questioning would have had me confused as a jury. They watched the beginning clip of her running around in circles, screaming, not really doing much, but doing that. Like, and then you want to use a clip of like 30 seconds to say, well, is this hysterical? Like, did you watch the entirety of it like the rest of everyone did, including the jury? Like, come on.
I mean, you could be hysterical because you find out that you might have accidentally killed a man.
Yes.
Out of a drunken rage. Like, don't you realize that doesn't exactly disprove that you're an innocent person? You know, and that's the sad thing. It's like Mr. Yannetti, who said this was a terrible accident in the beginning. He admitted it. You have her saying, what if I backed it like in my, backed into him and in his drunkenness, he fell over or something to that effect. Right. And you have like literally, if you line up all her statements, you get a picture of her guilt, which is she was mad. She was drunk. She backed up into him. She didn't stop to turn around to see if he was okay. She drove home and she started cursing at him left, right, and center on the phone. And if she says, if kids don't know where you are, John, by the way, if she knew he was in the house, why would she state that? If she knew he was in the house, why was she expecting to see him on the side of the road? People need to listen to Karen Reed's own words and start thinking to themselves that this woman is obviously admitting to her crimes. And we need to stop. We need to stop fucking giving this woman every single excuse in the book because she bought and paid a bunch of content creators and a bunch of fucking lawyers and is trying to buy her way out of this. And I find it despicable that Mr. Rocco there sits there, acts like he's neutral. Meanwhile, this guy I'm pretty sure that guy knows that woman killed him, and because he killed that man, and has no concept of like wanting to, because you ever ask him what really happened, he's like, oh, maybe this and maybe that. Maybe he went to the basement. And it's like, you guys know. And do maybe innocent people, right? And maybe aliens. And do innocent people try to intimidate and attack witnesses, attack children, attack other people, and then smile and be happy about it? That is the move of a fucking sociopath narcissist. It's evil. And it's like, it's crazy that people don't listen to this woman. And they're like, well, Jen said this. Well, that's why Alan Jackson gets paid a lot of money. Because a good lawyer can make even Mother Teresa look like she lied. Okay?
You want to know the sad part? The sad part, Jennifer, about Nick Rocco is, and I'll tell you because I've met these people. I actually believe that him and his wife actually do believe that Karen is innocent, genuinely believe. How they dupe themselves into it at this point, I couldn't answer that question, but at least those two, and I know Kevin has probably said the same thing because he's met them as well, like they actually do believe she is innocent. And the only one thing that I can say about at least Jenna Rocco is she doesn't usually just like attack people as you see.
They know. I mean, like, let's be real. The people closest to Karen Reed, she probably confessed multiple times early on in the case.
Oh yeah.
And the fact is these people still defend her because they're either worried about reputation or being attacked. And it's just so cowardly. And it's just really a sad situation. And I wish these lawyer, commentary channels, it's like, you guys got to realize this woman just confessed on multiple documentaries on of the state's theory.
Yep.
And she also basically expected him to be on the side of the road. If I drop someone off and she also changed the story 3 times about him going into the house, different ways about going into the house, or maybe she didn't see him go into the house, or maybe he was by the driveway. And you got multiple neutral witnesses that said they did not see him walk through the grass. John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe's what, 6'4" or something like that?
Yeah, 6'2", I think it was.
6'2"? Yeah, you're telling me you're not going to see a 6'2" man walking through that yard into the house? None of these witnesses? The fact is that most likely than not, like probably 90% chance that she backed her car into that man and killed him. And unfortunately, everyone's lost into the minutia, lost into, Alan Jackson's distraction and all this stuff, and not realizing that Karen Reed admitted to her crime. And yes, I think Proctor did a not a great fucking situation with Mr. Proctor. I think he's the weakest witness. Before, I didn't think it was that bad, but the more I think about it, the more I say to myself, yeah, he fucked up.
Well, he definitely fucked up, that's for sure. But I don't think any officer ever thinks their private messages are going to be on display for the world. And I do believe they need.
Well, you know what?
But
you know what? I still would, even like in my business, I don't talk shit about people I work with like that.
No.
And that's just how it is. You don't do that. I mean, I'm sure people do sometimes, but I think it's just kind of crazy that they try, because let's say you do believe Proctor is involved in this. You have to believe Proctor had something to gain. What did he gain from that?
He was on call, by the way. Like, he didn't take this case, say, "Oh, I'm going to take it." He was on call, knew nothing about Karen Reed up until he had to take this call. And like, if you remember, for the first over a year, the Sewer Turtle and Karen herself were pushing the theory that Proctor planted, including her attorneys, Proctor planted the taillight up until they realized he never went to 32 Fairview or 34 Fairview, because it was all in front of 32, really.
Well, but I mean,
never went to 34.
At one point, they're stating that, like, Proctor sprinkled embedded taillight pieces into John's clothes. And it's like, people say, well, they threw it on the floor of the ambulance. That doesn't embed taillight fragments on the floor. You know what?
Do you remember they also claimed that he had it in his car for 6 weeks or weeks? That was,
and that's not
totally
true.
False.
And it has no canine DNA on it. And then this is the thing, like, and they're like, well, it has swine DNA. Well, he did eat a pizza earlier in the day. Yeah. Maybe he had a fucking pepperoni DNA slice, a sausage slice.
Right.
I don't know.
It's so funny to me. I have our first donation of today, actually, and I'm not going to read the name because it's new to me and I don't know the person's screen name. But it's $14.46, and they said the $4.46 is for a medium iced Mary Lou's. I think I heard you go there. I do, and I would love if you would send me an email, because it looks like you actually live nearby to me, and I would love to have a coffee with the people that live nearby to me. I'd love to have like a meetup with people that live nearby to me. That would be fun.
And you have to stare at someone's affect. Look at Karen's affect. Is this the usual thing of an innocent person, or is this the thing of a fucking person in middle, like a mobster? Because that's what she thinks she is. She thinks she's a mobster, and she basically acts like a mobster, where she's directing people to harass witnesses like the mob, and basically try to destroy people's lives like the mob. And she has capos under her. She has people that work under her to do these things and to raise money illegally, like the mob, like illegal raffles and illegal stuff like that.
All right,
no, they're bringing the jury in. Now, what really frustrates me is that they just did that entire argument at sidebar. Why?
Yeah. I don't know.
Because we have the right to see that. Why? It doesn't all need to be at sidebar now. Ever since the last week, they've been doing every argument at sidebar.
Yeah.
The jury's not even in there.
Yeah, I don't get it. And personally, I get very frustrated when talking to people, when you like think to yourself, like, she literally admitted on a docuseries of her crimes. And it just, the only conclusion I have is that money has literally helped this woman out in every single possible way. And it just shows you the failing of the civil and criminal system of our country.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye.
It is. You're right.
Persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning again, Council. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
Thank you for your patience this morning. We were able to get some work done that will help facilitate things and make everything go a little more smooth. So
sure.
I appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Can we have Lieutenant Gallagher again, please?
Anyway, I'm going to drop down. I just wanted to state my piece on that. I might jump up a little bit later. You have a good one.
Of course, you're always welcome, B. Tim. Thank you.
Bye.
Yeah, let's hope we get some clips today, guys. Freaking sidebars. Good morning, Anna.
You're still under road. Good morning.
Hey, you're up early today, Jack. Welcome.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Gallagher, good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for joining us again. I want to ask you a quick question about what we talked about yesterday concerning your search at the scene. If we could go back to that, when you engaged the leaf blower. During the time that you were removing materials in and around the area of the flagpole going out to the, I think you called it the berm, B-E-R-M, the berm, the curb.
Yes, that was at the street.
Conspiracy berm.
Cape Cod berm. Yes.
Okay, and that led straight to the asphalt of the street, correct?
It's basically a curbing. It's
Okay.
where the property line, the grass, the lawn meets the street.
And you were searching the area where you believed Mr. O'Keefe's body to have been found, all the way out toward that curb or berm area, correct?
Yeah, we did not go out to the berm. We did about approximately 6 by 6, 7 by 7, about 50 square feet.
50
area.
square feet. Okay, fair enough. But you did say at some point, I think on direct examination, you said that you exposed the berm
Yes.
just to give you some orientation as to where the curb was, where the street was.
And if it was possible, he may have tripped and fallen. Yes.
Okay. You did not recover or see a hat, a man's hat,
No, sir.
black in color, baseball style hat.
No hat. No, sir.
You did not see or recover a man's shoe.
No, sir.
And you said you searched for the area in that 50 square foot area by removing materials, moving the snow, getting down to all the way down to the lawn.
Yes.
Okay. You did not see a single piece of bright red plastic taillight material either, did you?
No, sir. Not in that area.
As a matter of fact, you didn't see 46 pieces of taillight material, either clear or bright red plastic, in any part of the area that you searched.
No, the only thing we discovered was the blood sampling in the glass. That is correct.
Speaking of the glass, that's a good segue. You found that piece of broken drinking glass that you brought in and showed the jurors yesterday, correct?
That's correct.
Did you search the house at all to determine whether or not there was any matching glass in the home?
No, I did not.
You testified yesterday that you looked around, when you were in the house, this is the second time you're at the location, so you went back with Sergeant Lenk. I want to orient you to that time. That's when you actually entered the home for the first time of Brian Albert. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And you indicated that you did look around the family room, the kitchen, and you didn't see any signs of a struggle or anything like that.
No, sir.
I asked you that exact question about a year ago at another proceeding. Do you recall that colloquy between the two of us?
Yes.
And at that time, I asked you, did you look around the house for any sign of a struggle or a fight? And your answer was no. Do you remember that?
Yes, I think that's out of context. I understood that question was, did I wander the house to look for any sign of a struggle? I believe you asked me if asked me about a bulkhead and things of that nature.
Okay.
As I stood there, I have
Misleading.
observations I can see.
Right.
Again.
So I think it's just a miscommunication on what type of search.
Fair
or
enough.
What type of observation.
Fair enough. Let's clear that up right now then, Ms. Gallagher. With regard to
Yeah, let's, idiot Jackson.
your the time that you were inside the residence, you did not seek to or ask permission to look around any place other than where you happen to be standing, which is right inside that front door of the family room, sort of adjacent to the kitchen area, correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
You didn't walk into any adjacent rooms?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, you didn't walk into any, you didn't search the kitchen area?
I did not. No, sir.
You didn't look through the cabinets or anything like that?
Absolutely not. No.
You didn't look at the glassware?
Absolutely not. No.
You didn't go down to the basement? We talked about that previously.
Correct. No, absolutely not.
Okay. You didn't go out to the garage?
No, sir.
You
No.
didn't look around the garage?
No.
Other than walking in and basically where you just described, standing while Sergeant Lank was engaged with Miss McCabe, you didn't do anything to search the interior of that house for anything?
No, I wasn't there to search at all.
Okay. You also didn't, subsequent to that, you didn't seek or receive a search warrant.
No, I did not.
Okay. You didn't believe that it was necessary, in your mind, it was necessary to seek a search warrant to search the interior of that house.
That's absolutely correct.
You were aware at the time that you did go into the house that Sergeant Lank had earlier reported at least the possibility that John O'Keefe may have gotten into a fight, correct?
I don't recall that. We went over options on how he could have come to where he was, and an altercation certainly was one of them.
Okay, so that's fair enough. So an altercation meaning was one of the, when you say altercation, that means a physical fight, correct?
Sure.
So that was a possibility in your mind.
Everything was a possibility at that time.
And at that time, you had the information that you found, or Mr. O'Keefe's body was found on the lawn of a residence where there was alcohol, drinking, a party of some sort, or a gathering of some sort just hours earlier, right?
That's correct, but the house had nothing to do with the incident.
At least to your mind.
That's correct, based on the evidence, yes, at that time.
And the evidence at that time was simply your communications with some, but not all, the occupants of the house, including Jennifer McCabe, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
My t-shirt says
You
half the day
didn't
you deserve.
Separate any of the
Jackson.
witnesses that were, or any of the occupants that you saw inside the house, or you came across inside the house, for instance, by taking them to the station, putting them in separate rooms so that they couldn't coordinate testimony, things of that nature?
At that time?
At that time.
So Detective Sergeant Lank was there to speak with Jennifer McCabe only.
Okay. But there were others in the house.
There were others in the house, yes.
I'm just trying to figure out whether or not you took the added step of separating those witnesses, asking those witnesses potentially to join you down at the station, putting them in separate rooms, separating those witnesses. You did not do that.
Not at that time, no.
Okay. At any time, did you?
No, we shortly thereafter, we were removed from the investigation. We removed ourselves from the investigation.
And before you were removed from the investigation, you just left the house after the conversation that Sergeant Lank had with Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Yes, after he took Jennifer McCabe's statement, we left the house, yes.
Is the reason that you didn't seek a search warrant or separate the witnesses or ask any of the potential witnesses to join you down at the station, did that have anything to do with your knowledge the homeowner was a police officer?
Absolutely none. I've actually executed warrants on police officers' houses in the past, including police officers I personally worked with and had to charge some of their children. So that absolutely would not factor into a reason.
And it didn't factor in this?
Absolutely not.
Ouchies, Jackson.
Your decision-making that Brian Albert was a police officer?
Absolutely not.
He didn't get any special treatment because of that?
Not by me, absolutely not.
Okay, not by you?
Not.
Okay.
I can only speak to my personal knowledge.
You were aware that, and you indicated yesterday, that the reason that Canton PD was removed from the investigation, or at least the interview section of the investigation, was because of a relationship of one of your detectives. You indicated your best detective, Kevin Albert, correct?
That's correct.
Or you gave Mr. Albert, or Detective Albert, very high praise.
He's a very good detective, yes.
And you were his direct supervisor.
I was at one point, yes.
Okay. You're aware that Kevin Albert was disciplined by the Canton Police Department for an incident occurring in July 2022, correct?
I am, yes.
Do you stand by your testimony knowing that Kevin Albert is your best detective, or was your best detective?
He's an excellent detective, yes.
You indicated that you contacted your deputy chief, Deputy Chief Gallagher, and ultimately secured some solo cups from Deputy Chief Gallagher across the street, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You were aware at the time that Deputy Chief Gallagher's house was adorned with a Ring video camera just over the front door, facing out toward the street and facing across the street, which would be facing 34 Fairview, correct?
That is incorrect. He does not have a Ring camera. I know that his system is an Arlo camera, and I have personal knowledge of that because we've discussed cameras because we bought them approximately the same time.
My mistake. Arlo camera, ARLO.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, that's still, although it's a different brand, it's still a home personal surveillance camera, correct?
Yes, but
And you're aware that those are motion activated cameras designed for security to capture images of things that may be going on outside the home.
that is correct, yes.
Directly outside the home.
Briefly.
Directly outside the home, not diagonal across the street.
I just handed you.
Yes,
What's it marked for ID?
It is marked for ID, and Ms. Gallagher, if you could read that for me, so it'd save me a trip up to the stand.
I believe it's a 5, Exhibit 5.
Could it be an S?
It could be an S, yes.
I think it's S, Your Honor.
I apologize.
Let me, it is S? Okay, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I recognize the camera in the door.
Okay. Is that a shot of Deputy Chief Gallagher's, sorry.
That's okay. I know what you're asking.
Is this a shot of Deputy Chief Kelleher's front porch?
It appears to be.
Okay. Does that front porch face 34 Fairview?
We need a time frame.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
We need a time frame.
Sure.
Yeah, you can't just use
Did you
it.
see that Arlo camera so situated when you went over there on January 29th, 2022?
I knew it was there, yes.
Okay. And is that a fair representation of what the camera looked like and its positioning? Basically, its positioning in January of 2022.
Yes.
Okay.
Basically an age are two different things, bub.
Did you seek the footage? From the
No, I
camera?
didn't. I know what that camera captures.
Okay. Your Honor, with the court's permission, when we publish, actually,
Too
I'd
far
like to mark
away.
this,
Too far
for
away from that
evidence,
camera to
next in order.
see anything.
Okay.
Right, she speaks.
Is it 53?
Not only is it pointless, but this is the deputy chief. You think he wouldn't give up his camera if it was something on it that would have proved Karen's guilt? Like, it's just the jury is probably completely confused and has no idea what is really going on right now. Like,
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Gallagher, do you recognize this as being the photograph that you just saw, Exhibit 53?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention. And by the way, there's one amendment to this photograph. There's a redaction of the address. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to that area right there, which I'm
Yes.
highlighting.
Yes.
What is that?
That is the Arlo camera.
Can you orient the jurors for us, please, to what we're looking at in this photograph?
You're looking at a camera that's angled downward.
And is it the front porch of that residence directly across the street from 34 Fairview?
It is not directly across from 34. It's actually more directly across from 32, so that would be incorrect.
Okay.
yeah,
Is
it's
it across the
diagonal.
street from
It's not.
34 generally?
It's not going to go that
It
far.
is if.
This is a different kind of. Not a ring
Lieutenant
cam.
Kelleher's house is here. 34 is over here across the street.
Okay. Is there a view from that front porch, just generally as you're standing there, if you were to turn 180 degrees and put your back to the door, is there a view of 34 Fairview as well as 32 Fairview?
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Okay. Did you seek and we can take this down. Did you seek to secure any footage from that Arlo camera
I did not.
from Deputy Chief Kelleher?
I did not.
Did you talk to Deputy Chief Kelleher about that footage?
I don't remember specifically.
Did you ask him whether or not he had reviewed the footage for a determination whether or not it caught any of the incident that may have occurred at or around 34 Fairview on January 29th, the early morning hours of January 29th?
I don't know if I did. I know it would not have,
How do you know it would not have?
because I know what that camera captures.
How do you know what that camera captures?
Because I've picked up packages for Deputy Chief Kelleher in the past. I know it captures his doorstep and a portion of the front lawn.
So you've reviewed the Arlo footage from his
No.
iPhone?
He's just sent me a picture. Can I pick up when he's been on vacation, can I pick up a package on the front step?
Okay,
Yes,
so,
I've seen it.
so you've seen screenshots that
Sure.
Deputy Chief Kelleher sent you, correct?
I believe so, yes.
But you've never looked at the actual application to see what it might encapsulate or what it might capture generally.
We've compared what we have our cameras set up as. We had communicated about security at our houses multiple times. I know it captured the front door and a portion of the front lawn.
Do you believe that it would have been best practices to go ahead and secure that footage so we don't have to take anybody's word for it? We could actually look at the footage ourselves.
No,
I didn't do that.
Do you think that would have been best practices to do that, just to have belt and suspenders? So there's no question about whether or not that camera that's facing, at least it's facing directly across the street, might have captured something of interest on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
To me, there was no expectation
rolled his
that
eyes.
it captured anything, so I didn't think it was practical.
So because of your expectation, you didn't seek the footage and you didn't secure the footage.
Because of my knowledge and expectation, yes.
And you now know that that footage is gone.
I would assume so. I'm not familiar with how long Arlo keeps footage.
So you are familiar enough that you decided that it wasn't important to capture the footage, but you're not familiar enough to know whether or not the footage is actually saved onto the Arlo system?
I don't know anything about, I don't have Arlo cameras, so I don't know anything about
So
the
you don't-
system. But
Okay.
I have Blink, so we've compared our systems. So I'm not really sure what you're asking.
So you don't have an Arlo system.
I have Blink, correct.
You're not familiar with how Arlo works, correct?
Correct.
You're not familiar with the total array of where the cameras might capture versus what might be captured on your phone app, or that you can say, like, push a button that says packages or people, and it narrows the focus of the camera. You're not aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay. But you would have been aware of that if you had captured the footage and simply said to Deputy Chief Gallagher, I'd like that Ring footage for that 24-hour period.
Okay, it's not Ring. And
I'm sorry, that Arlo footage for a 24-hour period.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this. Did Deputy Chief Kelleher get any special treatment from you because he's a police officer?
No,
Did Deputy Chief Kelleher get any special treatment from you because he was your boss?
no, absolutely not.
Okay. You know Brian Higgins.
I do.
How do you know him?
Brian Higgins is a special agent with the ATF.
How long have you known him?
I first became aware of Brian Higgins probably around 2016, 2017, when I was with the DEA and we were working a Title III investigation, which is a wiretap investigation into gang activity, drug distribution in the Boston, Brockton area. I never had any personal contact with him at that time. He was just an agent in the group I was working for.
Ultimately, did that professional relationship seep into more of a personal relationship as well?
It did. So I think it was 2018 or 2019, the ATF had a satellite office at Canton PD, and he was one of the special agents that was assigned, yes.
So he actually officed in the brick and mortar location of Canton PD?
Yes, he did.
And did he maintain that office all the way through January of 2022?
He did, yes.
And during the course of your interaction with Mr. Higgins, did you become friendly with Mr. Higgins?
I've become friendly with Mr. Higgins, yes. Most of my coworkers I'm friendly with.
Is it safe to say that you socialized at times with Mr. Higgins?
I have, yes.
Okay. You've shared cocktails with Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Shared meals with Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Okay. So it is safe to say that you have both a professional and a personal relationship with Mr. Higgins,
Yes, I do.
and you consider him a good friend.
Yes, I do.
You were aware, Mr. Gallagher, that he was at 34 Fairview on January 29th, those early morning hours, during the course of the time when John O'Keefe went to 34 Fairview.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that
Sure.
question?
You're aware that Mr. Higgins was at 34 Fairview in the home at the time that John O'Keefe went to 34 Fairview on January 29th, 2022.
By the time I became aware of it was afterwards, yes.
Okay. That's what I mean. I know
Yes.
you weren't aware of it at the moment, but
Right, okay.
you became aware of it.
Later on, yes.
Okay. When did you become aware of it?
I'm not sure. It was after we were, I'm not really sure.
It was during the time that you were dispatched over to Brian Albert's house to ultimately either begin the investigation or go into the home with Sergeant Lank and interview with people there, correct?
No, that wasn't the time, no.
Didn't you say in a report to Lieutenant Tully that when you went over to Brian Albert's house, that Brian Higgins was not there?
I don't recall Brian Higgins being there.
Right. So what I'm trying to register is whether or not you knew at the time that you went to Brian Albert's house, at least that second time, that you might or might not have expected to see Brian Higgins there because you knew he was at the home when John Keefers arrived the night before.
Can you rephrase that question? I'm not following you.
Sure. When you went back to, in other words, during the time that you were investigating and joining Sergeant Lank
Yes.
back over at Brian Albert's house, you knew that Brian Higgins had been somehow in that home the night before.
I don't believe I did at that time.
When do you think you learned that?
At sometime afterwards, probably when I saw the list and reviewed the narratives of the officers.
Would that have been days or weeks later?
No, it probably would have been, within 24 hours or so.
Okay, within 24 hours of your involvement.
Correct.
Okay,
yes.
that's what I was trying to get to.
Okay,
Thank
I
you for that.
apologize.
My bad.
No.
Bad questioning on my part. So within 24 hours of your involvement, which would have been, your involvement was the early morning hours of January 29th.
That's correct.
Correct? Within 24 hours of that, you knew Brian Higgins was somehow tangentially involved or collaterally involved as a potential witness, if nothing else.
I'm not sure he was a witness to anything. I was aware that he attended the house at 34 Fairview after they left the bar.
Right. And you said, well, I'm not sure he was a witness to anything. The one way to figure out whether or not someone is a witness to anything is to actually formally interview them, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Which you did not do.
We were removed from the investigation before I found out Brian Higgins was involved.
Okay, so you were removed.
So I wouldn't be interviewing him.
You were removed, and then it was within a few hours of that you realized that Brian Higgins was somehow involved.
Not a few hours. No, I said it was within 24 hours probably.
Okay. You're aware that Mr. Higgins not only had a office at Canton PD, he also had a key card for Canton PD.
Yes, he did.
Explain for the jurors what a key card or an access card at Canton PD means. What is that? What is a key card for Canton PD?
So it's a secure building. I think we've all seen it. You have square boxes with the red light. The key card allows you access into the building. And depending upon your rank, you have different rights. Each individual has different rights to enter different areas.
You had, for instance, being a top-level Canton lieutenant, you had a key card that was probably the functional equivalent of a master key card. You could get in pretty much any place you wanted.
Absolutely not.
Okay, where could you go?
It's easier if I say where I can't go.
That probably is easier.
Would that be work?
Explain that.
So I can't go to the armory, which is where weapons are kept and ammunition is kept, and I can't go into permanent evidence.
Okay. You're aware that Brian Higgins had a key card.
Yes, I am.
And that access card gave him access to pretty much, with the exception of the armory, possibly the evidence room, and what was the other location?
I think that's what I said, the evidence room
Okay.
and the armory.
With the exception of those, you're aware that Brian Higgins' key card gave him access basically to the entirety of the Canton Police Department?
Well, so I want to specify, I don't specifically know what Brian Higgins had rights to, but there are also parts of our department that are secured by key locks that he wouldn't have access to, and I don't have access to as well, offices and things of that nature.
I want to focus your attention on the Sally Port, if I could. You can enter the Sally Port, which is a fancy name for a garage, correct?
It certainly is, yes.
Okay. You can enter that from the outside, meaning out in the elements. You come from a parking lot adjacent to or that services the Sally Port. You can enter from there, correct?
Yes, there's one pedestrian door on the main entrance side, and it's for location purposes. It's right beside the garage door that's marked number 4.
And the garage door is one of those big roll-up, industrial-style roll-up doors that comes up and down?
That is correct.
And then you can also enter the Sally Port from inside Canton PD, correct?
There are 2 locations you can enter the Sally Port from inside, yes.
And Brian Higgins' key card gave him access to both of those locations, the the pedestrian portal going into the Sally Port from outside, as well as the pedestrian portal from inside Canton PD.
That would be correct.
Okay. Speaking of the Sally Port, you were, if not the person, one of the people who let Massachusetts State Police into the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022 to process the black SUV, correct? The Lexus.
I'm not sure if I was the one that gave them access, but like I said, I've testified to. I certainly would have.
Okay. That SUV had actually arrived on January 29th, 2022, 3 days earlier. Is that right?
I believe so, sometime after 5 or 6. I'm
So
not
it
sure of
was
the time.
in the Sally Port from January 29th all the way to February 1st, at least to your knowledge, for 3 full days in the Sally Port, correct?
2.5 to 3, yes.
Okay. From the time it arrived at Canton PD until it was processed out and moved out of the Sally Port, how many people would have had physical access to that SUV?
Everybody that possessed the key card.
And that's basically everybody at Canton PD that is a sworn officer, correct?
That is correct, yes,
Maybe
sir.
even some civilians, correct?
I'm not sure of civilians. What civilian?
But do y'all have non-sworn civilians that
We don't.
share things?
No, we do not. Well, we do, but I'm not sure whether they would have access, what their access is.
So at least the entire police department, the sworn police department, correct?
The uniform police, yes.
As well as Brian Higgins, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, can I go back to something?
Sure.
When you were at 34 Fairview, when you walked in with Sergeant Lank, you walked in through the side door or the main door?
Side door.
Side door into the family room, correct?
I believe it's a family room, yes.
Walked into the kitchen, correct?
I was by the kitchen.
Adjacent to the
Yep.
kitchen. Did you see a dog?
I did not.
Speaking of the Sally Port, I want to move back to the Sally Port. I apologize about bouncing around a little bit.
Perfectly fine.
Moving back to the Sally Port, you indicated that basically all the uniformed officers, every single uniformed officer at Canton PD would have had access to that Sally Port, as well as Brian Higgins. They also would have had access to everything inside the Sally Port, whatever was left there.
Yes,
The SUV and other stuff.
The
for lack of
conspiracy
better
Sally Port.
phrase, correct?
yes.
Okay. Did you photograph or did you cause to be photographed the SUV when it arrived on January 29th in your Sally Port?
But we had been recused at that point, and I wasn't working when the vehicle arrived. So
I thought you said that you were recused only from doing interviews.
from doing investigative interviews, but I wasn't present I wasn't working when the vehicle came in.
Okay. So you could have taken photographs of the vehicle had you wanted to, or caused someone to do that had you wanted to.
I had no idea that vehicle was coming to Canton PD, sir.
Okay. Once you got to, as the lieutenant in charge at the scene, was it important to you to know that a seminal piece of evidence had been moved into the custody and control of Canton PD?
It wasn't important to me. It's the state police investigation.
Even though it was on your property, in your Sally Port, with access through your key cards.
That's up to my chief. That's not up to me.
I see. To your knowledge, let me just ask it this way. To your knowledge, did anybody seek to photograph the vehicle when it arrived at Canton PD on January 29th, 2022, to your knowledge?
I have no personal knowledge of that.
Have you ever seen a photograph of that vehicle that was taken by someone in law enforcement on January 29th? I'm going to give you 3 days. January 29th, January 30th, January 31st, 30th, or February 1st.
I have seen photographs. I'm not sure what days they were taken. The photos were taken.
You have not seen a photograph that was taken on January 29th, however, have you?
I've never seen anything dated January 29th.
You've never seen a photo, and I'm going to go through this a little bit more. You've never seen a photograph that was taken on January 30th, have you?
Yeah, I have never seen any photographs with any dates on them,
Okay.
I believe.
Do you think that would have been, you were at the time the head of detectives, correct?
No,
No,
because
that's not correct.
conspiracies
You
don't
had already
magically
moved
pop
from that
up
spot?
usually.
I had,
In January of 2022, I may be wrong. I thought
You are wrong.
as the
It's,
lieutenant, you were also the head of detectives.
no, that was Lieutenant Kelleher at the time. I know you keep, it's a mix-up. So we've had promotions since January 29th, and I think that's where the mix-up might be.
So he was
When
lieutenant
you
at the
refer to Deputy Chief Kelleher, he was actually Lieutenant Kelleher, and he was in charge of detectives at that time.
At some point, had you been in charge of detectives?
I became in charge of detectives in June of 2022.
June of 2022.
Yeah, approximately 6 months later.
Understood. You had been a detective previously, Howard.
That is correct.
Okay.
Sir.
As a detective, do you believe that it would have been important to photograph, had you had your druthers to do it, it would have been important to photograph that vehicle when it came in so that it could be memorialized and documented the exact condition that vehicle came in on January 29th, 2022.
So this is important to know that unfortunately, John O'Keefe was deceased at this time. Once John O'Keefe becomes deceased, it becomes the state police's investigation, the Norfolk County District Attorney CPAC investigation. That's why it is not our investigation. It's up to the investigating agency to make those decisions.
Even something as uninvasive as taking photographs.
Yes.
Okay. You would agree, as a former detective and former head of detectives, that there are protocols for securing evidence of all types, correct?
Correct.
Those protocols dictate that not only is evidence properly secured, once it's seized, it needs to be properly secured, and it needs to be separated from other evidence to avoid something known as cross-contamination, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that that is paramount in evidence handling in any investigation, correct?
Yes.
And that's because once evidence is cross-contaminated, its integrity basically collapses, right?
That's correct.
It's especially true of biological material, is that right?
Yes.
Because biological material, unlike a shovel, the biological material on the shovel becomes hyper sensitive. It's hyper important. It can be cross-contaminated with other items.
Sure.
And it can tell an incorrect story, correct?
Yes.
It could tell, if there's cross-contamination, it could tell a false story.
It's been done, yes.
And DNA, obviously, we're talking about biological material. The most sensitive of all the biological material is DNA evidence, right?
What do you mean sensitive?
So it might take some effort to move saliva from one item to another. It takes almost no effort to move DNA from one item to another and to detect it. You understand what I'm saying? The sensitivity of the detection.
No, I don't understand what you're saying.
You understand that I could touch this podium and you might not get my fingerprint off of it.
Correct.
Might not, correct?
Might not.
What do you think about getting my DNA off that podium that I
Yes.
just touched? You're absolutely going to get it, right?
Yes.
Yeah. That's what I mean by sensitivity.
Okay.
You would agree that DNA is hypersensitive.
I would agree that DNA is better than fingerprints, yes.
I'd like you to take a look at a series of photographs if we could. Can I approach John? Okay. There are 4 photographs, Gallagher, that I'd like you to look at briefly and familiarize yourself with if you can. Mr. Gallagher, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
How do you recognize what's depicted in each one of those? There's 4 of them in front of you. Just generally, how do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Generally, I know this is the exchange of custody from the Canton Police to Massachusetts State Police.
Are those taken inside the Sally Port, to your knowledge?
They are, yes.
Some of those photographs include the SUV,
One SUV picture, yes.
and some of those photographs include the blood evidence that you've earlier described, the solo cups, the Stop and Shop bag.
That is correct, yes, sir.
Their approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to have these marked as next in order.
Any objections to Brennan?
No objection, thank you.
Exhibits 54 through 57.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'd like to start with what's been marked as 54. It shows a license plate. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, based on the location, the vehicle, the broken taillight, I believe that's Ms. Reed's vehicle.
And do you know when this photograph was taken?
I do not.
Do you believe it was taken between January 29th and February 1st?
Yes.
But you don't know when it was taken?
No, I don't have personal knowledge, no.
I just want to draw your attention very briefly, just to orient us to this area on the bottom right-hand corner. Do you see that, what looks like a white rag on the ground?
Yes, based on the pictures, I think it might be a paper towel, but yes.
Okay. If we could look at the next photograph, which is 55, looks like a paper bag. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes,
What is that?
that's the Stop and Shop bag that contained the 6 samples.
Do you see the rag in that photograph as well?
Yeah, we could call it agree to call it a rag or
You
paper
think it's
towel.
a paper towel?
I'm not sure. It looks like a paper towel on the picture in the pictures, but it's a white object. Yes.
For all I care, it's the white thing. That's
Yes.
fine. All right. And do you see that that's next to a tire just at the top of the picture? Just for
Yeah,
orientation purposes?
Yeah, it appears to be 18 to 2 feet, 18 inches to 24 inches behind the tire. Yes.
Okay. And that, of course, is the tire of the SUV.
Yes, I would think
So
so.
that would be the right rear of the SUV, just a few inches from this bag, correct?
It would be a couple of feet from the bag. Yes.
Okay. If we could take a look at the next photograph. This is exhibit 56 for the record. What's depicted inside the bag?
The red Solo cups.
And you still see the rag in the photograph.
I sure do. Yes.
So the SUV would be right here, correct? At the top of the left.
Well, I can't see the top of it. It would be, it's nearby. Yes.
Okay. And it's not just nearby, it's the right rear of the SUV that's nearby, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one final photograph. This is exhibit 57 for the record. What is inside that? What's depicted inside that bag?
The red Solo cups with coagulated blood.
And these are the only, we can have the lights, please. And so if you take that down. These are the only photographs that we have or that you've ever seen of those red Solo cups, that Stop and Shop bag, and the biological material in those red Solo cups.
The only ones I have seen, yes.
And those photographs that you see are within 2.5 feet from the right rear of that SUV, correct?
Approximately, yes.
And the right rear of that SUV houses the taillight material, correct? The taillight
The
area.
tail light area, yes.
The cups were not sealed, correct?
The cups were not sealed.
The bag was not sealed, was it?
As far as I know, what do you mean by sealed?
Yesterday, you brought a box in. You remember that?
Yes,
That box had tape on it.
that's correct.
What color was the tape?
Red.
Why is the tape red?
It can be red, it can be blue. I mean, evidence tape is different colors.
Normally, in your experience, red evidence tape is used to formally seal evidence bags or evidence containers, correct?
Yes,
That's because it highlights to the eye a visual cue hey, that's important, it's been sealed, it's got bright red tape on it, correct?
Correct.
Oftentimes, that tape has additional information on it as well, correct?
You could have initials on it of who put the tape on, yes.
Right, in other words, it might say evidence, correct? Might be pre-printed with the word evidence.
Yes, correct.
And it may have a place for initials to be.
Correct.
And one of the reasons that you initial it is because of that. If someone takes a razor blade and cuts through, or a knife and cuts through that tape, those initials are cut through, it has to be retaped and reinitialed, correct?
That is correct.
That is a basic protocol for chain of custody, is it not?
Yes.
And that's to maintain the care, custody, and control and the integrity over the items and the items inside the evidence container, whatever they may be.
That's correct.
Whether they are biological material, physical items of evidence, a document, whatever.
Correct.
None of that was done with what we just saw, correct?
Correct.
We've agreed already that the blood was stored in non-sterile solo cups, correct?
Correct.
We've agreed that those cups were not sealed. The cups themselves were not sealed. There was no cap. There was no plastic, plasticine, saran wrap, nothing put over the cups, correct?
That is correct.
So they were open.
Yes,
They were not in an evidence bag. They were in a grocery bag, correct?
they were. Yes.
Yesterday on direct examination, it may have been on cross-examination, Mr. Gallagher, I don't remember. You said, I have no idea where Sergeant Lang got that grocery bag, correct?
I don't know where the bag came from, no.
Could have come out of his back of his car seat, correct?
I'm assuming it came out of one of the cars, yes.
No idea what had been in that bag previous to those cups with blood being in the bag,
I
correct?
have no personal knowledge of that.
And obviously that bag, it goes without saying, is not a forensically sterile item either, correct?
Most bags are not sterilized.
And not only the cups were not sealed, the bag that the cups were in was not sealed.
They were only closed, correct.
You will agree that having unsealed and unsecured biological material, specifically blood material, situated right next to the right rear quarter panel of that SUV would not be within normal protocols for securing evidence, correct?
This was in the hands of a criminalist. It was an exchange of custody. I don't have any issue with it.
You don't know, you have no personal knowledge of where that bag had been or where the cups had been previous to that photograph being taken.
Correct.
You will agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood right next to the right rear of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination, wouldn't you?
Not in the hands of a trained criminalist, I wouldn't know.
Well, generally speaking, there were other people there that weren't the trained criminalists, right?
There was a photographer who took the pictures.
Who's not a trained criminalist.
Correct. But
Someone
the
else?
cups weren't in his hands. It was in the criminalist's hands. Those are the criminalist's hands you see gloved in that photo.
That's not my question. My question is, there was unsealed blood and in an unsealed bag for how much time you don't know, sitting right there by the right rear of that SUV, correct?
No, I do know,
How do you know?
because I'm the one that brought the bag with the criminalist to that area. They photographed it, documented it, and then they transferred it to their plastic containers.
And before you grab that bag, you don't know where that bag had been for 3 days hence, 3 days before.
I know
Where he
it's
left
in
it.
the temporary evidence room in a refrigerator.
You actually never saw it in the temporary evidence room in the refrigerator until February 1st.
Didn't he put it there?
I don't recall.
So you don't know where that bag had been. You don't know who had handled those cups before you pulled them out of that temporary evidence locker, correct?
Nobody has
I
access.
have no personal knowledge if anybody else, I have no personal knowledge. I took them out of the refrigerator. That's all I can testify to.
Do you remember us talking about this about a year ago?
Yes,
And I asked you, would you agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood next to the right rear portion of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination? I asked you that question.
you did.
And you said, if I can speak to this incident alone, and I asked, that's a yes or no question.
That is
Do you
correct.
remember that?
Yes,
And you said, well, it's not a yes or no, but for your purposes, I would say yes.
correct.
So it is, at least in your mind, a recipe for potential cross-contamination, correct?
Not in this particular situation, which was clarified later on.
Although you did say yes in answer
Hypothetically,
to my
anything,
question.
hypothetically, anything is possible, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Brennan?
Good, you Knievel piece of crap. No, yeah, he's like, no, it was in temporary evidence. You're wrong. Sorry.
May I?
Right ahead, yes.
Nobody else's blood but John's.
Lieutenant Gallagher, you mentioned that one of your colleagues who lived on Fairview Road had
Yes.
an owl camera.
Joy.
Had an Arlo camera, yes.
That day or that morning when you went to Fairview and looked around where Mr. O'Keefe's, where you were directed Mr. O'Keefe's body was, were you aware
Bingo.
that that gentleman had a camera?
Yes,
You shared with us that you had familiarity with the angle of that camera. Do you have any information whatsoever
LOL, Lisa.
that he or anybody on his behalf used the phone to change the camera angle?
no, I don't.
Do you know if that camera could even reach the street if you wanted to?
I'm not sure.
Do you have any information that there are applications or different things you can do to the camera to move it remotely? Is there any evidence or information you have?
No,
When you decided not to ask him about the camera, was that based on anything other than your already familiarity and knowledge of the angle that camera was set?
no,
At any time he's ever shown you, you've ever seen clips from that camera, were they consistently showing the same area or did it change over time?
I'll allow it.
they were the same.
In your mind, why didn't you go seek footage from that camera?
In my mind,
Yes.
because I knew it wouldn't have captured anything. I also know that they're motion activated cameras, and he didn't have them on the street because it's a busy street and the batteries would die in, and who knows, very quickly if they captured the street.
You said that's a very busy street. Are you familiar with Fairview Road?
Yes,
Is that a road, is that a public road?
it's a public way in the town of Canton, yes.
As a public way in the town of Canton, do you know who operates and cleans and monitors that road? Who's responsible for that?
Yes, the Department of Public Works for the town of Canton.
You were asked about a claim of a fight. Did any witness ever suggest to you that Mr. O'Keefe had been in a fight?
No,
When you first learned about Mr. O'Keefe, did you get a chance to actually look at his body?
no, I did not.
Did you get a chance to look at his wounds?
No, I did not.
Did you get a chance to examine his clothing and whether there was any trace evidence left behind?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not.
Early in an investigation, when investigators have no information, is it common to speculate?
Yes,
Sustained.
What is the natural process for an investigator when you start upon a situation and know nothing about what happened?
in this particular case, we came up with scenarios that possibly could have brought John to that spot. And we were focused on trying to find out and hopefully getting to the hospital. Hopefully the Can't Fire Department in the hospital would save his life and he could tell us how he got to where he was.
Was that anything beyond the surmise or speculation of detectives, or did that information come from a witness?
No, that was us. I guess you would call it spitballing on possibilities.
Did you ever come across a witness that said that this was, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were the result of a fight?
No, we did not.
If we could play Exhibit 51, please. I want to ask you some questions about the area you searched where you were directed Mr. O'Keefe was.
Alan Jackson was just everywhere and all over the place, and I find it hilarious that like Hank just hits it. Like I just
Stop
said,
it there, please, Ms.
on
Gilman.
the head.
You did not see exactly where John O'Keefe was when he was found?
No, I did not.
Who directed you to this area?
I was directed twice, first by Sergeant Good and then by Sergeant Lang, Detective Sergeant Lang.
You shared with us yesterday you were looking in that area where you thought John O'Keefe was found.
Correct.
You asked questions about a berm. Is that the
Conspiracy
separation
berm.
between the street and the yard?
Yes, it is.
Did you clear off a piece of that berm?
We did.
And the reason was?
We wanted to see what was there. We didn't know what was there.
Did you do a search from the flagpole all the way to the street?
No,
Did you do a search of that flagpole across the front yard?
no,
Did you do a search from that flagpole all across the berm, all the way down the line?
no. It was approximately 15 to 18 inches.
And why such a limited search?
Because we had no other reason than it was a medical call at this time.
Did you see snow in other parts of the yard?
Yes, the entire yard was covered.
And other than Officer Lang's footprints across the front of the yard, no other footprints?
There were no other footprints.
Any other visible signs that anything was moved or dragged across that side or front lawn?
No, not at all.
Any doggy prints in the snow?
No, not at all.
You were asked whether you sought a search warrant. Is there a difference between a witness and an eyewitness?
Yes,
You were asked questions about people in the home and they were characterized as witnesses. Did you have any information that anybody inside that home was a witness to what happened to Mr. O'Keefe?
no,
Did you have any information when you made these decisions about search warrants? Did you have any information from anybody, anywhere, that Mr. O'Keefe ever stepped 1 foot inside that home?
I'm going to allow it.
No.
Briefly, can we turn the lights on, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, please.
Oh my God. Why doesn't she just say, no, you can't approach? He doesn't want anybody to know that John didn't go in the house. But no, she should have said, no, we're not approaching. We're not going to keep doing this. I'm allowing it. Lauren Crime hasn't put on the Karen cam. We would have it if either I signed into Zoom, which it would overload my computer to sign into Zoom to try to do that. Or Lauren Crime needs to give us the Karen cam. That's what it looks like, though. Joy said, no fight. That's a fictional story crafted by Karen and her dad and Jackson. Yannetti was first attorney hired by Karen, and he floated an accident theory involving a brain tumor and MS suffering Karen. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, interrupt. Exactly, Eva. It's a tactic. Also, he doesn't want anybody to know that, John, there's no evidence that John ever stepped a single foot in that house. So he interrupts and says, sidebar, we need a sidebar. The judge also needs to take her discretion in, and when they're just using it, and say, no, we're not going to do a sidebar. I'm allowing it. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan. She needs to stop giving into these endless sidebars. If you guys want to do me a favor while we're on this little short break, because we're going to have a break coming up soon for, morning break that the judge loves so much. Give a like or a subscribe, a share for the video for people who don't know we exist. It's very super helpful. There's 162 of you here watching across 2 platforms. So it's super, super helpful for those likes and subscribes and shares. If you can, try to donate to the channel. It's very helpful. We rely on the donations to keep the channel running. We don't have any other monetization at the moment, so we only have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut. We have an Apple Pay and a Revolut link.
May I?
Revolut is for people all over the world to send and receive money.
As a lifelong law enforcement officer, have you obtained search warrants before?
yes,
Have you obtained search warrants for homes?
yes, many times.
Is there a certain requirement before you obtain a search warrant for a home?
Yes, critical legal standards, yes.
And what is that?
Probable cause.
And for us, what does that mean, probable cause?
So probable cause is a reasonable belief that a crime has been committed or evidence of a crime can be found in a specific location.
Can you obtain a search warrant if you do not have a reasonable belief that evidence exists somewhere?
No, you cannot.
Is there a process in getting a search warrant? Can you just walk in a home and say, I have a search warrant, or do you have to do something?
You have to write an affidavit in good faith, swearing before the court that all your information is accurate and truthful, and present the facts, circumstances, witness statements that would make you believe that there was a reason to violate your Fourth Amendment constitutional right.
When you walked into Fairview that morning with Sergeant Lang, Did you have a search warrant?
No, I did not.
Did you have any reason to get a search warrant?
No reason at all.
When you walked in, were you invited?
Yes.
Did anybody?
She doesn't get to complain about the Karen Cam.
Did
She's got a
anybody
public
prevent
trial.
you from coming in?
No, not
Did
at all.
anybody ever ask you to leave?
No,
They
not
should
at all.
told her to
When
stick
you
it.
spoke to Mr. Albert, did he ever discontinue or end the conversation?
No.
Wanda
Were you
Petro's
doing
reporting
any favors for anybody that morning?
a juror.
No, of course not.
If you had probable cause to search anywhere that morning, would you have?
Absolutely.
Zoom.
You were
It's
asked questions
Zoom.
about memorializing your efforts when you were in the area of Mr. O'Keefe's body. And you were asked about written reports. Are there other ways to memorialize efforts other than writing a report?
Yes,
You videotaped, or you had Sergeant Good videotape your search?
that is correct.
Who told him to do that?
I did,
Why did you tell him to do that?
because I want it, in case it ever became an issue, I wasn't familiar with it being used before. I wanted people to understand how effective it was.
Do you know whether or not the police cars have dash cams?
They do, yes.
Do you know if any of the police cars had dash cams that day?
3 of them did, yes.
You mentioned that at some point you learned that Mr. O'Keefe had passed.
I'm not sure when we found that out, but yes.
Is there a statute or a rule when there is a death, whether a local county keeps the case or it needs to be transferred?
It's transferred, yes.
Is there a rule or is that a policy of the Canton Police Department?
It's a rule.
You were asked about Alexis in the Sally Port.
Correct.
Do you know exactly what time that Alexis was brought to the Sally Port?
I don't have any personal knowledge of that.
You were asked about a broken taillight. Have or had you reviewed any of the dash cams from the Canton Police Department that day?
Not that day, no.
You were asked about cross-contamination with the cups. When you brought the cups to the criminalist, where did you give them to him or her?
I carried them down to, we walked together, I carried them down to the Sally Port.
Did you see anybody using a white rag or a paper towel to dip it in to any
No.
of the cups?
No.
Did you see anybody shaking the cups or splashing?
No, they were handled very carefully.
Sustained is.
Did you see anything that would cause you concern that there was some type of purposeful or inadvertent contamination or transfer?
Absolutely not.
And you've been trained.
Yes.
Did you see anything during that time that caused you any concern about the potential corruption of evidence?
No, I had complete faith in the criminalist.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
There's a box for identification that has a glass in it. I'd like to take that into evidence.
Jimmy.
I'll do it later then.
Is there any objection, Mr. Jackson, any objection to?
Yeah, just
Okay.
No, John DePetro was reporting that a juror that he's watching keeps nodding along with Lieutenant Gallagher and that they're rolling their eyes every time Jackson objects.
All right, so we can put it in at any time then? And then when Mr. McDermott comes back?
Thank you. The glass that you showed the jury yesterday, when you showed it to us yesterday, did it look any differently than when you recovered it from the ground where you were looking that morning?
No.
Did you have any information that that glass came from inside Fairview Road?
No.
Do you know where that glass came from?
I have no personal knowledge where that glass came from.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Very briefly, Your Honor, you indicated that you were
Spitballing, to use your word, correct?
Correct.
Trying to figure out what happened.
Correct.
That's the job of an investigator, correct?
That is correct.
You
Yes,
don't
sir.
just take witnesses' words for things, do you?
That is correct.
You have to corroborate things.
Yes.
You have to look deeper,
Yes,
ask more questions,
absolutely.
actually investigate.
That's why we're here today.
You don't rule out anything or anyone
We
right
did-
off the bat, correct?
Correct. and we
No
did not.
one is ruled out. Nothing is ruled out,
That is
correct?
correct.
You
Yes,
follow where the evidence leads you, period, amen.
absolutely.
You didn't seek, to separate the occupants at 34 Fairview, correct?
No,
You didn't interview Brian Albert formally, did you?
I did not. No.
You were asked by Mr. Brennan, did he ever end the conversation precipitously? Did he end it early or anything like that? He didn't end any interview because he wasn't interviewed, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't interview Brian Higgins.
That is correct.
You wouldn't interview Brian Higgins because he's your personal friend, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't have anybody else interview him either, did you?
Again, we're talking, I think we've gone over this and maybe you didn't understand it. I didn't know Brian Higgins was at the house at that time.
Because you didn't ask anybody else who was at the house at that time.
I wasn't talking to anybody at that house, correct?
Might have been a good idea, wouldn't it?
Not at that time. We were there for one specific reason. We wanted to get to the hospital. So no,
Might have been a
I
good
disagree.
idea to sit Mr. Albert down and say, there, you're shaking your head again. I'm not done with my question. Might have been a good idea, Mr. Gallagher, since you happen to be there, no sweat off your brow, to sit Mr. Albert down and say, by the way, I got a pen and a paper. Who was here last night, just before John O'Keefe was found dead on your lawn? Who was here? Might have been a good idea, correct?
so that was already done by Detective Sergeant Lang, and it was documented in his report of everybody of what Mr. Jackson is asking.
Then how did you two not know that Brian Higgins was there?
I don't know where.
At 34
I'm confused. At what time?
Right.
At what time?
Exactly.
At what time?
When John O'Keefe arrived
Okay.
at 34 Fairview after midnight on January 29th, 2022.
So when I discovered Brian Higgins was there, wasn't until I read the report.
And you were standing in the house, Sergeant Blank, and you just told these jurors knew that Brian Higgins and everybody else was there
He had obtained the names. He hadn't written the report yet.
and hadn't told his boss,
I don't recall.
even though you two went together to interview yet another witness?
That's correct. There was a very fast-moving scene and pace. That is correct.
While you were spitballing, you also didn't secure the camera footage that we've talked about, the Arlo footage.
Yes, that's correct.
You also didn't formally search the house, correct?
Absolutely
We
correct.
just talked about that. You didn't seek consent by Brian, pardon me, by Brian Albert to search the house, correct?
That's correct.
You also didn't seek a search warrant. You talked about that, correct?
Correct.
You don't get punished or in trouble if you seek a search warrant and a judge who has to sign the search warrant. Normal citizens can't do that. It requires a judge's signature. You don't get in
But you
trouble
don't, if you know it's not going to be signed.
If you seek a search warrant that is denied, correct?
In this particular situation, I would need to articulate facts, certain circumstances, and witness statements. What I had was nobody could put John O'Keefe in the house, including Miss Reed, and that we had a glass where they were coming from a bar, and I had 3 separate police officers, including myself, that had been in that house on 3 separate occasions and saw nothing amiss. I have a good faith obligation to present the truth to a judge. And if I don't, I can be found, end up on a Brady list or a Giglio list, as you know. And my credibility to testify in my career is basically over. So yes, you can get in trouble.
You're talking about lying in an affidavit, sir.
I'm talking about misleading.
Correct.
I would have to twist circumstances to have the right to search Brian Albert's house. We had no reason, and there's been no reason since.
How about this? There's a dead
Woo,
guy
woo, woo.
like he potentially could have been in a physical altercation. How about that? Might that be of some concern to go inside the house?
That didn't
and see if
happen.
it was a
No,
started in
that
the
didn't
house?
happen.
Yes or no?
There's still no evidence to go into the house.
You have a guy that's out on the lawn with no coat on. You think the coat might be inside the house? That
No,
might
we're
be a
in New
reasonable
England.
assumption? Yes or no?
No,
You got a
not-
We
guy
live in New
outside,
England. No.
shoe on. You think the shoe might be inside the house? That might be a reasonable assumption?
I never saw Mr. O'Keefe. I wasn't aware that he
Because you
didn't
didn't
have his
seek
shoes.
to find out the details. Other people knew every single fact that I just suggested
No, they
at the
didn't.
time you walked in the house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
That's not true. You don't file for a search warrant in bad
Fact
faith
is, you
with
didn't seek a search warrant.
things you don't have.
I wouldn't. Correct.
The fact is, you never searched the house.
That's correct.
The fact is, you never searched the basement.
That's correct.
The fact is, you never searched the
basement.
garage.
That's correct.
Here we go with the garage again.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Have you ever learned one fact that would have justified searching that house?
Not to this day.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained,
bad.
Mr. Ford. And you can put the glass in right now, Mr. Vernon.
Thank you.
No, it's not
Evidence,
helping him.
please.
I do not understand why the judge is allowing Jackson to
All right, Lieutenant, you're all
recross
set, sir.
Thank you.
on. They're not supposed to be
Your next
recrossing
witness, Mr. Brennan?
unless it's some new information that
Plate
was
clip
brought out
18, please.
on redirect. So I don't know why the judge is
Thank you.
allowing him to question about things he already questioned. Not supposed to happen. What did he say? Sorry, I was talking. Can I have a moment? No. Oh, I'm sorry. What? Are
Your Honor, may we approach? Ms. Louise is here.
you fucking kidding me? Here we go again. May we approach? No. It's not helping him, you're right, Joy, because his objection right away to the fact that Lieutenant Gallagher had no other evidence to this day that anything else ever happened in that house to get any sort of search warrant is telling the jury that he doesn't want people to know about John not going in the house. And that's the jury's not dummies. They're not idiots. Like, I got a text message while we were watching some of that. And somebody reminded me that for the people that don't have the apps to donate, but have been emailing me about another way, someone just reminded me that we also have the option of e-gift cards. Those can be sent via email to my email anywhere you choose. So I totally forgot about that option. Anna sometimes will kindly send me Amazon gift cards. A couple people have sent me those. I've gotten a Dunkin' gift card, which I used, which was so kindly given to me. I appreciated that. That's also another option for people who don't have the apps, because I get emails or people who are like, I don't have the apps. First it was, I don't live in the country. So then I got Revolut and PayPal. And then it was, I don't have the apps for people who are in the US or out of the US. But so there's that option as well. I totally forgot all about that. But if you do want to help out the channel and you do have the apps as well, or websites, or we have an Apple Pay link and a Revolut link. PayPal you can use as well. I can make a link for PayPal, but you can use your debit or credit with PayPal as well. Anybody can. But we do have, of course, for the US viewers, Venmo and Cash App and Chime. It's very well appreciated. We rely on our donations from our viewers to survive. We don't have some of what the other channels have. We're not as big as some of the other channels. So we don't have, 10,000 people in chat. So there aren't, every hour, 5 people donating. So, we rely on the generosity of our viewers to help us out so that we can continue bringing you these 8+ hour streams for court and our Sunday streams. I only take Saturday off. Saturday is my only day off. So don't get offended if I don't answer on a Saturday. Also, I want to remind everybody there's no show on Sunday this week.
Place to take our morning recess, so we'll take a 15-20 minute break.
All rise, please. Here's
Hold on a
close the
second.
notebooks and follow me.
Morning recess. So there's not going to be a Sunday show this week because it's Mother's Day. It's Mother's Day. I have added a few things to my Amazon wish list for Mother's Day. A couple small things that people can pick from, but anything on the wish list is always a Mother's Day gift for me. That's for sure. Even if it's trash bags, you know, those are things you need in the house all the time.
Hey, what's
and
up?
Dougie points out something important, which is why the defense gets to recross examine a witness. Now, here's the problem. They're only supposed to be allowed to recross if on redirect, new information is brought out. Then they're allowed to recross on the new information that's brought out on redirect. The problem here is that the judge keeps allowing him to just keep going back into the same line of questioning on the same things that have already been talked about, which shouldn't happen. She should have shut it down. Like, so
I think
that's a good
push. I think the judge is just so afraid of an appeal.
Yep.
That she is just letting them have a lot of leeway.
Yep.
Because this has been going on for a very fucking long time, this trial. And like multiple trials, you know, a lot of years and years have gone by, and I don't think she wants to give them any excuse for an appeal.
That's right.
I also think that, you know, I think it's kind of weird that the defense is trying to say, like, you know, the police are corrupt. And then their line of question is, why aren't you corrupt enough to fabricate a search, like information to get a search warrant in the house? Like, make it up excuse to go in there. Say you have no jacket on, or like say the guy had no jacket on. Or no
I
shoe.
actually love though, B. Tim, that he said that because it just shows he's from LA. Anybody here in Boston knows, like, most of us actually don't wear a jacket in the wintertime. If you're just getting in a car going places, there's no point to. You have heat in the car and you're only getting out to go into that place.
I've seen some people walk out with like a pair of shorts in the motherfucking winter. So
that happens here. Yep.
In New York, I see that all the time. It just happens. Some people have like a higher resistance to cold, and they're just like whatever to it, and they're only out for a little bit. But the fact is, it's like, why would he have a giant jacket on if he's bar hopping and he's fucking going into a car? In the end of the day, he's just, you know, and he's a big guy. A big guy is not going to get cold as easily as a small little guy. You know what I mean? Like, I just think like it's just not common sense. And I think like him saying like you should search the house, but you're like, he's trying to explain to him is like, I can't make up probable cause to get a search warrant. And I can't just start searching their house without permission.
No.
You know what I mean? And that's a big problem with this guy. And when you're saying, well, he was, you know, in the front, like in lawn, well, that doesn't mean anything. He could have been hit by a car. And that's what ultimately happened. You know, if there was like a knife wound in his chest, then you can make an argument of like, well, maybe he was in the house and he went like on his back or something like that. There has to be evidence for you to get a search warrant. And I think like, you know, if he was in the other, you know, if he was representing the Alberts and they went to do an illegal law, like search in their house, he would have had that shit thrown out, anything they found.
Yep.
So
100%. I mean, because it would have had no basis in reality. Agent 99 sent $8. Thank you so much for coffee. I appreciate you. And of course, our wonderful Jack D sends $10 and some cents. Thank you, Jack. I appreciate you, my friend. Those are ones that we got when we were watching that. So I wanted to read them so I don't forget.
No problem. So who do you think is like the next witness on the list?
Okay, so the way I've been told is that Hank Brennan this time has decided to sort of mix and match, if you will. And match witnesses, law enforcement, and the like EMTs, firefighters. So he sort of has spread them out throughout the entirety of the trial and then sort of sprinkled in some experts. I did hear him last week say that we would see one of the experts this week. I'm not sure what day. But it seems to me as if he's sort of switching off, like I was told, between police, firefighters. I mean, somebody pointed out earlier, we haven't heard from Flamati yet. And he was another person who said he heard Karen say, I hit him.
Well, I think what they're doing is, and this is, I think the tactic Mr. Hank Brennan is doing, is that he's basically trying to build the case that she did it. And then afterwards, when he does that, do kind of damage control after that, whereby he lets Proctor up and questions Proctor. because he knows that he's going to lose points for Proctor. Proctor is unfortunately a very damaging witness for the prosecution.
Yeah.
Based upon his statements and based upon really his statements. I can't really think of anything other than his eternal statements. I don't think he's done anything procedurally wrong with things, but his statements alone are what is really damaging, which is kind of sad if you think about it. That if you remove that whole these statements and stuff like that, you'd probably have a lot harder time to impeach his witness. But I think that's what he's doing. I think he's building so that the jury will listen to him.
Oh my God. Look at Jane just realized, and I just realized reading her comment that the fan's not on.
Oh shit. The fan is not on.
Fanny's not on. That's hilarious.
Yeah, they had Gallagher on.
Sidebars. I know, Trevor, I know, with the sidebars. What it seems to me happened is at some point, the Reed team or the prosecution or both complained that arguing this stuff in public could make clips to the news, and then the jurors might see it. So now things that they should be arguing publicly, even when the jury's not in there, they're now choosing to argue at sidebar. So my frustration with that is, again, it's a public trial. We have the right to hear it unless it's something that's under like a protective order or something that could be extremely biased. And even that, if the jury's out of the room, we should be hearing it.
Well, I mean, an interesting point that Mr. I think Matt Tepanek.
Yeah.
You ever see that guy? Yeah, Tepanek makes is like when these sidebars occur in front of the jury, they are almost entirely for show. If the judge keeps overruling your objection, it makes counsel look obstructionist, and weak. However, if you go to sidebar, you make it appear that you have a good reason. So I think, like, honestly, he's hitting the nail on the he's in the nail on the head.
But why would it? But that I could argue that could be extremely biased as well.
Well,
the jury.
I think he's hitting the nail on the head because he's basically stating that this is all for show, and that's what he's doing. The defense is doing. I mean, everything they've done is really for show. So why wouldn't sidebars be for show?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of everything is for show when it comes to them. But I do wonder, like this morning, she said, "Oh, I heard counsel wanted to see me." That should have been argued publicly. The jury wasn't even in there yet. So why are we arguing things at sidebar that we should be seeing when the jury's not even in the room yet? Like, that's really strange to me. Like, I don't understand. All you missed was the rest of Lieutenant Gallagher. I mean, it was much of the same that we've seen thus far, Ashley, with Jackson and his starting to scream and yell and blah, blah, blah. That sidebar was about clip 18 prior to the break. Hank asked for clip 18 and Jackson asked to approach. Well, we also had a couple reports from inside the courtroom. As this was playing, I was getting reports that there was one juror, oh God, I can't remember the screen name. Girl with the, she gives us, girl with an eagle eye. She gives us some good reporting and pops into chat with it. I also get some text messages where it reported that some of the jurors are getting sick of Jackson, where they're like rolling their eyes at him when he's doing these crosses and he starts yelling, and they're actually paying good attention and smiling when Hank is like, asking questions, and some of them were nodding their head. One of them was nodding their head when Lieutenant Gallagher was answering the questions, but rolling his eyes or her eyes when Jackson was doing cross.
I think you always have to take those statements as a grain of salt because, they could be, you never know if it's true, or you never know that they're kind of over interpreting things. But I will say if that is the case, then I would say that most likely means that Jackson is kind of losing them on these long-winded questions, and he's really just taking really Turtle Boy and talking points, really free camera talking points, and thinking that's going to be important. Like, well, the solo cups, and it's like
the solo cups and the butt dials, which mean absolutely nothing. Because that's Gallagher said, right? Like, he's like, I took them out and brought them
I don't think anyone thinks that Jen McCabe was sitting on her ass and she was making calls with her ass. A butt dial is a term of art.
It could be in your pocket.
By the way, it could be in your pocket. It could be like it's a misstyle. Right. And they think people think take it literal, like literally.
Everybody knows what a butt dial is, and everybody's done one. That's the part that gets me, is like what Jackson's not understanding. Once again, is he's not in LA. So when you say, because he wasn't wearing a jacket, blah blah blah, every one of those jury members has walked out of their house in the snow, in the cold, with no jacket, with just a sweatshirt or a long sleeve shirt, and gotten into their warm car, went somewhere and got out without a jacket. Every single one of them who live in Massachusetts have done that. So he's not helping himself.
Jen D, I think it's really a tactic for show, the sidebars. Even though they know that they're going to be overruled on it, they're going to do it because they know that it's a tactic to look good for the jury. And I think there are people on Twitter that actually think Jen McCabe dialed with her ass, or when people dial with their ass.
It's absurd.
Unfortunately, there are dumb people out there.
I can't wait to get the memberships back either. I hear you guys, but I do agree that a lot of these rulings by the judge, like not allowing some clips to be played in certain places, like they're very biased, like against the prosecution. The prosecution can't just go and appeal all of these. Like they can't unless there's like a very substantial like legal thing wrong with it. Like they can't just go and appeal it. So it's like I'm not really understanding what in the actual hell the judge is doing here.
I mean,
during the recess, Trooper Nicholas Garino enters the courtroom. Oh, shit.
Yeah.
He's definitely here to read more text messages. The only reason they have him come back is to read into the record.
By the way, I have a question about Mr. Garino. You might know this. Does he have any connections to the Birchmore case?
Other than him pulling the data.
Okay.
He does when it comes to pulling the data. He's the tech.
Because I heard from someone on Discord, they were mentioning how like he couldn't find certain texts on the Birchmore case. And that's maybe like the reason.
No.
Like
So they love to claim that he didn't. No, you know what? He found it in the computer. That's where he found most of the stuff was in the computer. And so even if he didn't originally find everything on the phones, he found it all on the computer. And that's when they referred it to like the FBI, like, hey, help us out here. This is clearly, we don't think it's a, suicide and like something's fishy here. Like,
okay, because they're making claims that like they're like he covered up
no, the state police are the ones that reached out to the FBI and were like, hey, you want to help us out here? Because remember, they love to say that all these cops are connected, but Sandra Birchmore only lived in Canton. All the officers involved in her case, like nefarious ones, came from the Stoughton PD and one from the Abington PD. Her abusers were from Stoughton, which is next door to Canton, but they were not the only thing Canton had to do with it was checking on her, finding her, and then passing it over once again from Canton to the Massachusetts State Police.
Yeah. I mean, I feel bad for Mrs. Proctor, but I think like Proctor should have been more professional in his conversations internally. Because like honestly, if Jackson didn't take advantage of it, some other defense attorney would have eventually caught those group chats and stuff like that. And I think like honestly, the truth of the matter is that you shouldn't have conversations about suspects like that because it makes you look biased towards them. It does.
It absolutely does.
And I'm going to be fair. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not like a Turtle Boy that's just going to say everything doesn't make, when you have texts like that, Jackson's going to have a field day with Mr. Proctor, unfortunately, because of those text messages. And it does make him look biased. And you could make arguments that, maybe he planted, like they can make arguments he planted it. Personally, I don't think he has enough time to plant those or find those materials. But because of his bias, like what seemed very biased in his text messages, it's gonna help the defense a lot, unfortunately, in their case.
Yeah, it is. I don't see it yet, Eva. I'll have to check. Which email? I have two. I have the Twisted Tragedies 3 at Gmail, and then the one that's connected to my PayPal. I checked them both, but I don't see anything yet. So make sure on your end you didn't accidentally send it to someone else.
Yeah, it was his personal phone, but you shouldn't be really talking about people you're doing a case about.
It's probably not smart. I mean, I get it. They have to vent. I totally understand it. They're human beings. They have to have a way to sort of, get it out. But you got to be careful when you're a police officer.
I mean, and also you have to realize that, it's not something he should have done. And honestly, I feel bad for the guy. I think the guy's gotten terribly harassed. I think his career got fucked over completely. And I think Mr. Proctor's probably a very nice guy. But unfortunately, he made a mistake. And sometimes we make mistakes in life that just, there's no sorries or anything like that. You just have to change your life. And I feel bad for him. And I hope he does, he eventually gets recovered and gets another job and makes, but unfortunately he made a mistake. And the mistake was big enough to cost him his job.
It sucks. I mean, to be fair, like, Leah was an amazing Massachusetts State police officer, canine officer, and Aiden pretty much ruined her career. She resigned all because, she had testified against an ex-boyfriend who was selling, you guys are going to love this, weed when she was younger, before she became a state trooper. Now, mind you, the state police knew about all of this, but he made it some giant scandal. And how could the state police hire such a person? How could you hire such a person for testifying? So it's like, she lost her career, but now she runs her own canine place and does amazingly,
Well,
she rescues and trains.
Yeah, I mean, if I was Proctor, though, to be honest with you, I'd probably have hired an attorney and attempted to sue my job to try to get my job back. To be honest,
he did appeal. He did appeal it.
Because I think he might have an appealable issue. I think he might, but it takes. Yeah, but I think
time.
But I don't think that he was, he planted evidence. I don't think he did any of those things. I don't think he's trying to cover up a murder. And I think the harassment
found that didn't happen, and so did the you know what I'm saying? So it's like, I mean, all of these things we know didn't happen. It's just another theory that the defense throws out there. And I do think the jury realizes most of these sidebars are from the defense. I think there's been like one or two for the prosecution, but most of them are from the defense. And I agree with Joy, and she's an attorney, so she should know. The judge needs to shut down all of these ridiculous constant sidebars. They're very distracting, and there's no reason for it.
What's sad is like, I'm glad they banned the whole saying of Birchmore. What's really sad, and like that's a sad case, and I truly believe that that woman, that girl, I should say, because she was very young, deserves justice. And I find it kind of despicable that you have like Karen Reed trying to use the tragedy of that case to bolster her case. And has she done any fundraising for the Birchmore case? Has she done any sort of
burns me? It burns me.
I find it kind of disgusting, actually.
I mean, did anybody hear the comments that Stuart Turtle made about the Sandra Birchmore? Like, it was awful, it was terrible, and no normal person thinks in that way. I was abused as a kid in the way that she was, and I'll tell you right now, like that poor girl lived with that every single day of her life.
But I'm just trying. I mean, I think it's really sad that they are. You know what I mean? Like, there's people that believe that Karen Reed's going to help the Birchmore case, and I just feel like, man, you don't know what's happening.
It has nothing to do with it.
She's trying to basically use that case as another piece of evidence to get her off of jail. And you know what she's going to do after that? She's going to fucking walk away and not help out that case at all. She hasn't done any fundraising for that case. She hasn't shown any support for that case at all. And that girl does, Birchmore does deserve justice, because I do believe the police had some, I do believe that, that was a staged unaliving situation.
Oh yeah, Stoughton PD's got a lot to answer for.
And I wish the same fervor that on the Karen Reed case was actually on the Birchmore case, to be completely honest with you, because that deserves the attention. But unfortunately, the one fatal flaw Birchmore has was she was poor and she had no money. Exactly. And that's the problem.
And really not a ton of family. She had an aunt, but her parents had passed, and she didn't have she reminds me a lot of myself. I don't have a ton of family either. My dad's been gone a long time. My bio dad is extremely sick. And I don't have the relationship I had with my, adopted stepdad, because that was dad to me. I didn't know my biological dad until I was an adult already. So my parents, when you don't have a ton of family around, it's just you and your chosen, what I call chosen family, which is your friends that are like family to you, that your kids probably call auntie and uncle because they've known them since they were born. She didn't have a ton of that. She had friends. But I'll tell you, living with what she lived with her entire life, all that abuse, it's not an easy thing to live with day by day. And you have PTSD long before you ever realize that that's what it is.
Yeah, I think it's just a very sad situation, because you could compare the two. You have Karen Reed, who's, in my mind, there's a lot of evidence pointing to her guilt. And the only reason why people care is because she had a bunch of money and she's had a bunch of publicity. And Birchmore, who's poor, and it took years and years for anyone to really do anything. And now they got no money and basically no justice for a while. And the only reason why people are looking into it is because the rich lady can use it as a way for evidence for herself.
Yes, exactly.
And you have a sad situation that Birchmore was exploited most of her life by adults, and now she's going to be exploited by content creators and Karen Reed, which is kind of the saddest thing I've ever thought about, because This girl can't even escape being exploited in death.
No, of course not. She was exploited in life and can't even escape it in death because some murderer wants to use her case as some ploy
Alleged
to get out
murderer.
of her own. It's absurd. Like,
Well, make sure you say alleged murderer just in case, just in case.
no, well, I believe that she's a murderer. That's my opinion.
Yeah. Okay.
The court clerk tells me, this is the reporting from WCBB, the court clerk tells me the judge has approved a motion banning any reference to the Sandra Birchmore case unless the door is opened. The motion is not yet available online. You want to know what's funny about this that we were just talking about, but like also other judges actually in that courthouse, in the Dedham courthouse, in other trials, that the doctor trial that was happening when this first started, and a couple of other cases, were actually stopping their juries and telling their juries, like when they were trying to bring Sandra Birchmore's case into those cases and this case into those cases, that they're both separate cases and have nothing to do with one another. Like,
yeah. Well, I mean,
so
because it's the classic defense tactic, the claim that someone is corrupt, everyone's corrupt, and it's something that could be very prejudicial to the prosecution. Especially Garino, who they probably would make a claim like, oh, well, you deleted all this and stuff. And how would he be able to combat that? Because there's no expert that would testify on that behalf for him. So it's kind of like, you can't really bring that into this case. I feel that it would be just pure prejudice towards the prosecution. And I don't think that would be a good idea. But I think Hank is doing a pretty good job thus far, way better than the first trial. I think he has a method to his madness, which is basically slowly developing a story, not being too long with the witnesses, making sure to get the points in. And the problem is, I feel like it's the opposite, like the first trial, whereby the first trial, Lally was playing more defensive position and Jackson was going in for the kill. Well, in this one it's like Jackson is playing defensive and Hank is going for the kill. And it's a completely different dynamic at this particular point.
Yeah. I mean, the judge shouldn't have let anything that has anything to do with Birchmore in this case. There's no connection other than some of the state troopers, because they deal with unattended deaths. That's their job in this state.
All right, I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
Oh my God. And I agree with Joy. She should say, no more sidebars. None. We've already ruled on this. And the fact that she's not really is aggravating.
Like, you're gonna have to keep that for every sidebar in the future, because that's like the best sidebar clip I've ever seen in my life.
We can thank Freak. He made it for me because I asked if someone could make one of them going back and forth with the sidebars, because I thought it would be funny. Also, it does kind of bring the comedic effect where you're like that pissed off about what's going on that it just brings you back down to reality for a second, because it's funny. Like,
it's funny and it's so true, because you see like this line of people coming up from the defense. All these attorneys, and it's kind of funny. And also, like, did anyone tell Karen Reed it's kind of a bad look to look like a mafioso figure with 4 attorneys? And just weird.
That's why she asked for the headphones, so that she didn't have to go up. But then you still chose to continue to keep going back and forth instead of sitting in your seat and waiting for your attorneys to tell you, because that's how much of a control freak you are. And you're showing the jury that. We already noticed it. The jury noticed it last time. He knows that.
Yeah, it's true. I mean,
yes, Katie, that's what they do. Sidebar. And like Joy pointed out, like, there's no need for all of them. The judge should be saying, no, this has already been ruled on. No, I'm allowing it. Like, end of story. There's no argument to be made. Like,
yeah. But Karen Reed does kind of reflect a mafioso figure. She's, she has her capos, which are content creators and her lawyers. And then she has her consiglione, which is Jackson and Yannetti, who are kind of not part of the mob. And she makes money from illegal raffles and to fund her campaign.
There might even be some people over there sitting with her family that so-and-so.
And then she does witness intimidation as well.
Yep. It's absurd. Like, it's like musical chairs. And like, I honestly want to call Guinness Book of World Records and see if this is actually like, if we've broken the record for sidebars at this point.
You might. Anyway, I'm going to skedaddle. I got work. You guys have a good one.
All right. See you in a bit, B. Tim.
Bye.
it is like a football huddle. Like, yeah, the higher tax bracket, but she gets everything back, you know, like most of us are barely scraping by day to day. And you got people throwing money at an accused murderer that's very clear. In this case, it's very simple. If you sort of break up all the noise and pull yourself, like Katie here did and Jesse did, out of the noise of all the lies you're being told by that like bubble of misinformation that's being fed to the masses. Like, the best that I can do here on my channel is push what I have of truth.
All right, to the court, please.
It's the only thing I can do. Like, and I mean, I have a personal interest in wanting to see justice, not just for everyone else who this has happened to, but myself as well. Like, it's absurdity. Like, absurdity. I promise you guys I will check all of these messages and whatnot in a bit. I got a ton of them, so I'll try to check them all. Yeah, the musical lawyer chairs. You know, it's a conspiracy chair now. Conspiracy berm, conspiracy dog, conspiracy car,
All right.
conspiracy
Mr. Brennan?
garage.
Thank you.
Oh God, please don't say his. If you say his name, he might pop up like a genie.
The Commonwealth moves into evidence and asks to play clip 18.
Okay.
So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
Thank you. We'll
The common,
take that.
thank you.
He took her drink, probably along with his drink. That's 2 glasses. Oh my God. If this was a drinking game, we'd be drunk by 9 a.m., 9:15 a.m. At least if she started on time.
All right, your next witness.
One more, please, Your Honor. The Commonwealth moves into evidence and seeks to play clip number 17, please.
Okay.
I gave an interview with ABC with Matt Gutman. I think this was whom I gave the interview to, and I said, he asked why was I saying, could I hit him, did I hit him? And I said, yeah, my first thought was I've been out late, I've been drinking, and he's in the general vicinity of where I last saw him. I mean, they talk about the left side of the property and the right as if it's, you know, Hammersmith Farms. It's a postage stamp. It's 50 feet. So he's in the front yard to the left of the front door, and no one's coming out of the house. Jen's telling me nobody's seen him. So I'm thinking, Jesus, was I starting to pull away and I ran over his foot? Like, he's roughly where I left him. So yeah, when I found him, I was thinking, did I like clip him somehow?
Okay.
Thank you.
So in order, it has 18 and then 17, or are they in the reverse order on the clip?
If I may see the exhibit. This one exhibit contains clip 12, clip 12A, clip 16, clip 17, and clip 18, all which were previously introduced.
Okay. And it's exhibit number what? Thank you. All right, thank you. Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Commonwealth call Mr. Robert Gilman to the stand.
Okay.
Always gonna object. No shit, no wonder why they didn't want that. Exactly, Brittany. Eva, I'm keeping an eye on email, darling. Anything, I just want to make sure you didn't you want to make sure you get your money back if they sent it to the wrong place.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now against the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Here we go.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, super.
Hey, Anna. Welcome back, my friend.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, stating your last name, spelling your last name for the court?
Good morning. My name is Robert Gilman, Gilman,
And what is your occupation, Mr. Gilman?
Yes.
meteorologist,
And where did you go to school?
Northeastern University and the Pennsylvania State University, Penn State.
And what degrees did you receive from those institutions?
I received a Bachelor of Science in Earth Science and in Meteorology.
Now, following your education, where did you first go to work?
I worked at the U.S. Geological Survey while I was finishing my education. I also worked at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission in Washington. I worked at AccuWeather at Penn State. And then I started my own business when I came back to the Boston area, working both in media, writing a column for the Patriot Ledger, radio, 95.9 WATD, and also providing information to municipalities about snow and ice in consulting.
Now, starting first with the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission, what did you do there?
I worked in the Division of Site Safety and Earthquake Analysis. That was primarily involving siting nuclear power plants.
And as far as AccuWeather, Inc., what was it that you did there?
Meteorology, I worked starting out drawing maps. We drew our own maps back in those days, providing observations to meteorologists and helping develop forecasts.
Now, you had worked, you had mentioned earlier in your testimony, you'd worked as a meteorologist in New York for the radio, for the Patriot Ledger, and New England Weather Service. Is that correct?
New England Weather Science, that's correct.
And how long a period of time span are we talking about as far as your work as a meteorologist?
Over 45 years.
Now, if you could explain to the jury just in general terms, what is meteorology?
Well, the term is actually a shortened term of hydrometeorology, one who studies falling water things. And it's a study of the atmosphere.
Now, in your work as a meteorologist, what are the different types of data that you study and examine?
Mostly measured data such as temperature, humidity, wind, precipitation, but also sensing data with satellites that orbit the Earth and with radar that shoots electronic beams out and comes back and forms images that we can analyze.
Now, beyond the satellites and the radar, where does that other data come from?
Well, the observing stations generally are at airports, for instance, but they're also at utilities, and there are private networks. And these either automated or amateur weather observers take down data such as I just mentioned, temperature, precipitation, visibility at these different locations.
And what is your current occupation?
Meteorologist.
And where is it that you currently work?
I work for Precision Weather Forecasting Incorporated, and I also do work to assist requests for past weather data, both for clients of ours at Precision Weather Forecasting and other requests for weather data.
And is that a company that you started yourself in conjunction with other people?
Yes, thank you. It's a company that we founded, my partner and I've been working with meteorologist Bill Guile for 30 years. We're both local, and we found that we had a lot of interest together. I don't stay up 24/7. He stays up overnight a lot of times, and we work much better on that shift kind of work during the day, answering questions of clients about snow and ice especially. So we formed our own corporation, a Massachusetts corporation, in 2016.
And how long, even prior to the incorporation in 2016, how long have you been working in that capacity for building that company?
Oh, I would say over 45 years, going back to 1979, 1980.
And what type of service does your company provide to your clients?
Precise snow and ice information. I own the website snowandice.com, and our clients depend on very local, precise snow and ice guidance. It's for safety, it's for efficiency, environmental concerns of not putting down a lot of chemicals when snow is going to change to rain, that kind of thing. So we're giving very local, precise weather information to help anyone that has snow and ice management concerns.
And if you could expound upon that just a little, sir, as far as what types of data or information is it that your company provides?
Mainly precipitation timing, when snowfall might begin in a particular place, the intensity of the snow, whether it might be expected to change to ice or rain or go back to snow or ice to help with those kinds of operations.
And where does that data or information come from?
As meteorologists, we develop it ourselves. It's all in-house. We take a variety of different data from numerical modeling, guidance products, and observational information, and develop the forecast specifically for the client.
And as far as your clientele is concerned, to whom are you providing this data or information?
We work for most of the towns and the city in Norfolk County. We work for the largest cities in Massachusetts, some of the largest colleges and universities and other facilities, hospitals.
And what is the purpose of you providing that information to the clientele to whom you give it to?
Again, safety, efficiency, environmental concerns, to give them the best information to do the job they need to do. And it's a difficult job, as you can imagine.
Now, at some point, sir, were you asked to look at some data related to the Canton, Massachusetts area in the time frame leading up to and including January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to provide a simple report of the days preceding January 29th, 2022, and a more detailed report of the early morning hours of January 29th about estimating snowfall during that time period.
And in total, as far as that total time frame, do you recall what dates you were looking at?
I believe it was January 26th to the 29th.
And during that time frame, was there a significant storm forecast for that time period?
Oh, yes.
And what was the forecast for?
Well, the forecast for the first couple of days was dry and very cold to bitterly cold. As we got closer to the 28th and 29th, we were looking at a storm coming in from the west and strengthening along the mid-Atlantic coastline. And we issued warnings, again, 2 to 3 days ahead of time to let our clients know that this was going to be a significant winter storm.
And specifically with the storm, what was the timing associated with that forecast as far as when would the storm begin?
We expected the storm, the snowfall, and the increase in wind to begin very late Friday evening, the 28th, with light to very light snow, and then to increase in intensity, especially later in the morning and through the late morning and midday of the 29th.
Now, from a scientific perspective, what is a blizzard?
A blizzard technically requires a great reduction in visibility. It doesn't even have to be snowing. Either falling or blowing snow
visibility a quarter mile or less, with winds of 35 miles an hour, either sustained or frequent gusts for 3 hours or more.
Now, did this particular storm meet that criteria?
The storm did, absolutely, for Boston and much of the greater Boston area, including in Canton at the Blue Hill Observatory. However, not every spot had all of those criteria during the entire time period that the snow was falling.
Now, how significant a storm actually occurred, not taking away from your forecast, but actually occurred during that time frame?
This was the biggest January storm in history, with 27 inches of snowfall. And it snowed heavily for several hours, visibility under a quarter of a mile. And the temperature was dropping during that time, and the winds were gusting frequently to 40 and 50 miles an hour in this area.
Now, that data that you looked at from that time frame of January 26th through the 29th of 2022, what types of data specifically did you look, or actually, we'll get to specifics in a moment. What data in general terms did you look at in your analysis?
3 locations, the Blue Hill Observatory, which is the oldest continuously operating weather observatory in North America, close by, Boston, which is a first order weather station at Logan Airport, and Norwood Airport, which is a mile away. And those were the 3 locations. I was considering the surface observations from those locations, also considered other types of observational data. I mentioned the radar data, so the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration maintains a NEXRAD NOAA database. And third was the National Operational Hydrologic Remote Sensing Center, which categorizes snowfall and snow depth. So those 3 different types of data at those 3 different locations.
Now, when you talk about the Blue Hills Observatory being the oldest in the country, how old is it?
I was established by Abbott Roch, who left his family home at 5 Commonwealth Avenue in Boston and built this really strange little structure at the top of Great Blue Hill on February 1st of 1885.
And do you know how far away from 34 Fairview Road that Blue Hills Observatory is?
Yes, I do. If you don't mind me consulting my note for a moment.
So what are you reading, Mr. Gilman?
I'm reading notes I took on measurements from Blue Hill to Fairview. And that's, may I answer the question?
Yes, yes, you
I'm
are.
okay with your honor, I just wanted the record to know.
Yes, that's why I asked him what he's reading.
Yeah, just
that
keep
would be 7
objecting,
miles.
Alessi.
And the Norwood
Nice
Airport, how
ass.
far again is that, or how far away again is that between Norwood Airport and 34 Fairview?
Shall receive. That's
1
who's doing
mile.
the fraud.
Now, these measurements that you used in your analysis, are you familiar with how those measurements are taken or how they're done at each of those 3 locations?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how those measurements are done or how those calculations or the data is collected?
Sure. Boston, again, is a first order station. It's equipped with automated equipment. It's called ASOS, Automated Surface Observing System. And it takes measurements of temperature, visibility, wind, humidity at very frequent intervals throughout the 24-hour day. It also collects precipitation, which isn't easy if you think of Logan Airport being out in the harbor and trying to collect every raindrop in that environment. But they have a very sophisticated rain gauge system that actually does a fairly good job of collecting precipitation. Moving on to Norwood Airport, very similar. It's not as high a caliber a station as Boston is in terms of the frequency of observations or the complete set of data. Blue Hill Observatory is a special case indeed. It had been manned for most of the day for many years. The former observer is still alive and well in Hingham, Bob Skilling. For the last several years, 10, 15 years or so, it was an ASOS system that I just mentioned, but in recent years that was cut back. So there are observers that are there and they take observations when they're there, and they take automated observations otherwise and take a record of that. But it's not on the, for instance, the FAA network, Federal Aviation Administration. Weather data, of course, is extremely critical to aviation, and they have a network of weather data. The Blue Hill Observatory currently is not on that network.
Now, how the data is collected or calculated at each of those respective facilities, is that how it's standardly collected within the industry?
Yes.
And is it a routine both in your practice and in your meteorological industry as a whole, relying on that type of data and the way it's collected?
Yes, there are standards established. I'm a member of the American Meteorological Society, the Professional Society of Meteorologists, and there are standards that are established on taking weather measurements.
Now, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Gilman, Your Honor, may I remain here just
Sure.
a moment? Mr. Gilman, I'm handing you a series of, I believe, about 6-page documents. You recognize that?
Yes.
Back a little bit more so the jurors can see the witness, please.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that?
This is a local climatological data sheet for January 2022 for each day. And I believe there's, as I look through it, hourly reports of weather observations, especially for January 29th at Norwood Airport. And this is published by the U.S. Department of Commerce, NOAA, the National Environmental Satellite Data and Information Service.
And at least in part, is that the data that you were testifying about before, as far as the data that you relied upon in your study here?
It's one element, that's right. And again, I put a lot of strength to this data because it is in such proximity to Canton, to the location we're concerned about.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute as the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 60.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I return what's now been marked as Exhibit 60 to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Gilman, starting with snow accumulation, during the period that you were looking at, what is it that you found?
The snow began to accumulate during this winter storm. And by the way, I think I can use the term nor'easter, blizzard, bombogenesis, bomb cyclone, winter storm, all referring to the storm event of the 28th, mostly the 29th. The first snowfall began late in the evening on the 28th and continued into the 29th.
Just starting with that snapshot of the evening of the 28th, how much snow accumulated on the 28th before turning the page to the 29th?
Very little, enough to track a cat, 0.2 of an inch.
Now, with reference to the 29th, were you able to determine from that data sort of the hourly snowfall as it came down?
Yes, as the hourly precipitation data, temperature, and other information was reported, I was able to analyze it each step of the way as the storm progressed.
And from your analysis, sir, could you describe to the jury, sort of going bit by bit, what was that hourly snowfall for the 29th?
As I said in the report, it's estimated that as it began, it was on the order of 0.3 of an inch an hour on the 29th until 1 o'clock. And it stayed in that light range. And anything under an inch an hour of accumulation is termed light snowfall. So that by 3 and 4 a.m., we were looking at 3, 4, 5/10 of an inch an hour. There started to be an increase more noticeable in the intensity by 5 a.m. with another inch, and then by 6 a.m. with another 1.2 inches.
If I could stop you there just for one moment, Mr. Gilman. So from the time period from when the storm began on the 28th to the time period of 6 a.m. on the 29th, how much in total snowfall had accumulated at that point?
I believe that was, do my arithmetic, 3.9 inches up to 6 a.m.
And I'm sorry, sir, if you could continue now going forward from 6 a.m. on the 29th.
Then we started getting into a more moderate snowfall, and again, that's an inch an hour more, so that by 7 o'clock was another inch and a half. By 8 o'clock, another inch, 1.1. And then by 9 and 10 o'clock, it was getting to be moderate to heavy snowfall based on radar returns and X-rad radar information, based on the visibility reduction, based on the amount of precipitation that was melted in the rain gauges, based on other reports from cooperative observers. So that's on the order of an inch and a half an hour of intensity, and that continued through the middle of the day, rapidly accumulating on the ground, and it accumulated at even 2 inches an hour by the early afternoon, before it started to wind down in intensity, as these types of storms always do. By 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, it was back down to light snowfall, 1/2 inch to 2/10 of an inch. And the snowfall accumulation had ended by 10 o'clock at night.
If I could take you back just a little bit to right before it turns from the moderate inch and a half per hour to about the lighter snow. About how much snow had accumulated at that point? Around 6 p.m. or so.
Around 6 p.m.?
Yes.
Well, again, I'm just going to do the arithmetic of subtracting the snowfall after 6 p.m., which was 1.3 inches from the total, which was 23.8. Do that arithmetic. 23.8 was the total snowfall, and 1.3, 22.5 inches.
So that's 22.5 inches, just short of 22, excuse me, just short of 22.5 inches by 6 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was the total snow accumulation from the storm in its entirety again?
23.8 inches.
Okay, so just short of 2 feet. Is that correct?
That's correct. The biggest snowstorm in January in our history.
Now, sir, have you prepared some visual aids to assist the jury with the snow accumulation?
Yes.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Gilman, showing you 3 documents. Just ask you to look at those. We're about to be finished.
Yes, I've seen these, yeah.
And what do you recognize each of those 3 to be?
The first one is a storm warning report that was sent to our clients in this area regarding the upcoming snowfall, winter storm. And we began sending this type of a report, as I said, 3 days prior. This was one of the last ones that was sent as the storm was getting underway in this area. So this was sent by my colleague, my partner, Bill Guile, at 8 o'clock that Friday evening. And it's a detail of when the snow is going to start, when the first inch will be on the ground, the total snowfall, the duration of the storm, and what's going to happen after the storm, which is also critical for our clients to know how to clean it up and what kind of post-storm conditions as far as temperature and other things to consider. So that's the heading of the form. Then we get into this detailed 6-hour time block series. And of course, that begins at 6 p.m. to midnight, since this was issued at 8 p.m. And we talk about the weather conditions and how much, if any, snowfall.
I don't mean to interject, but just you recognize what's on that, and that is the forecast that you sent out, correct?
Yes. Our company sent out. My partner, Bill Guile, actually sent it.
And the last 2 sheets that you have before you, what are those?
These are images taken from one of those 3 sets I talked about. The the data set from NOAA, the National Operational Hydrologic Remote Sensing Center, and it's a image of snow depth or snow on the ground at 2 times on January 29th. The first time is 1 a.m. and the second time is 7 a.m. And it's a map of Greater Boston down to the South Shore into northwestern Rhode Island.
Can I go, Sean?
Yes.
Almost introducing the minutes, the next 3 exhibits.
No objection, Your Honor.
Great, thank you.
Sixty-one, 62, and 63.
And again, Your Honor, may I return those to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Gilman, what is the difference between a forecast versus a report of actual conditions or weather measurables?
As defined, a forecast is your best estimate based on science and data available of how the future is going to play out in terms of weather, the amount of snowfall, the temperature, the observed data. And I often make the distinction between soup and sandwich. Weather and forecast always seem to go together, but there actually is weather, and that's separate from what the forecast is, and there's always some small distinction. Lately, we've been getting pretty good at getting accurate weather forecasting done, but it is the actual weather that's measured. How much snow is on the ground, how much snow fell, what the wind speed was during any given period, temperature, those kind of elements that actually occurred.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish to the jury on the screen a copy of the forecasting document?
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Thank you. And Mr. Gilman, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as the forecasting document that's now been marked as an exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could, directing the jury's attention from left to right as far as the columns go, if you could walk the jury through sort of what we're looking at in this particular aid.
Sure. So below the heading, I think I defined the heading just before, we have these 6-hour time periods. So the columns are the day, in this case, today being Friday in this forecast, the weather, the amount in inches, that would be of snowfall, the temperature, that's the air temperature, and air temperature is taken 5 feet above the ground in a natural surrounding. The road temperature, also in Fahrenheit, and that is the surface ground temperature, which is very important to our clients. And then we have wind, both sustained and gusts. Below that, we have special notes to amplify our message. A lot of times people don't read everything, so we try to highlight what's important or add something that wouldn't be in one of those columns.
And as far as the air temperature is concerned, as far as it being recorded, does that incorporate wind chill into that temperature, or is that something else?
Wind chill is a calculated amount or figure of heat transfer based on how human beings react to temperature. So this is the actual temperature that would be measured on a thermometer.
And thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. And again, on the bottom portion of this aid, again, if you could walk the jury through what we're looking for, what we're looking at, and specifically, if you could draw their attention to the snow accumulation that's forecast in this.
Certainly. The same applies to the columns. Now we're into the tomorrow. So since this was issued at 8 p.m. on Friday, tomorrow is Saturday. And we're going through each 6-hour period and how much snowfall could be expected. You see it starts with 3 or 4 inches and then ramps up as we get later in the morning to as much as 6 to 10 inches of snow. And you can calculate what that hourly rate might be based on the 6-hour period. We give that type of range because it's scientifically accurate. People really want to know every minute, every hour, and that's just not something that modern science can do. So we give this period to be as accurate as possible while still being extremely precise. 7 to 9 inches during the afternoon period, and then it winds down to 2 to 3 inches toward midnight.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Mr. Gilman, the snow accumulation, how is that measured as far as the measurements that you get from each of these 3 sites? How is that measured at those sites?
At Blue Hill Observatory, there's often an observer, a trained observer, making measurements. The standard is to use what we call a snowboard. And if any of the members of the jury do weather observing or no weather observers, you might be familiar. It's just like a piece of plywood, something that doesn't radiate like pavement would or a house would. Just something that would allow the snowfall to accumulate in a natural way. And then that's cleaned off every 3 hours. And those amounts are added throughout the duration of the snowfall event. So that's the way the observers at the Blue Hill Observatory literally have been doing that since 1885. When you come to Logan Airport, you don't have an observer right there. There was back in before the 70s, 80s, around that time period, before ASOS came into play, there were people that were in the weather office that would go out and make those measurements. Now they contract with an observer. And I'm not sure of the location right now or during this event in 2022. I believe it may be in Winthrop, but it's very nearby to Logan Airport. And this is a contracted observer that makes these measurements. At Norwood, there is no snowfall measurement made right at that location.
Now, you've used a term a couple times as far as heavy snow. What is scientifically, what do you mean by heavy snow?
Heavy snow, again, can be defined in 2 ways. Either by the reduction in visibility or by the accumulation rate. So it's an intensity of snowfall. And in terms of visibility, it would be less than 1/4 of a mile. So something like 3/8 of a mile. That's when you get into the heavy snowfall range. Intensity, in terms of the way it accumulates, might be more familiar to most of us since we don't know what that visibility might or might not be, but it's 1.5 inches an hour or more. It's not something that you want to be driving in, or very hazardous and big impact on a lot of our activity.
Now, what is the scientific definition of whiteout conditions?
I don't know if there's a scientific explanation, but it's a good term that is used quite a bit, and it would be heavy snowfall. Again, snowfall can reduce visibility to near zero, even below 3/8 of a mile. You may be getting 2 inches of accumulation, 3 inches per hour. When you have a very convective, energetic storm, like a thunder snow event, a lot of upward motion in the atmosphere, you could get 4, even 5 inches of snowfall per hour, and that certainly would be termed whiteout. I think it has a lot to do with the fact that we drive a lot these days, that people are familiar with limitations to being able to drive a car. And, if you're driving along, the windshields are going, wipers are going at maximum speed, and you just can't make out anything on the horizon or the car in front of you, you say it's whiteout conditions. That's the way it's reported.
And did each of those, as far as heavy snow and whiteout conditions, occur in this storm?
Heavy snow definitely occurred in the storm. I've heard it referred to as whiteout conditions, and it's somewhat in the eye of the beholder, but I would say yes, whiteout conditions did occur.
Now, turning your attention, Mr. Gilman, now to the topic of visibility. Can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is as it applies to what you do?
Well, visibility is just the reduction of how far you can see based on some weather element, as long as we're talking about weather. So haze can reduce visibility, fog, different types of precipitation, smoke can reduce visibility in the atmosphere. But in terms of snowfall, the heavier the intensity of the snowfall, the lower the visibility.
And so from a meteorological standpoint, how is that measured?
Well, it's measured in miles, or quarters of a mile, which is the standard here in the United States. And you sometimes see it in 1/8 of a mile, but generally with these automated systems, it would be 3/4 of a mile or 1/2 a mile, or as the snow intensity lightened up quite a bit, it may go up to 7 miles. I've seen snow falling at 10, even 11-mile visibility, which you'd hardly notice if you were out. That's not much of a reduction in visibility, but it can come all the way down to near zero.
And what was the lowest, if you know, the lowest recorded measurement as far as visibility as it pertained to this storm?
I would base that on the Norwood Airport because it was, especially in this immediate area, and they do a good job of measuring visibility, and that came down to 1/4 of a mile at the airport. It certainly may have been lower than that at times, but was on the order of 1/4 to perhaps as low as 3/8 of a mile or 1/8 of a mile between observations.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to the topic of temperature. How is temperature measured in your analysis as far as the data that you have?
Temperature is measured with a thermometer, and there are different types. We depend heavily on electronic thermometers now. It measure the amount of heat in the air, and we get a reading, and we generally use that reading as the air temperature.
Now, what is the difference between air temperature and road temperature?
Again, air temperature, the standard is the temperature of the atmosphere 5 feet above the ground in a well-ventilated natural surroundings. Road temperature or ground temperature is actually at the surface. So it's out beyond the atmosphere, right at the surface of the ground.
And what kind of tools are used or utilized to measure road temperature?
There are basically 2 ways. One way would be to put some kind of sensing device, a probe, in the surface, just below the surface. And the other way would be to use infrared radiation. So you'd mount a sensor on a pole, and that infrared wavelength measurement would give you a road temperature or surface temperature.
Now, you mentioned earlier in your testimony that road temperature in particular is important to your clients. Why is that?
And I've heard this so many times from our clients, you can forecast or expect an inch of snowfall or 3 inches of snowfall. If it's going to melt because the road temperature is 34 degrees or 35 degrees Fahrenheit, they don't really want to do anything. You know, they don't want to put a lot of chemical down. They don't want to hire private contractors with plows. Whereas if it's going to accumulate, especially on the road surface, they need to be prepared. And there's so much demand now on having black pavements during winter storm events. There's so many automobiles on the roadways in this area that each of these municipalities is constantly under demand to make sure they do the best job they can. And in order to do that, they need to know what the road temperature is going to be or the ground temperature is going to be in order to best have snow and ice operations to meet those demands.
Now, is there a difference, or what is the difference in the changes to air temperature as opposed to the change in road temperature?
They're different substances, so they have a different pattern of temperature change. Air temperature changes much more quickly. And of course, when we're talking about temperature, we're talking about energy, the way the molecules in the atmosphere are moving. The faster they're moving, the higher the temperature, the more energy. So depending on what is causing that change in temperature, the atmosphere is going to react more slowly. The ground will react more slowly to the change. The atmosphere will react pretty quickly and much faster.
Now, in your analysis here, what time frame again were you using, or were you measuring the temperature across?
Let
me ask it this way. You started on January 26th through the 29th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And why is it specifically with temperature that you started on the 26th as opposed to anything else?
I was asked to start at the 26th, and I said that's a good way to go because it establishes a period of seasonal freezing ground. It typically happens in this climate in the midwinter that our ground freezes. So if you look a few days before, you get a good sense if that was the case. I mean, there have been winters, there have been months of January in recent years that we've reached 60, even 70 degrees, and nothing is going to be frozen during that time. This was not the case in late January of 2022. It was an unusually cold period, and it was important to record that.
Now, can you describe to the jury or lay out for the jury the temperature readings throughout that period of time that you analyzed?
Yes. I'll start with the 26th and just go without going through more than just the day high and low. A high of 28, a low of 12. On the 27th, the high was 27 and the low was just 9 degrees Fahrenheit. On the 28th, Friday, the high temperature reached 36 and the low was 22. And then on Saturday, the 29th, the high temperature was 29 and the low was down to 15.
Now, sir, if I could ask you specifically within that time period, a specific time period of approximately 1:30 a.m. on the 29th through 5 a.m. on the 29th, what does the data demonstrate with respect to the air temperature during that period?
From 1:30 to 5:30?
Yes, please.
On the 29th? All right, I'll consult this data from Norwood Airport if that's the way we should look at this. I would suggest to do that. And at 1:30, the temperature was 31. By 5:53 in the morning, it was down to 24 degrees.
During that time period, before that, is the temperature relatively stagnant during that time period of 1:30 to 5 a.m.?
Before that time?
During that time.
Oh, during the early part of the time. And again, this is right at Norwood Airport. It might have been a little bit colder in Canton. It certainly was colder at the Blue Hill Observatory, but I don't have a lot of that, so I'm using this.
Sure.
So based on this, it was pretty steady through around 2 in the morning. And then because of the nature of this type of storm, it's deepening rapidly. It's low pressure offshore. So the wind tends to back from the northeast to the north-northeast to the north. And that backing wind starts to draw air rather than from the Gulf of Maine, the Atlantic Ocean, the harbor, more from northern New England and Quebec. So that's a tendency of all of these winter storms to tend to get colder as the storm intensifies. And that's what we see starting to happen as you get toward 2:30 in the morning, and especially 4:30, it's down to 28, 26, and then down to 24 degrees just before 6 in the morning.
And that temperature sort of fluctuation or lack thereof, is that consistent with what you would expect in this type of storm?
It's exactly what I would expect. And this is a classic winter nor'easter, and that temperature drop is part of that. Mm-hmm.
And lastly, sir, if I could just take you back to the road temperature you were talking about before. How would you describe the temperature readings generally from the 26th through the 29th as far as what type of temperatures were recorded during that time frame that you just testified about?
As I said, it's the coldest time of the year anyway, in late January, here in the Boston area around Canton, midwinter. And this particular year, 2022, it was colder than normal. So road temperatures were dropping much of the time. They may have come up a little bit during the course of the day, thanks to sunshine during the 26th and 27th. A little moderation in the temperature on the 28th, but for the most part, there was a frost in the ground, the soil was frozen, and the temperature was unusually cold at the middle of winter.
And what impact would that have on the hardness of the ground over that time period?
Well, again, the ground was frozen, the soil was frozen, and the surface of the ground was frozen. And it would have made the ground impenetrable, that hard, as hard as too difficult. You wouldn't be able to dig in the ground.
Thank you very much, sir. I have nothing further on.
All right, Mr. Lessie?
Oh God, this is going to be so torturous. Don't you guys dare leave me. I have to deal with this. You have to deal with it. This is literally like torture and mind numbing and like, ugh. Do me a favor. Can somebody send me an email? Because I don't know if my email is working. It's like I haven't gotten a new email since like 10 in the morning on both of mine. So I just want to make sure they're working or something on my phone isn't going on.
With regard to Mr. Lally and myself, we have agreed I'd like to address the court with a stipulation. And with regard to the document we stipulated into evidence text measures.
Yes,
So you speak.
May we approach this very briefly?
I was going to say you speak for him now. Can you guys do me a favor? Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you can help out the channel with a donation, it's very appreciative. We only run on donations from our viewers, and we've been struggling a little bit lately with the longer streams for court days, so we would very much appreciate it. And I'll play the clip because it's a sidebar. I'm just like mentally preparing myself for the torture that is going to be a Lessie. Literally right now, because I literally can't. I will check the email. Thank you, Freak. I don't know what's going on, but usually I at least get like a spam email or something in between, and I'm not understanding what's going on with my email. I just want to make sure. No, yeah, it's working. That's weird. I don't know. I see it. I don't know. Usually I at least get like spam, like that's strange to not get spam at least an hour, yeah, you guys can't leave me because then I have to deal with Leslie by myself, and it's mind numbing. It's mind numbing. Yeah, I think Janetti knew from the start. That's for damn sure. The whole theory. Yeah, I'm not doing jail time. Exactly, Joy. I know, Grave. It's torturous. It's literally like thinking about it is making my brain want to explode. Like that's how torturous it is.
May I,
Like,
Your Honor?
Yes.
no, you may
Good
not,
afternoon,
sir.
Mr. Gilman, and congratulations on your career up to this point.
Thank you. Good
I had
afternoon,
some-
almost.
Pardon me?
Good afternoon, almost.
I mean, that was like
I have
asking for
some
one-on-one.
questions for you, if I could, please. You covered a bunch of topics on your direct examination, and I wanted to confirm some of them.
God.
As a meteorologist, you indicated that you look at a variety of areas under the larger umbrella of weather, correct?
Correct.
And
I
one
agree
of
with Joy.
those areas is snow accumulation.
Correct.
Another area is visibility, correct?
Correct.
Do you have a general understanding about what this case is
I
about?
have. I have to wait for you to approve it.
Let me ask it this way.
I don't
As
have the option
regards
to just do it myself.
Weather
You have to
conditions,
apply.
are you familiar with an address of 34 Fairview Road in Canton, New York?
Yes.
And have you ever been to 34 Fairview, Canton, New York?
Not New York. This is, we're
I'm
in
sorry,
Massachusetts.
I'm sorry, Massachusetts, sir?
Yes. I've been in many parts of Canton. I don't believe I've ever been to 34 Fairview.
Are you generally familiar with that area?
Yes.
And you've mentioned the Norwood Airport on your direct testimony, correct?
Yes.
And is the general area of Fairview, is that in close proximity to the Norwood Airport?
I mentioned it's a mile away.
Right, so it's fairly close, right?
A mile.
Right, so you would expect that the readings you talked about on your direct examination would have a direct bearing and relevance to the 34 Fairview Road in Canton, is that correct?
Yes. Relevance, yes.
Yes. So what I would like to do is to draw your attention to the exhibit that was just marked, if Your Honor. We have that. May I approach, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Gilman, this is Exhibit 64. If I could hand that to you, please.
Thank you.
And you can keep that in front of you. If we could publish. Excuse me, Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Thank you.
Leslie doesn't even know where he is, bro.
Just, no, not the whole thing, just the chart up above, and make that as large as you could for the jury, please. That is very good. Thank you. You see where we are. And Mr. Goodman, you can either look on the screen or look on the document, whichever is best for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So let's start with the top, which is estimated hourly snowfall ending at. This is for
Can we just do this?
January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And what does not appear on this chart, but I want to make sure I can get this as accurate as possible, would it be appropriate to, before 1 a.m., to add a 0.2 for what you mentioned on direct for midnight? You mentioned there was a little bit starting and there was a 0.2. Is that correct? Did I hear that correct?
If you want to get the total for the snowfall event, yes.
Okay, so we'll just have, if you will, an imaginary 0.2 up at the top.
Why?
And what I'm going to do, sir, is I'm going to go through the hourly snowfall, because there are times that you have on your chart that are relevant in this matter. So let's start with, and just do it chronologically by time. And what I'm going to ask you to do is to do a little bit of math as we go through. If you need a calculator, I think it's going to be fairly straightforward math for someone with your skills, but take your time when we get through it. So we start at midnight, and you mentioned the concept of visibility on your direct examination, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you said on your direct examination that at midnight there was, quote, very little snow precipitation. Is that correct?
I believe I said there was very little snow on the ground.
Very little snow on the ground, and I think you used the phrase "track a cat."
Enough to track a cat, exactly.
Right. And so enough to track a cat, but a fairly small amount, correct?
I don't know how to define it any better than enough to track a cat.
Very good, sir. I'll go with track a cat.
That's as small as amount as you can get. And again, that would be on a natural surface, not necessarily on pavement.
Right. And what would the variation be, if at all, on pavement?
Oh, a lot of factors would come into play. Most importantly, since this was a forecasted storm event, the town may have pre-treated the road. That lowers the freezing point of the precipitation. So it would, even if it was 25 degrees, it might be melting on the road.
So in terms of the factor you just talked about, for example, pre-treatment, that could cause the accumulation of the numbers here to be lower than what we're seeing on the chart, correct?
Definitely, correct.
But there's not a scenario where it could be higher, is it, at this point?
Well, there are places, especially with this kind of wind and dry, fluffy snow, that you would have drifting.
Right, but with just 0.2 inches on the ground, would you expect drifting?
No,
Okay.
Absolutely not. Not unless I was a very small animal.
I was going to say, tracking a cat wouldn't seem to work very well if you've only got a drifting with 0.2.
I thought you were asking about the larger numbers.
No, sir. Good point. What I'd like to do is to just concentrate on the beginning here and midnight and 1 a.m. and then we'll progress down through, okay? I want to snapshot it, if you will, starting at the very beginning. So we then move to 1 a.m., which is 0.3 inches, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you add, and it seems like to be most accurate, to each number here, we would add a 0.2 to get the total, correct?
Correct.
So if we go to 1 a.m. on January 29, 2022, we've only got 0.5 inches of snow per this chart, correct?
Total so far, yes.
And that could, on the road, that could be less because of municipal pre-treatment. If they pre-treated for the storm, they could have put some chemicals down that would have caused a melt and therefore less. That's a possibility.
That's one factor. Another factor would just be the road may be warmer for a number of reasons.
So that could be another reason why it might be less, another factor.
Absolutely.
Okay, so now let's go to, I want to go between 1 and 2 a.m. Let's assume a time of 1:45 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Is it correct that the accumulation would be less than 0.8 inches at that point, according to your chart?
By 2 a.m., it would be less than 0.8, yes.
Correct.
Therefore, by 1:45, it would be less than 0.8, yes.
Right, so.
Or equal to, if
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you,
less
sir.
than or equal to.
Right, so you used 2 a.m., right, which would mean that it was 0.8, correct?
Correct.
And then if you work back 15 minutes at 1:45 a.m., it would be less than 0.8, correct?
If it was still snowing in those 15 minutes.
Right.
Yes.
So, but I just want to focus on the number. At 1:45 a.m., it's less than 0.8 inches, correct?
It's less than 0.8 inches.
Yes,
Okay.
right. Alrighty. So, and that is, to state it another way, is it correct to say it's just 0.8 of an inch? Is that correct?
0.8 is 0.8 of an inch.
Right.
Yes.
Another way to say it. So, in terms of the time now, and this may get a little more complicated, sir, but if you take just the time between 1 a.m. and 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., So you've got 0.8.
He isn't even understanding it himself, literally right now.
You would have under at 145. Is it correct? You would have only
You just said this.
0.35 inches accumulated of the 0.8. You follow my math, sir?
I'm not sure what I follow in that sentence. Did you ask me how much snow fell between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
That's another way of asking the
Okay,
question.
between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., 0.3 of an inch is the estimated snowfall.
Right.
Yes, Brittany,
Very
it is.
well.
Yes,
And
I feel it is.
so what I'd like to do now is to move down the chart to 3 a.m. How much snow has fallen or accumulated between 12 a.m. and 3 a.m.?
It would be 1 inch.
Right. And is an inch, and you're in the measurement business, about the size of a thumbnail?
Yeah, I actually use the knuckle on my thumb to the end of my thumb as an inch.
Right. So from the knuckle of one's thumb to the end of the thumb is 1 inch. Right. And under your terminology on direct, you had used the term very little. Would you consider from the knuckle to the top of the thumb very little snow?
It definitely would require a comparison. 1 inch of snow has caused tremendous problems for people.
Right.
So I would not call it, just by the fact of 1 inch of snowfall, I would never say it's very little.
No, so I'm sorry, maybe my question wasn't clear. I'm not talking about effects of 1 inch. I'm just talking a measurement.
And he knows
of
what you're
1
saying,
inch on a
dumbass.
measurement scale. Would you still consider that your
No.
phrase
I can't.
track a cat, or would you be out of the track a cat?
We'd be out of the track a
All right.
cat stage.
Got it. So, but again, the 1 inch being from the knuckle to the top of the thumb.
Yes.
Let's now go all the way down to about another time is 3:30 a.m., which we're going to focus on now. 3:30 a.m. How much snow had accumulated by 3:30 a.m.?
Well, we're going to have that inch we just talked about at length, and we're going to add the 0.2 from the previous day, the last few hours of the 28th. So we have 1.2. And now we're going to add another half an inch by 4 a.m. So somewhere less than 1.7 inches, less than or equal to.
Wouldn't the number at 3:30 be 0.85 inches?
You're including the snowfall from the previous day, the 0.2 of an inch?
Yes.
No.
What would it be?
As I said, there's 1.2 inches up to 3 a.m. And then we're adding some amount before 4 a.m.
This is so uncomfortable.
Unknown how that was distributed within that hour, but something like 1.7 equal or less than total.
How about the accumulation between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m.? How much accumulation for that time period?
Between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. So we have 0.3 of an inch up to 2 and another 0.4 of an inch, to a total of 0.7.
So between 1 and 3 a.m., there's only an accumulation of 0.7, correct?
Correct.
Inches.
Correct.
This, Agent 99. They don't need to be convinced. They live in the area. They know what snow looks like.
You had spoken a lot on your direct testimony about the magnitude of the storm, a variety of other measurements. But what I wanted to draw really a line at 6 a.m., which you said was an accumulation of 3.9. What I want to do is to now move on to from 7 a.m. on January 29th until noontime. And you can check my math, sir, but
Oh, he will.
I get 12.5 inches total as of noon on January 29th.
I can do the arithmetic if it sounds about right.
Don't say it sounds about right. Just do it because you might be wrong. Usually is.
8.6 inches fell up until noon, starting at 6 in that time period, which is about the amount we forecast. And did you ask about the total going back to the night before? Or?
Yeah, the total starting at midnight.
Starting at midnight.
Right, going until noon, so it's a 12-hour period of the same day, January 29th.
My quick calculation is 12.3 inches.
Right, and then you'd add the 0.2 from midnight?
Previous to midnight, yes.
Right, so 12.3 is what shows with all those numbers, but then you have to add the 0.2 from midnight, which would get you to 12.5, correct?
Exactly, yep.
Good.
This is torturous.
So,
really,
just to summarize the first column there, all the way down from 1 a.m. to 12 p.m., at 6 a.m., we've got 3.9 inches. And then moving down to 12 p.m., we're at 12.5 inches, correct?
yes.
I believe
Yes,
so.
Grave, yes. Exactly, Deb. We know how it works. The jury knows how it works. They live here. They're not idiots. It seems very redundant. 1 inch could be a serious issue.
Sir, tell me when you're
Yes, yes.
So we're in alignment with those two numbers, 3.9 inches as of 6 a.m., 12.5 inches as of 12 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry if I wasn't sure if you wanted me to do all the arithmetic again, but I did do that, and yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. I appreciate you doing that. You talked about the concept of visibility on your direct examination. In terms of visibility, did I hear you correctly that there's a correlation between the amount of snow coming down and visibility?
The intensity of the snowfall, so the amount over time and visibility, right?
Right. So the intensity or amount over time, how would you describe visibility from 12 midnight or 12 a.m. on January 29th until 1 a.m., that 1 hour period? How would you describe visibility?
I really don't know exactly. I can look at the report from Norwood Airport. They measure the visibility.
Could you do that, sir? Would that be easy enough for you to do?
Do you need a light, Mr. Gilman? Do you need lights on?
If we're going to do more than one, I would, but let's see if I can. Thank you, Your Honor. And we were asked about 1 a.m. Is that?
Yes, visibility at 1 a.m.
Okay. Visibility reported at 1 a.m. was 1.2 miles in light snow.
And what does that mean, a visibility of 1.2 miles?
1.25 miles, 1.25 miles. It means that anything that was more than 1.25 miles away from the observer would be hidden by the snowfall. You wouldn't be able to see it.
And what does it mean if it were the visibility was less than 1.25 miles?
And as the visibility lowers, you can your ability to see objects in the distance is reduced.
So assume, sir, that somebody is 30 feet away from an object they want to see, and the visibility is 1.25 miles. Would they be able to see that object based upon your experience with visibility and your career in that area?
All other things being equal, yes.
Right. So would it be fair to
If they're
say
looking
visibility would be good for
No.
30 feet if it's a 1.25 mile and beyond?
Can you answer that, Mr. Gilman?
Can I further explain to the jury about visibility? Thank you. A term like good for visibility would generally apply more toward 8 miles, 10 miles as good visibility. So it's hard to say that anything under 3 miles. For instance, we go from calling visibility reduction in haze to fog. Once it's really the same atmospheric phenomenon, but once you get below 3 miles, we call it fog or dense fog. So anything below that, when you reduce visibility by fog, haze, snow below 3 miles, it's hard to call it good visibility.
But if something
starving,
is
Anna.
at 1.25 miles, there's visibility, correct?
Of 1.25 miles, yes.
There is
And
visibility.
again, if I could explain for the jury, a lot of this is developed for aviation.
Right.
And if you're a pilot or you think about what a pilot needs to go through, that's where these terms come from.
I understand, sir, but you are in the weather forecasting business, correct?
I sure am, yes.
And you, and weathercasters, we all here on TV talk about visibility on their forecast, correct?
You're not.
And they're not talking just to pilots, right? They're talking to people who are going to drive, people who are going to walk. Is that correct?
And it is a challenge to communicate that, yes.
But sir, my question is, when someone, a weathercaster, a weather person is talking about visibility, the main target audience are for people who are going to be driving or walking, correct? There's not pilots that they're giving.
Well, I don't know, but I would never expect, and I do broadcast meteorology, a broadcast meteorologist to say visibility was good if it was less than 1.5 miles.
Yeah, sir, I appreciate that, but my question's not, I've left whether it's good or not. I'm talking about the purpose of weathercasters speaking about visibility.
Yes.
You had indicated in your earlier answer, you had tethered it to pilots, but there's also an application of the visibility concept for the rest of us in the world who drive and walk, correct?
Yes,
isn't it useful for that?
Absolutely. And I'm trying to answer your question about whether the visibility was good.
Right, but I'm not asking that question anymore. My question is just,
I only know what you asked me.
All right. I'll try it a different way.
This isn't helping the jury unless you dumbass.
Is a concept that is used by weathercasters to assist people who are going to be walking or driving. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. So now let's go on to the concept of temperature. You mentioned the concept of wind chill on your direct examination. You recall that, sir?
I was asked about it, yes.
Yes.
Me too, I'm hungry, starving.
Does
I'm so
wind
hungry.
chill have a relationship to temperature, and if so, what is it?
It does have a relationship to temperature. It's a complex function that was developed by the U.S. Air Force in the 50s to help produce cold weather gear. And it was determined that wind had a major impact on our military in terms of what type of gear they needed, in addition to how low the temperature was. So it's a measurement of temperature to begin with, and then there's a complex function applied based on the wind speed to come up with how that air temperature, how that air is going to impact the human body.
So is it fair to say that if you have a temperature, and what I wanted to do is to go to the temperatures that you gave on your direct examination, is it accurate to state that, for example, on January 29th, I believe I heard you say there was a high of 29 and a low of 15. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, that was my report based on all those 3 locations, yes.
And you had also testified about wind speed and wind gusts as well. And can you state, if you have it in your notes,
I do, yes. It was
The
in
wind
the
speed?
report, yep.
Yep, and what was the wind speed?
The-
Average and then high gusts?
Sure. 23 miles an hour with frequent gusts of 47 miles an hour.
So what does your number 23, how does that affect temperatures of 29 and 15?
It makes that air feel much colder. So that air, that 20-degree air, did you say 20 and
29, sir, and 15 were the numbers you had given?
that range for that day? Sure.
Yeah.
So it makes that air temperature feel colder, and it allows that air to take heat out of your body more efficiently and more rapidly. So it feels much colder, and we can calculate roughly how it would feel if there was no wind at all.
And sir, thank you. You've gotten right to my next point, and I only have a few more questions left for you. So if you have the highest temperature on the 29th of 29, January 29, 2022, do you know what the wind chill factor would do in terms of a calculation number to bring that 29 number down? Do you know what that number would result in applying the most conservative wind speed of 23?
I wasn't asked to calculate that, no.
Would it be less than 0? Just an estimate.
Based on the 29 temperature?
Based on the 29.
No.
Would it
I don't
be
believe so.
Would it be in the teens?
Yes.
So the 29 would be in the teens. And then for the low of 15, approximately what number might that get down to?
Again, depending on the wind, if you looked at 5 miles an hour, it wasn't that wind all day, and that 15-degree might not have been corresponding to any wind at all.
Just using your average that you used on direct of 23.
The average wind, again, made it feel much colder, bitterly cold, extremely cold when you were out in the highest wind at the lowest temperature. So it may have felt like 0 to even 10 below 0 at the lowest temperature and the highest wind gusts.
So if I got that correct, so 15 was the lowest temperature you gave in direct on January 29th, and you state that it would be, with the wind chill using about an average of 23, would be 0 or maybe minus 10. Is that the number correct?
Again, I'm just guessing. I didn't do the calculation. I wasn't asked to do the
Fair
calculation. But based on my experience of reporting in this area for 45 years, I basically get the idea of what it's like when the temperature's that low and the wind is that high. Yeah.
Aha, let's see.
And if you could please have the chart published back up, please.
You dumb.
You can get the lights on. You just make it larger. I want to make sure Mr. Gilman has some facile with his notes. Okay, so is it correct to say that if the total accumulation for the storm was 23.8 inches, that the vast majority of that accumulation came well after 6 a.m.?
Yes.
And as of 6 a.m., we've only got 3.9 inches compared to what the storm ended up at about 23.8. And then importantly, from midnight on January 29th until 3 a.m., we've got just 1.2 inches, correct?
Exactly.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Please bear with me a moment, Mr. Gilman.
This is literal torture. I don't really know what Alessi's getting at, like everybody else is pointing out. Like, it doesn't make lots of sense to what the hell he's doing here. Like, he's looking like a fool to a jury who lives here. And knows
Thank
what
you
the hell
for answering my questions, Mr. Gilman.
You're welcome.
Anything else, Mr. Lally? Okay.
Watch her say she'll take a lunch break after this. This will be a good time to take a lunch break before it even starts at 1. Watch. Watch. Watch.
Mr. Gilman, you were asked about the snowfall between 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. How much snow again was there during that time frame?
During that time frame, about 3/10 of an inch.
Okay. And during that time frame was probably the least amount of snow that was on the ground during the course of the storm, correct?
During that hour or two previous. Yeah, there's really, in fact, I have this chart I showed, the graph, the map. It just showed a trace of zero. There was less than an inch on the ground. And we measure snow on the ground in whole numbers, so it would either be 1 inch or zero.
And so that would be during what you've characterized as the track a cat stage, correct?
Yes.
And so it's during that track a cat stage that there's the least amount of snow between the frozen ground and anything that may come down on top of it, correct?
Yes.
Like a body.
Now, quickly as it applies to visibility. When you were asked about visibility in 30 feet, you said all other things being equal. What are some of the things that would make it unequal?
A car in front of you, a building in front of you, a person, anything other than weather. And there are other types of weather that can lower the visibility besides snowfall, including fog.
So darkness, as far as nightfall versus daytime, that would have a negative impact on your visibility?
Sustained.
What about lighting? How would lighting impact the visibility of an object?
I really can't say that. Lighting, obviously, you need some light to see anything. That's really all I could say.
And lastly, sir, as far as wind chill is concerned, again, could you explain to the jury exactly what is wind chill? What is it measuring?
Again, it was developed for the military in the 50s to help design. It was actually done here at the Natick Labs here in Massachusetts to help design cold weather gear, because prior to that time, during World War II, the Korean War, unfortunately, especially Air Force aviators were suffering. They had clothing that might have been adequate for the temperature, but because of the wind, they suffered frostbite and other ill effects. And so research was done, and the result of that was a wind chill temperature, the way it would feel to the human body based on the wind on a certain temperature.
And so the wind chill is measuring the impact of how a person experiences the air temperature, correct?
Exactly.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Anything, Mr. Lassie?
No further questions, Your
All
Honor.
right, Mr. Gilman, you are all set, sir. Thank you.
Friggin' good.
Thank you.
Aw, poor old man. He's like, I'm not sure I understand any of that
Do you have
sentence.
any the marked exhibits or identification?
I have relinquished them to this nice young lady.
Thank you.
Oh. JMS had sent a $5 donation before this all got started. So I just wanted to say thank you to JMS for that $5 donation. I appreciate you. If anybody else would like to help donate to the channel, we very much could use the help.
Next witness.
Thank you. The Commonwealth recalls Nick Garino.
Okay,
I think this is going to be text messages.
John, I'll inform this will be the last recall for Mr. Garino.
thank you.
Text messages, I assume. We have a Revolut link and an Apple Pay link. We have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. It scrolls across the screen at the bottom of that I'm in, that you're watching, throughout the entire stream, so that this big one doesn't have to stay up and we can see some of the closed captioning.
Self-serving, I'm just giving a report and getting the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God. I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Again, if you need to stand it in.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. May I proceed?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Last time you appeared, there were a number of extraction reports that we introduced into evidence. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And just remind us briefly what an extraction report is?
It's the information from the cell phones that I pull up via Silver.
All right, so I'm just going to ask that this witness identify himself.
My apologies, Your Honor. Could you please, again, introduce yourself to the jury, spell your last name for the record?
I'm Trooper Nicholas Garino, Guarino.
You would explain what an extraction report is.
Yes, it's the information in the cell phones. We can create PDFs or portable cases from information, whatever is specified.
An extraction report, can it be general or more narrow?
Yes, it can be.
I want to introduce a few more extraction reports that we didn't get to last time.
Okay.
In this case, did you use Mr. O'Keefe's phone to create an extraction report that included all of his calls from the 28th and the 29th of January 2022?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
They don't need him for the voicemails, just the text messages.
And your document, do you recognize that document?
Everyone's except mine, Anna. I need my hair done so
Yes.
bad.
And what is it?
It's John O'Keefe's call logs from everyone from the 29th to the 28th. Right.
I move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. 65.
Did you create an extraction report that included a text message between the defendant and Jennifer McCabe?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
The paint chips they probably would have got out of his wound. That's why I don't think it's anything that was painted, and the hydrant was painted. Although I did take pictures of it, it does have little dents in it.
And in your document, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, it's the text chain from the defendant to Jen McCabe.
I move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. 66.
One moment. Thank you. With the court's permission, could Mr. Guarino read this to the jury?
Okay.
Could you kindly read that and explain it to the jury?
With all the information on it.
Yes.
This is from the defendant to Jen McCabe, 7:26:52 a.m. on the 29th. It says, can you send me Kerry's number?
Thank you. Did you further create an extraction?
Versus that reading of the document, you just have to check.
What?
Sorry.
Yeah, come on now. You guys keep me grounded where I'm at least able to laugh when like I'm really getting pissed off. So I appreciate it. I don't know. Let's hope not, because he just wanted to see something. Let's hope he's not crossing, because I don't know if I can deal with like this is he's mind numbing. It's torture. It's a form of torture. It's cruel and unusual punishment.
Can you do that again?
Yes.
And do you see who
Yes.
that's from? And who it's to?
I'm sorry, Miss. It's from Jen McCabe to the defendant.
And what does it say?
Can you send me Kerry's number?
What time and date?
That is 7:26:52 a.m. on April 29th, 2022.
Thank you. Did you do a further extraction report
April
from John
29th.
O'Keefe's phone with text messages between him and a person named Kaylee?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
You recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the text chain between John O'Keefe and Kaylee.
The date?
It goes, sorry, it's kind of faded. January 28th, 2022 to January 29th, 2022.
Thank you. I move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
67.
Trooper Greeno, we're done with extraction reports.
Okay.
Did you have an opportunity to obtain phone messages, phone calls, and text messages between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe?
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Greeno, did you have an opportunity to obtain phone calls, voice messages, and text messages from the defendant to Mr. O'Keefe's phone on the evening of January 29th, 2022?
Yes, I was.
Where did you get the phone call records from?
From John O'Keefe's phone.
Where did you get the voicemails from?
Also from John O'Keefe's phone.
Where did you get the text messages from?
From John O'Keefe's phone.
Did you have an opportunity to take those phone calls, the voice messages, and the text messages and put them in a chronological order?
Yes, I did.
Did you include all of the phone calls, all the text messages, and all of the voicemails?
Between John O'Keefe and the defendant, yes.
Did you create a PowerPoint to put them in a chronological order?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Alessi.
Sorry. Showing you a binder, sir. Could you open it up? Tell us what this is.
Yes, this is the phone calls and text messages between the defendant and John O'Keefe, as well as the voicemails. Well,
Is there a package in the front of that binder?
yes, there is.
And what is that package?
It says defendant's voicemails and on 1/29/2022. The USB thumb drive that should have those files on.
Your Honor, I move this binder as the next exhibit. It would include both a PowerPoint presentation as well as a clip of the phone calls.
No objection, Your Honor.
Should, yes. Do you need the thumb drives?
I don't.
I don't know. It's possible. I don't think hers were. They wouldn't all be excluded because they saw that because they're allowed to see that. That's when they asked for the taint team.
Thank you.
Because no assert of privilege came before that. So this is not going to be good for Karen.
With the court's permission, I would ask that Trooper Greeno take us through the PowerPoint presentation.
Yes.
Thank you.
The second time they went to get the phone for the second
did it
time,
again? Okay.
she bricked it.
So this is the phone calls on the 29th. So at 12:33:35 a.m., the defendant calls John. That phone call is not answered. 12:34:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:34:38 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:35:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 12:35:35, the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:36:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered.
Trooper Greeno, let me stop you there for a second.
Mhm.
Did you look into any internet connection between the defendant's phone and the router and the internet connection at Meadows Ave, John O'Keefe's home that night?
Yes, at 12:36:39 a.m., the defendant's phone auto connects to the Wi-Fi HATSFAN123.
Are you familiar with the router at Mr. O'Keefe's home?
I have not done a look at it in person, but that's the known network that's listed under it. There's two, HATSFAN123 and O'Keefe 74.
Did
Two
you
names.
learn the range that a connection must be in order to connect to his router?
Yes, so depending on the router, it's either a 2.4 gigahertz or 5 gigahertz radio band or signal band, I should say. Depending on which one it's connecting to, which band, it's either 150-foot indoor range or up to 300 feet outdoor. So again, when you pull into your home, sometimes you can still be connected to your home Wi-Fi in the driveway.
And again, can you give us the time of the connection between the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's router at Meadows Ave that night?
Yes, 12:36:39 a.m.
Please continue.
At 12:36:40 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 12:37:08 a.m., the defendant calls John, and voicemail number 1 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman, would you kindly play the voicemail for 12:37:08?
At 12:38:26 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:39:03 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:39:37 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:40:43 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 12:41:35 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 2 is left. Some beeping noises, appears to be a butt dial or accidental call.
Ms. Gilman, could you play the voice message at 12:41:35?
The defendant then texts John O'Keefe at 12:55:31 a.m. on the 29th. I'm going home. The defendant texts John O'Keefe, see you later at 12:55:50 a.m. on the 29th. At 12:58:19 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:58:47 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered.
Yeah, I've talked about Karen's butt dial.
12:59:24 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 3 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman.
John, I'm here with your fucking kids. Nobody knows what the fuck you want, you fucking pervert.
At 1 a.m. and 26 seconds, the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 1 a.m. 49 seconds, the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 4 is left. It's 1 second called, no sound.
Ms. Gilman.
That was it. The defendant texts John O'Keefe, your kids are cucking alone at 1:02 a.m. on the 29th. Defendant texts John O'Keefe, I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone. 1:04:14 a.m. on the 29th. At 1:10:17 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 5 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman.
Yeah, it's 1 in the morning. I'm with your fucking niece and nephew. You fucking pervert. You're a fucking pervert.
At 1:10:44 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 1:12:18 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:12:46 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:13:13 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. Sorry.
I've talked about her butt dial many times.
At 1:14:11 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:14:44 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 1:16:10 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 1:16:38 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. At 1:17:37 a.m., the defendant calls John. So when voicemail 6 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman?
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit in these. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. Kim's sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself.
At 1:18:38 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. At 4:38:14 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 4:38:49 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 4:39:39 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 4:40:05 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 4:42:05 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 4:42:54 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 4:45:10 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:04:27 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:21:28 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:21:58 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:23:26 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 7 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman?
At 5:24:27 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:25:28 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:26:14 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:28:16 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:28:43 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:29:21 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:29:46 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:30:15 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:30:52 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:31:21 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:36:29 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 6:03:02 a.m., the defendant calls John, and voicemail number 8 is left with some voice and noise and background.
Ms. Gilman, could you play that, please?
Yes, I need someone to for you. 34 beautiful Vietnam living in Capitol now. Yeah. Okay, I know. Where's the blanket? I don't see blanket, Harry. Yes, I need
We have the lights on, please. I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Alessi, does this seem like a good time to take the lunch and recess?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, so folks, we will take a 45-minute lunch recess.
Now it's 45.
All right, please. Jurors, close your notebooks and follow me.
Usually it's 40 minutes.
Goodbye.
And then she, makes it an hour. Usually. An hour at 45 minutes, huh? Interesting. All right. Well. Yeah, she never hung up when she was calling John all those times. But yeah, you're trying to make Jen sound like she's the crazy one and she's the one who's hysterical. That's hysterical. That's exactly what it sounds like. It just gave all the witnesses that testified to those exact things happening some serious credibility. Good job, Hank. That's what happened there. Like that's literally what just happened there. Allowing that to play through shows sort of the scene of Karen screaming. And I fully believe at that point, she wasn't screaming because she's upset that John's, being resuscitated. That's my opinion, obviously. But in my opinion, she's upset because she knows if John's not alive, that means that she's going to go to jail. And the thought of jail and going to prison probably for the rest of her life panicked her. And it's like, what did you expect was going to happen? You drank, you got in a car and you drove, clearly well over intoxicated from what you should have been at that point. Screaming and yelling at the scene to the point where people can't even focus. This is why Carrie was telling her to shut the F up. And then funny enough, Jen and Carrie were trying to help her. She's making these, statements about I hit him. And at that point, they don't think that she hit him. So they're like, shut the F up, Karen. Shut up. You're not helping yourself. Shut the hell up. So at one point, they're literally trying to help her from getting herself arrested for no reason at that point, because they had no idea, what had happened. And she's running around screaming, I hit him. She admitted to it on the scene. It was only after that she came up with some ridiculous theory. Her attorneys came out and said, Yannetti, because he was the first one hired, it's just an accident. She had no intent here, come on. Yeah, it recorded everything, but it also just gave all the credibility in the world to those witnesses that testified to those things happening. Can't call them liars anymore. The defense can't call them liars. It's right there where they can listen. Yeah, that's a fact, Grave. I mean, I'm always hungry around this time, but I don't just, pick up and be 40 minutes and then, an hour and 20 minutes later with another 17 sidebars. Yeah, we're being told it kind of rocked the jury. It's not a shock that would rock the jury, listening to those voicemails. And all of the time that Alan Jackson spent trying to discredit Carrie and Jen, especially with their statements on scene, is a waste because of this. It was a waste of their time, Oh yeah, exactly as she said, and that's the thing is the jury's going to hear, that's exactly what it said. Somebody made a comment earlier and said something along the lines of there's, talk of a holdout on the jury. There can't be a holdout yet because we don't even know. That person might not even be a deliberating juror. 6 of those jurors are not going to be deliberating. So 6 of them. So if that holdout is one of the 6 that doesn't get picked as a, deliberating jury, they can just, 6 of them won't be deliberating unless, one of them gets dismissed in the meantime. But at this point in trial 1, we had seen many dismissals of jurors. I mean, maybe that was a little bit of a deterrent for other people, Yeah, and him exactly, Leon, saying like she wasn't hysterical when clearly you can hear that she's very hysterical. That's not going to give credibility to Jackson. As a matter of fact, it's going to kill the credibility of him trying to, undercut all the witnesses. Like, good question, Katie. I'm not really sure at this point. I don't have like an extensive list. All I have is that Hank sort of has mixed and matched them around. Sometimes I'll know when like a specific person is coming, but right now I have no idea who could be next. I know that we were going to hear from one of the experts. I believe that was the meteorologist, but I'm not sure who else. Oh, hold on. Wait, can we get a mute on that, please? Please.
That is a textbook example.
Thank you.
Good afternoon and happy Tuesday. I'm Anjanette Levy, and we are taking your
I'm not a fan of
questions
this
here
lady.
live during the lunch break in the retrial of Karen
poor
Reed. She,
people.
of course, is facing charges of second-degree murder, involuntary manslaughter, and one other charge.
I'm muting her just because I
Boston
can't.
police officer John O'Keefe during what?
Can't listen to that lady. She drives me nuts. How do you come back from the oops you just heard? All of the voicemails were played in the first trial. I heard all of those in the first trial, pretty much. Yeah, well, Hank has pretty much made it so that they can't weasel their way out. That's, and they've been trying to sort of weasel their way out of this evidence, So it, unfortunately for Karen, it's not looking so good. Not that it has, Yeah, the Buffalo on a Prairie comment, that one was like very disheartening. The right officer would have arrested her on the spot for yelling, "I hit him." People forget what you say can and will be used against you. I don't think they had enough evidence at that point to arrest her. I think because she was so like running around the place, like they needed to corroborate that. Like, you know what I mean? Why does everybody want to call me right now? Get 2 phone calls right now. Like, you guys know I'm live. Yeah, poor guy. Poor guy got hit by a drunk driver, It's unfortunate. I also want to bring up, I have like this thing that we should look at real quick. Do you think she knew she hit him when she was calling him over and over? I do think she was figuring it out at that, like at the house. Even if she was that drunk at this point. Here's the thing. You don't reverse at 24 miles an hour by accident. You just don't. But say she's so obliterated, she doesn't remember, stumbles into the house, drunk as hell, not remembering that she just did that. At some point, she starts to sober up and realize what happened. This is why she's already freaking out at 4 a.m. This is why she wakes up Kaylee. Oh, he gets hit by a plow. At that point, she's already figuring out what to say and how to try to spin this. So by the time she's still calling him at 4 or 5 a.m, she absolutely knows what she's done. Absolutely, in my opinion. Like, that's obviously my opinion. But she's not panicked for John. She's panicked for herself. Like, if you've ever seen someone who's gets caught in something like that, in like a dash cam, video cam, cop cam, like in the act, like right after, like, and they start freaking out, it's usually because they're worried about themselves. And then usually you'll see the interview with the cops afterwards, in like, in the police station. And half the time that they're freaking out, they'll make statements like, "My life is over," statements of themselves. And then they'll make statements of the victim trying to distance, well, they did this, or they did, pointing the finger at the victim as if like they're the bad person, like the person that was just murdered or killed, like, is the bad person. And because we don't have any of those interviews, she lured up right away. Like, I do believe that if she had any of those interviews, that's what we would see, is her making excuse after excuse after excuse. That sheer panic she felt in that moment was not for John or his safety. It was for herself. Like, and if you look at her body language, even right now, it tells you everything you need to know about her. Like, if you've ever taken a psych class and you haven't, you should probably even take like just a quick psych class. They have like free psych classes in some community colleges. Take one. It's definitely eye-opening to certain like human behavior. Yeah, I think she was run through the house. Were you running through the house with your through the conspiracy house? Do you have a conspiracy house break? You're running through your house with your conspiracy shoes or conspiracy house flippers? I don't think they had enough at that point to say that she had done anything. Her car was not on the scene. You know what I'm saying? So they couldn't say like, here's the broken taillight of the car. Like, that was only after she had made those statements, after they had taken John. But that's why they ended up going back to her house. And I think if you're going to secure an arrest warrant for someone, you're going to need a little bit more than just them screaming while they're hysterical. And especially because she was brought for a psych hold, that sort of like complicated things a little bit more for probable cause to just arrest her right there on scene. They were trying to do their best to make sure that they didn't just arrest someone who was just hysterical thinking they did something they didn't do. You know what I mean? I mean, it did. I mean, you can't back up at 24 miles an hour at 75% acceleration without your foot on the brake. You know what I'm saying? As an accident. Like, I don't know if I would have at that point. I think maybe by the time they got to her house and seized her car, I would have arrested her. But again, I'm not them, and I can't say to what they decided or what they didn't decide at the time for the reasons they decided it, unfortunately. Yeah, that was another weird thing that she said, like, I can't take care of these kids. And the guy in the ambulance is like, she's saying they're not her kids and they're not John's kids, but she can't take care of these kids. And he's like, well, you got a good support system. And like, then she asked if he knows Carrie Robertson. He's like, yeah, you know, she's a good person, or she came out here to help you or whatever. And Karen's like, you wouldn't say that. Anybody who knows Carrie Robertson wouldn't say that about her. Like, dude, she just came out to help you, lady. Like, oh my God, because he's a defense witness. So you wouldn't see him today unless the Commonwealth calls him. And I don't think the Commonwealth's going to call him. You know what I'm saying? WCVB reporting 1 of 2 as voicemail plays. Reed holds her hands to her face, her index finger near her right ear. Judge announces the lunch break. Jurors exit. Many are looking down. I mean, how embarrassed are they for her? Secondhand embarrassment right there. Like, but at scene, she never said, I saw John walking. No, she came up with that like almost a year later. You wore your conspiracy cape, Eliza? I need a conspiracy cape. Why? I don't have a conspiracy couch, a conspiracy cape. I mean, damn, I'm missing out. It does, but it was the state she was in and the Section 12 that sort of complicated things, I think. What would be great if the camera was on Karen Reed when her calls and voicemails played. I'm being told that her team complained like about it. Oh, well, too bad. It's shown on Zoom anyway. And in my opinion, they have the right to aim the camera at her anytime they want. So again, public trial. So I'm not quite understanding why the court would have allowed like anything to change when it comes to like the Karen cam. They have the right to aim it at her and show what she's looking like at any given moment in that trial, including keeping it on her. Why not? Like, she's the defendant. Like, she's the one who's been charged with the crime. Hold on 1 second, guys. Sorry, my lunch is here, and I had to go get it at the door. I got some French fries because I am hungry. But I don't understand why the court would have allowed that nonsense. Human behavior is my playing field. My background in Yes Psych 101 should be taught to everyone everywhere. It literally should. Shows a lot about human behavior and why the way people act that way, the way that they do. It's fascinating, actually. Literally. I can't. I know you couldn't. I probably couldn't resist either. Second one, WCVB reporting. As voicemail plays, Reed holds her hand to her face, her index finger right near it. Okay, we read this one, right? Many are looking down. This is the second one. The jurors all have serious looks on their faces. Jackson and Reed are speaking with Reed's father. Shocker, Mr. Burns, eh? Well, that's the thing, right? Is you would think everybody else's trial besides hers, right? Because everybody else is being grilled as if they're the ones on trial, when in reality, she's the one who's on trial, right? I love my chat. I pride myself in how much we engage. You know, my channel engages with each other in chat. Not a lot of other channels do that, but I feel like you guys have important and also funny things to say that sort of keep us all grounded. Even when it's real tense, you guys could make anyone laugh at any given point. And I love that about you. Yeah, I wouldn't. Grant should probably stop showing it because the court has reached out to people, channels, telling them like you can't. So the problem with like Zooms for courts and stuff is sometimes it's labeled on the bottom like not for like stream, or like you're not supposed, like there's a rule sometimes against that. So he should probably pull it down unless he wants to get in trouble. He has a press pass, so I don't think he wants to keep it up if the court is saying no. Defense team updating their resumes, probably if they have a bar card after this. Grant does not have specific permission to share it. He can't have specific permission to share it. There's one pool camera throughout the entirety of the court. Even with a press pass from home, the only camera he'd be allowed is the press camera that we're all seeing on Law and Crime and Court TV. Every channel has to use that one. It's called a pool camera. One pool camera. So he wouldn't have specific permission to restream the Zoom. No one would. Even if you have a press pass, you'd have to use the pool camera feed and footage. It's a different voice each time. I mean, I'd take a plea if I were them at this point, but it doesn't seem to be as if they're doing that. Like, it so is JMS, because then when you start to get like a lessied, that's what we're going to call it. When you get a lessied, like, you're like, oh dear God, make it stop. Like, make it stop. It is a form of torture at this point. A form of torture. Like, I think it's cruel and unusual punishment to have to listen to a lessee. I'm just saying. I don't think any of us have ever seen a case like exactly like this before, and probably never will again, you know, at all. Like, no, you can't. So you can't, like, certain states will say like, you can't rebroadcast it. It doesn't matter what channel it's on. Like, you can watch it on the Zoom and that's it. Like, you can't broadcast it. That's the court was telling channel creators, like, you cannot broadcast this. Having a press pass does not mean you have special permission or you're allowed to broadcast it. You, as a press pass, can use the pool camera footage, which is each day a different pool camera is picked. So one day it might be court TV, one day it might be Law and Crime, but that footage itself is to be given to all the journalists. That way they don't have to fight over who's going to stream it and who's going to, like, so they all have to agree that if it's going to be a different person, rotating weekly, or if it's going to be the same person the entire time or same channel every time, that they have to then give the footage to all the other journalists there. Zoom is not, you don't have special permission to restream Zoom. You would only have permission, just like every other journalist, to use the pool camera footage. Yeah, you can get into it. You can watch it yourself. You can watch it. But the court's been contacting people to tell them, like, no, it's in our rules. It's in you cannot broadcast it. Doesn't matter if you had a press pass or not. The press pass allows you to use the pool cam. Those ones were so good. They're waffle fries, Stella, and they had bacon and cheese. Oh my God, they were so good. So good. And they used the two kinds of cheese. Like, you know how you get that like liquid cheese, or sometimes if you order like cheese fries from a place, they just put like shredded cheese on top and melt it. That is not the same as cheese fries. I want real cheese, melted cheese on the cheese fries, like liquid cheese. And that's what we got. And it was so good. These fries are very crunchy. They're from my local place down the street. Very good. But I'm starving. I think that's probably more likely she getting on the stand before she actually pleads. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think she should plea if I was her at this point. But do I think that she actually will? Probably not. Like, totally welcome. A nap sounds amazing. I'm not going to lie, Anna. That nap sounds amazing. Leslie has activated my napping sequence. I think he activates everybody's napping sequence. He has media access. He has to use the pool cam if he wants. Like, he has credentials, like journalistic credentials, but that does not mean that you can just stream Zoom or whatever you want. You have to, you're allowed to use the pool camera footage. That's it. You're not going to be allowed. The only special permission they ever give is like live tweeting from inside the courtroom. Like, you might get permission to do that, but they do not give permission for you to be at home streaming and using a Zoom. You have to use their pool camera footage, which comes from either Court TV, Law and Crime, like whoever was picked for that week, that day, or if one person was picked for the entire trial, they have to then give the footage to all the journalists. Those voicemails are really bad. Like, right? I mean, you would think, especially Francesca. By the way, Francesca, I was telling Karen that you are a fan of her, and she absolutely loves it. I was telling her that she has a fan. I mean, we do, right? And we get to, which is what I love, It's the biggest small simple case I've seen that's been made so convoluted and conspiracy woven by an awful drunken harpy. Yeah, and a troll to go with it, a little gremlin troll, So hard to listen to, and I've listened to them every which way you could, and it never gets easy. No. Oh my God, shit posting. Yeah, because immediately after you drop that comment, you know that every person was like, you don't know what you're talking about. I love it. I love it. It's not even worth waiting to look at the responses, because it's just from people who keep like repeating the same talking points over and over, even if those talking points have been completely debunked with actual like data. They just ignore it or never look at it. Like, they think if they never look at the data by themselves, that they can just keep like, willful ignorance is not an excuse. If you know the data exists and you refuse to go look at it because it debunks your narrative, like, you're not an intelligent person. The sewer turtle likes to say things like, you're not a serious person. Well, over here, we're just going to say you're not an intelligent person, because it does not take rocket science to figure out you should go look for the data. Like, I wonder if the new car data can prove Karen drove by 34 Fairview at 5:23 a.m. when she leaves the voicemail. What the hell, John? Was that you? I mean, we'll see, I guess. I'm dying to know. I am dying to know. Like, I can't imagine her giving up without thinking she can explain everything. Well, that's been half her problem, right? Is trying to explain everything in her vast conspiracy, but that it doesn't jive with the actual evidence. That's half the problem, right? Yeah, he didn't get picked for the regular list or the backup list this week. She would glow up in her direct and explode meltdown on cross. Oh, I think her cross would be hilarious. Hilarious. Like, oh God, I think he is, Jane, unfortunately, because I heard him interject. Let's just hope he just wanted to see papers, but I don't know. It seems like he might be. And I'm like, I don't know if I can take him twice in one day. Like, it's not necessary. Can't make gravy till the meat is cooked. So I've got time on my hands now, she says. I don't think Karen will ever plead, and I don't think she will take the stand either. I agree with you. I don't think either thing is going to happen. Neither. They're probably having conniption fits. That's probably possible. Like, it's object permanence. If I can't see it, it's not there. Exactly. If you don't see it and you don't look at it, it can't be there, right? Or they could just keep claiming it's not there. And that's the problem. Like, our Nevada lawyers always get for a law talk with Mike. I don't know what you mean. Like, do you mean like an interview? I don't know what you mean. I'm confused. I'm a little behind, but I just heard your response to my question. Love your knowledge on this case and legal stuff too. You're welcome. I know, watching them flip out's kind of funny, I'm not going to lie. Humans learn a lot of things in toddlerhood that apparently they didn't take. Yeah, no, you're not usually allowed to broadcast Zooms here, even if you're a journalist. Like, you'd have to use the pool camera. That would be that'd be the only thing you'd be allowed to do is the pool camera. You might be right, but Hank is trying to force her hand. They wouldn't be allowing him, even with, privilege, to Zoom, broadcast the Zoom on YouTube while they're telling channels actively it's always that there's one pool camera and that everybody gets the footage from that pool camera. I had to unsubscribe from LTWM. He goes on too many political rants, and I find his lack of compassion disturbing. I don't do political stuff over here just because, like, people just argue and it's kind of stupid. And also, I love your faces too much to give a shit about politics sometimes. She thinks she can convince everyone of her lies. Well, she does. But because she did convince so many people in the first trial, I do think that they're getting a real good stroke of what it feels like to know that your supporters outside the courthouse don't exist in the form that they did the first trial. And I think that's got to be a slap to the face of her, realizing that more and more people are not buying her BS, mostly because of her own mouth. Like, oh, I mean, she can claim she loved him, but that shows, a lot of craziness on her end that night. 523 is an interesting time. I hope some extra data will corroborate or destroy. Yeah, I do too. The idea. I don't like coleslaw. Am I a bad person? I just don't like coleslaw. I'm not gonna lie. I'll never forget the hard, mean girl look in EDB's eyes when Allie McCabe cried on the stand. I had to shut my camera off when Allie McCabe cried on the stand because I couldn't help but to cry. I have a daughter around her age, and it broke my heart knowing what was taken from these kids that can't be given back to them. It's awful. She tried so hard not to cry. Like, the smiling before crying thing is something when you're trying to choke down those tears and just try to, stop it. And it's just coming no matter what. And so I saw it coming and I was like, oh, this poor girl. Like, and it's sad because anybody who's like, oh, she's faking, like, you clearly can tell that none of those people actually know what human empathy or compassion or sympathy actually looks like, or someone who's clearly having an emotion, a sincere emotion, looks like. And it's sad. Like, I don't know why they would let a Leslie take Brittany. He does put you to sleep. That's so funny, Monarch. You know who else likes to do stuff like that? Mr. Sunken Grave, my friend. He's kind of funny about it. How jealous of Rita's of Jen. That's hilarious. Sue O'Connell said the jury looked visibly upset. Oh, Sue O'Connell told the truth once in her life? Amazing. Amazing. I watched LTWM for his sort of bit Moorish coverage. He seemed to have slipped out of my recommendations now. Gee, I wonder why. Although, to be fair, I'm still getting recommended like FKR channels because I covered this like trial, and it's like, no, bro, go away. I can see why people were all hyped up by the first trial, listening to all the FKR channels and have them brainwash you. But if you're still buying that the second time around, wake up. You tell them, Katie. You tell them. You know what I'm saying? Like, we've seen a lot of people sort of realizing it in this trial. That's what gives me just a smidgen of hope, you know? Yeah, my heart broke for her. Like, behind by an hour. Oh, ooh, you poor thing. Put it on 2 times 5. You're not missing much, my dear. Like, I'll do a couple more comments. No pink cockroaches on the jury. Let's hope not. Oh, I'm sure she was. I don't even want to know what they're saying in the latest. But you know what I thought was really funny? When the meteorologist, you know, had the question, and unless he was bungling the question, I don't even know what question he was asking at that point. And the meteorologist is like, you know, unless he's like, do you understand? The meteorologist is like, I don't understand anything in that sentence. Like, sir, I didn't understand a goddamn word you just said at all. Like, because he kept asking about if the visibility was good. And he's like, no, it's not good. So then, unless he forgets that he doesn't even ask another question. And he's like, but that's not what I'm asking about anymore. Isn't it though, sir? Like, isn't it? Like, and the meteorologist is like, I didn't understand anything of that sentence. Like, buddy, if the meteorologist, a very well-mannered, might I say, okay, well-educated man, seasoned man, can't understand what the F you're talking about, do you think the jury can? And no. Oh my God, I love that. If anybody claims Gallagher was a liar, he was clearly very honest. Then that's how you know the people that live in straight Delulu land is they see someone else say that on the FKR side, and then they just repeat it and repeat it and repeat it and repeat it and repeat it. And it just goes over and over and over and over. It's called a mantra, and it's a way to use mind control, brainwashing. Like, unless he did forget what state he was in. That was hilarious. It's like, you ever been to Canton, New York? And the guy's like, no, this is Massachusetts, bud. Like, like, this is definitely not New York there, buddy. Maybe you should go back there. Like, you should go back. I don't know. Sunken Grave said, I'm still waiting for a reply from Arga. I wrote them complaining about sleazy Dr. Wolf. I don't know how they keep him employed at this point. The trooper with the esteemed career who's never been investigated for impropriety, they think he's a liar. Right. Yeah, make it make sense, right? I mean, he is, right? Like, look at him. He's very seasoned. Like, he knows a lot about a lot. Like, the poor guy was like so polite and well-meaning, you can tell, very credible witness. And he's like, I don't understand a word you just said in any of that sentence, sir. Like, everybody should troll that guy. That guy and Larry, the ambulance chasing idiot. That guy's an idiot. I don't know who gave him a bar card, but they might want to go get it back. Maybe he found it in a Cracker Jack box. I feel like half of these lawyers or people who used to be lawyers found their bar cards in a Cracker Jack box. That's where they got their licenses. Like, delete your comments. It's hilarious. Hilarious. I replied with a snarky reply. You guys have the best hilarious snarky replies. I'm just saying. Like, Katie said Gallagher and Jen McCabe seem to be the most credible so far. Jesse said, I couldn't agree with you more. You can talk about me. I was one of those people that was beyond pumped up first trial. And then the HBO Max came out and I started rewatching everything and my mind definitely changed. And if you do go back, right, and you go back and you watch everything and you look at the data, you don't just listen to all the talking points that are coming from FKR, but you actually look at what could or couldn't be, right? You remember in the beginning, way before, like the first trial, you're being told there's taillight on the front of the lawn, that there's missing library footage, that like all these different things that never happened. Not only didn't happen, okay, but then were proven didn't happen. All right. And so you have to remember, so people following from the beginning, like they get those pieces and it's like, oh, that's a little corrupt. That's definitely conspiracy happening here. And then more little pieces of more lies come on. And so at that point, they're locked in, forgetting and not realizing that there's a reason why the first tidbits aren't talked about anymore. And it's because they've been completely debunked and not even the defense team's going to argue it. That's half the problem that I have with these people. I'm like, you know that the defense team isn't even going to argue that, right? They're not going to argue that the car data isn't real because they're the ones who did the chip on, chip off in the first trial. So they cannot argue that it was tampered with. They are the ones that did the chip on, chip off. Like, so it's hilarious to me how some people argue stuff. It's like, dude, the defense isn't even going to argue that and has never argued that. Proctor in the taillight. That was told for 2 years. That was him. It was him. It was him. It was him. And that's what FKR was saying. Proctor in the taillight. Except Proctor never went to 34 Fairview that night. So how did he plant taillight in front of an entire CERT team to a place he didn't go? Like, anyone? McFly. So then, of course, we heard at the beginning of this trial, the sewer turtle tell everybody, well, now it's not Proctor. Now it's someone else. Now it can't be Proctor. If your goalpost is changing with things that are being debunked, then you're not telling the truth. The truth does not change, okay? The adjective you use to describe it might change, but the crux of it doesn't change. The person planting things does not change. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, law talk with Mike. Oh, okay. I'm like, I've never heard of this person. Oh, yeah, I've never heard of him before. Yeah, he's a weather guy too, with the punny pun. Good for you both, seriously, for using your serious critical thinking skills. Like, not everybody clearly can do that, as you guys can see. You know, a lot of people just repeat the mantras they're hearing from FKR, even if it doesn't make sense, even after they say it. Like, even if one of us points out that can't possibly be true, what you just said, because of this, this, and this, and all the people I still see on Law and Crime feed, Court TV feed saying, the FBI said this happened. The FBI said he wasn't hit by a car. The FBI didn't say any of that, as a matter of fact. And ARCA did say he could have been hit and then hit his head. They absolutely did. People seem to forget Dr. Rentschler said that. Like, they only want to go with their narrative. But they go, the FBI said that 2:27 happened. No, they did not. The FBI has never said the 2:27 a.m. happened. The FBI said he wasn't hit by a car. The FBI never said he wasn't hit by a car. Like, they just repeat things that they're told because they just believe it to be true because 50 people online or 100 people online keep saying it. That's where your red flag should be, to not just believe everything you see or hear. Digging it in the four protesters. That sounds like a doo-wop group. Here, introducing Dina and the Four Protesters. Sounds like a friggin' doo-wop group from the 50s. That was funny. It was pretty funny. Like, the barometric boss. Hey, that's a good one. That is a good nickname for him. For real though. Like, glad you figured it out. You know? Why did I go back? It's a proven conspiracy and the federal investigation is still open. Yeah, those ones are good. Those ones are good ones that, oh, even though it's closed, they didn't actually come out and say, hey guys, it's closed. So that means it's open. The best one I ever heard was the federal investigation is open. They closed it so that they could investigate more, but they're investigating more and just waiting to reopen it. What? McFly? Please use one of the brain cells that you have, even if you only have two. Rub them together and know how that makes no logical sense. They don't close investigations to investigate more. They keep them open. Genius. Like, exactly. You have to thoroughly look. You have to thoroughly look yourself. Like, oh, I'm jealous. I'm not going to lie. I don't have a vehicle and I desperately need one. So you drive that thing. You drive it everywhere. Get yourself a coffee. Get yourself an ice cream. You drive. I'd be excited. I'm not going to lie. I'd be excited. I'm excited for you, Jack. Good job. High five, my friend. I'm happy when good stuff happens to you guys. Makes me happy. Mike goes on all these weird anti-woke, sorry we read the news and have compassion rants. Ooh. I can't. Mainstream media has pissed me off to no end, especially with this trial, because they're not covering the entirety of it. They're just covering the salacious parts to make people pay attention to like what they want them to, not covering the actual story of it all. You know, like, oh, you're homesick. Oh, you poor thing. I don't ever get a fever either when I'm sick. Like, usually I'm sick, but I don't get a fever. So believe me, I get it. If you have a fever, that means you're very, very sick. Definitely rest up. Take some naps in between. You know, Alessi might put you to sleep, girl. But listen, you need anything, you let me know. You just send me an email. I just unsubbed from Crime Talk too. I just don't need the enraging content. Monarch, I still look at certain things kind of sideways and like get cringed, but at the end of the day, I think she did it. It's a tough case, especially around my area. It's free Karen Read lawn signs everywhere. Yeah, well, they need to take those lawn signs and, I mean, shove them where the sun don't shine, because they're not realizing what's happening. Yeah, that's the windshield wipers inside Kerry's car. That's when they found him. That's not before. Those windshield wipers on that 911 call. It's when they found him. Sunken Grave says he's good. I have known nothing about him. Maybe I'll look into it. I've never heard of him until right this very minute, until you guys told me. Yeah, exactly. Fruit is good. Eat some fruit. It actually does help push you through it. Elderberry gummies. I always take those when I'm sick, and it definitely does help. Like, oh, a collision never happened. That, you want to know why they say that? Because that's something Jackson said in his like opening, which is like, bro, you guys claim that Karen hit John's car and smashed a taillight that clearly does not smash there. And not only that, but her back like taillight goes past the car. The bumper hits the car. So I find it hilarious. They say that there wasn't, then how did she supposedly break her taillight like you guys claim? You know what I mean? It's just utter nonsense. I do love my chat. I can't complain. I got one of the best chats, I think. Like, I couldn't afford a Lexus. I have no hookup. Me too. I don't have a conspiracy couch, Jack, and I don't have a car yet, even though they tell me I'm paid by the Commonwealth. That's what some of these people will say. For someone who's paid by the Commonwealth, I'm like, wait, the Commonwealth paid me when? Where's the car that I should have outside that I need? Like, where's that at? Like, if I'm being paid by the Commonwealth, I'd like to know where the money is, because thus far in a 5 hours into a stream, I have gotten 2, I think, donations that don't even total $25. So like, I don't know what in the actual hell I'm being paid by the Commonwealth for, but hey, if anybody can find me that money in a conspiracy couch, and a conspiracy bathroom, and what else? We got conspiracy jackets, right? There's conspiracy jackets and a conspiracy dog. I want a conspiracy dog too. I want all those things. If somebody wants to find that for me, since I'm supposedly being paid by the Commonwealth, I'd like to know where all that money went. Like, what? Yeah, they're going to have to talk about their dumb spud gun. Like, and the stuff that they didn't do. And the information that they basically ignored when they were given it the second time around. That's going to be thrilling. Like, she did say that, Patty. Within minutes after exiting my car, he wasn't answering his phone. That was a kernel of truth. Remember, she called at 12:59 and said, John, no one knows where you are. Minutes after she left the scene. But I thought a year later, you said you saw him walk up. Why wouldn't you know where he is? You didn't make a call to the Alberts at that point. You didn't call Jen at that point. You didn't, nothing. You didn't go back at that point either. Just a few minutes away. You didn't go back. Like, tell them none ya business from someone who knows. That's where none ya business. None ya business. From the best place you can be watching this trial, that's where. It has a full trunk of different kinds of signs. Yeah, that's Dina. Ooh. If I win the lotto, I'll buy a car. Hey, if I win the lotto, everybody, I'll be like Oprah. You get a house and you get a car and you get $10,000 to put in your bank account to try to help you out. Like, I'd be like Oprah if I won the lottery. I'd buy all the schoolhouses that were empty and turn them into apartments. Like, I got plans if I ever hit the lottery. I'm telling you that much. Like, I have some serious, like, written down detailed plans on things that I could do for people if I hit the lottery. Why Karen called her drink an episode. Her herself is a whole episode. Like, I know you do. Thank you, Ashley. I appreciate you, my friend. He is getting outclassed. It's like hilarious to watch because like he again does not realize once again that he's not in LA. Like, you know, definitely keep hydrated, Alba. That's one of the main things you should do for sure. And I'll try not to be too loud because I know you probably have a headache. It is a safe space. ShopRite. They have ShopRites out in Western Mass too. I do appreciate it. Yeah. And she lives like a half hour away. So it's not like right around the corner, you know? So I appreciate it when she comes. It's definitely helpful. I need to do laundry desperately. I need to go to a freaking laundromat. I don't have laundry here at the house. So I have to go to a laundromat and it's a whole up and down stairs and it's obnoxious. being sick is the worst. The Crime Talk guy tries to have it both ways. He knows there's no conspiracy, but he insists that it's been proven by ARCA that John wasn't hit by the Lexus. I don't know how anybody could say that, knowing that they don't have all the data or didn't have all the data when they tried to make that assumption. Not even tech stream data. They didn't have any of the hair. They didn't know what the tail light pieces were. They had none of it. Like, so how could you possibly say that? Like, yeah, see, for me, like, if I'm going to follow a trial, I want all the info. I want it all. I want to know it all. Everything someone's got, I want it all. I couldn't just do a quick rundown. Like, I do plan on doing, like, already, like, edited and recorded shows on certain cases, but I don't think I could do just like a 10 or a 20-minute rundown quickly, because the case deserves more. Any case, and I mean any case, deserves more than a 10 or 15-minute quick rundown. The family, the victim, they deserve more than that, in my opinion, especially ones that aren't covered a lot or don't get a lot of media attention, or older ones, you know, cold cases, things like that. I know I need a conspiracy couch too, man. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't watch it. I'm not sure. Like, oh, they've been trying to do that here. Stop and Shop was charging like 10 cents a bag or something like that before they closed in certain areas. It was utterly ridiculous. There's Trooper Proctor from the first trial. Right? That's exactly what I would be doing. How did you know? The first thing I would be doing is paying my mods for doing an amazing job. That's 100% correct and accurate. Like, they actually know that. That's how funny that is. Like, because I don't know. I believe they're doing a job too. Like, they're keeping it, they're holding it down over there. Like, I just said it was public info. Yep, it was public after I said it. Yeah, but you got to remember to bring the reusable ones, Jesse, and I never do that. It's one thing if you have a car, I guess, and you can like keep them in your car. I don't have one, so then I forget to bring the reusable bags. Throw pillows of truth. He did call them the throw pillows of truth. It was pretty funny. His videos are hilarious. Matt has funny videos when he does those. DePetro was saying that during the voicemail playing from 6 a.m., some of the jurors were looking at Karen very unfavorably, listening to her screaming Jen and Kerry and all that. Ooh. Ouchies, Karen. Ouchies. Well, yeah, he's a one-trick pony. We've said this. He's definitely a one-trick pony. Like, attack witnesses who don't know he's coming. He can't do that twice. So that's the thing, right? Is he hasn't been able to do it twice because guess what? Shocker, they know it's coming. So they're able to answer his questions without him trying to confuse them to the answering it. He'll ask 3 questions in one question to get them to answer yes to the first or the second one, and then say, well, that was the answer to the third one. Like, that's how he rolls. And they're ready for it at this point. That's why Jen was like, that's 2 questions. Which question are you asking? Like, it's always smart if you're a witness, when an attorney's trying to do something like that you make them repeat the question or differentiate which thing they're asking about. And always ask to see if there's a transcript or you testified or had an interview before, ask to see it, because they will take it out of context. I know. I wish we were all super close. Like, I wish we all lived in like a short area. I wish you all lived here. So I'll tell you, because I worked in, I'm not close to you, Jesse. I'm about an hour, maybe a little less away. But around the manager. So here's the thing. All right. I worked in psych. I worked in a prison for the criminally insane. And I will tell you, the way psych hold section 12s work here in Massachusetts is, I'll tell you, like 85% of the time, the person's not held for more than 12 hours. Then you have the other, 15% of the time where they might be held for a day, 2. It's rare they get held for the whole 3 days. Here's the problem. The doctor comes in and asks you, like, after you've said the thing that you've said, whether it's you're going to hurt yourself or other people, they come in and ask you, you feel like you're going to hurt yourself and other people. And maybe some people say yes, blah, blah, blah. The doctor comes back in an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, and asks you again if you still feel like you want to hurt yourself and others. And if in your brain you're like, oh, if I say that, they're going to keep me here, and you say no, I didn't really mean it, I'm not actually going to do that, then guess what happens? They release you. They release you, which makes no logical sense, because if that person is in fact saying they're going to harm people or themselves and then just say it to get released and go do it, who's held liable for that? I'll tell you, no one. No one. The hospital will say they did their due diligence by asking them, and they had no legal authority to hold them there if they're saying they no longer want to hurt themselves or other people. And that's what happens. And that is exactly why she wasn't held for more than a few hours, which almost always happens. It's rare they get held for more than a day, and rare that they're held for the full 72 hours, which is only 3 days. Usually it's within first 12 hours someone's released, most of the time. Obviously, there are certain circumstances where like you're held for longer, but most of the time people are released within the first 12 hours of a Section 12 hold. Unfortunately. It is a spoof infomercial for conspiracy couches. It's hilarious. I want a conspiracy. I need a conspiracy modular couch in pieces that the back and the legs come off, because otherwise it won't fit into my house. We've tested this theory already. 2 couches didn't fit into my house. So there's that. Like, I agree. There's a lot of hearings with those 2 cases. Yeah, I can't with the whole, she went and framed it, literally makes me cringe. I am going to cover the Kohlberger case, Katie. That's the thing. You would think that if any of these people dealt with a narcissist themselves, they'd be able to spot it a mile away. And some of them can, but they've ignored it. They've ignored it because they just want it to be true. They just want to belong to this FKR group of people and have friends to go, pick it with and hang out with and go places with. So they make themselves believe that she must be framed in order to stay in that thing, It did, as far as I know, get delayed. There was a delay in it. And as far as I knew, we didn't know when it was going to start. I got rid of a bunch of my Stop and Shop bags, the reusable ones. I donated them, actually 293 of them. You poor thing. I definitely forget to bring them. That's for sure. Why is Alessi crossing Garino? What's the purpose of him? I don't know. I have no idea what his purpose would be if he's going to. I don't know if they're even going to cross, but I feel like they are just to do it, like they are ready for him. They're 100%. A 5150. It's like the same thing as Section 12. It's a mental health hold, psych hold. But different states call them different things. Like here, it's a Section 12. Like if you were held for drugs, like, and put in a program for drugs, that would be a Section 32. So Section 12 is mental health. Sorry, 35. Section 35 is for drugs. But every state calls it something different, Oh, he definitely put him in his place. Gallagher pretty much told him, listen, I've been to police officers' houses where I have literally arrested their children and searched their homes. So no, nobody got special treatment here. Thank you. Like, exactly. 16 hours. Yeah. And that's probably because he was drunk and was sleeping most of it off, and they couldn't talk to him until he woke up. You know what I'm saying? Like once they talk to him again, and they're like, oh, you're not going to hurt anybody or yourself. Oh, you say you're not going to? Cool. Bye. Like, yeah, see, I mean, there's got to be something. I mean, it's just broken in this state. It needs to be fixed, Well, I think I would pride myself on, even if my channel got big, that like I am not going to run my channel differently, other than not probably being able to do every comment, but being able to probably hit at least 1 or 2 comments of most people, like, and still, interact with my chat. Like, I think it's important, and I just don't see how people, I mean, but again, I don't adopt some of the slimy tactics, like ignoring people until they donate, and until you read what they have to say. Like and yes, do I lose money because of it? Yes. Does it make my channel struggle more because I don't do it? Yeah, it does. But like, it's just a line that it's my own personal moral. Sorry, not sorry. Like, so it's like, I hope to be a bigger channel one day. I do. Most channels do. but I won't do it the way they're doing it. I refuse. If I had, I would already be there. Some people forget that I'm not even, I'm not even up to 3,000. Like, I'm not at 15,000 subscribers. I'm not at 20. I'm not at 30. Like, I am much, much smaller than that. Grave sends $20 for a new fan for the courthouse. Thank you, Grave. I appreciate you, my friend. And with that, while we are on lunch, which we should be coming back from any second, if you want to help out the channel, if you want to donate to the channel, we very much definitely could use the help and need the help. We have a Venmo, we have a PayPal, we have a Cash App, we have a Revolut. We also have the links for Apple Pay and Revolut. And we also have options for you guys to send e-gift cards via email. I have 2 emails, one that's connected. It's here in the little ticker to my PayPal, and the other that is for the channel, which is twistedtragedies3@gmail.com. And it's always super helpful because it is a lot slower for my channel, at least during trial, because I don't have the option of like keeping it afloat with like memberships per month, unfortunately, because, well, YouTube is slower than molasses and we can thank them for that. Like, so these are my only options at the moment. Where other channels have that they can depend on, I don't. I love when people share what they know. Like, I love it because everybody has a different, oh, hold on. It's resuming. Hold on. Free, can we get some audio?
Yeah, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'd like to introduce clip 1 and play it for the jury.
Clips. I do think the voicemails are a cover-up of sorts.
I didn't think I hit him, but I clipped him. Could I targeted me and incapacitated him? He didn't look mortally wounded as far as I could see, but could I have done something that knocked him out and in drunkenness and in the cold did he come to again?
In this particular moment, you would drop them all in the party.
Yeah, would have had to.
Are they ruffling papers and moving things around on purpose? Like, come on, man. We want to hear it.
Your Honor, I have keeper of record certificates I'd like to mark for identification.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
There's a series of
Please,
them, Your
for a
Honor.
minute, guys. Just so I'm taking myself off camera so I can eat.
And these are all for identification. For identification. Thank you.
He kind of is wearing a premium suit without the bow tie.
Next, I'd like to introduce as an exhibit the text messages that I read with Mrs. McKay during the testimony.
What do they need a moment for? We know what they are. Oh, Karen whispers out to me, well, I can see you. I would hunt you down. At least what you look at when she's glaring at people.
I'd move this into evidence, please.
Right,
No objection, Your Honor.
thank you. Exhibit 7.
Your Honor, may I call the Commonwealth's next witness?
Please.
Commonwealth calls Charles Ray. Where do you want to go?
Is this the blonde lady with the kids? Interesting. Hey, Cynthia. I think the same thing. It was to see if he would answer the phone, if he was alive, or if he got help. I wish I could say yes, but since you're not in this country, I guess I shall say no. Like, we're going to find out, Joan, if she did. I don't know. Maybe Chloe is lurking, Jesse. I don't know. No, I guess they finished with Alessia and didn't do a cross. So, I mean, what are they going to cross? You can't really cross the text messages. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, they look like they're either adults or teenagers, but I still don't understand why you would bring them.
If we could, we'll call a different witness. Who's available?
Uh-oh.
Okay.
We'll call Kevin O'Hara, please.
I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
I mean, the Reed family they better pray that those people didn't win seats through a fundraiser, because you cannot sell seats to a public trial in a public courthouse. You cannot sell seats. That's not a thing. That would be highly illegal. So let's hope that those are not people that, quote, won seats, because you cannot win public seats in a public courthouse, nor can you sell them. Those are to be given to the public. If the Reed family, it doesn't have all those people there. And even then, it's first come, first serve. Like, if the Reed family wants to bring 50 people, if members of the public get there first, it is first come, first serve. I mean, you can't really cross voicemails or text. I thought they might ask him a couple other questions, but they didn't. So that's why they didn't cross anything with Garino, because there's nothing to cross. But I mean, why are we doing a sidebar already? Like, there's nothing to even sidebar about. Like, I'm confused here. Deb, I didn't catch. I thought we were going to see him and he was going to like spell his name. So like, I'd have to go back and listen to what his name was, but it's not something that's familiar to me. Yeah, they look like either teenagers or adults, Jesse, but I still wouldn't bring them. So I mean, I don't know. Like, they better hope, though. Charles Ray, that was it. Yep, Charles Ray. Thank you, Patty. I mean, while we're waiting, if you guys want to hit the like, the subscribe, you want to share the video, that's super helpful. You can share it on Facebook, Twitter, you know, share it with your friends, send a text message.
All right, Mr. Brennan, the next witness for the Commonwealth is who?
We're going to return to Charles Ray, please.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to go back.
Jurors,
back
thank you for your patience.
Then we're back to Charles right now. I don't know what's happening. This is a clown show.
Raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case down here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. I do.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Charles Ray. I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police, last name R-A-E.
How long have you worked for the Canton Police Department?
Approximately 25 years.
Hey, we
When
sent
were
you
you
pizza.
assigned lieutenant?
Approximately 10 years ago.
I want to go back to January 29th, 2022. Do you remember that morning?
Yes.
Were you working that morning?
Yes, I came in for the day shift.
When you first came in for the day shift, did you have any particular duties or responsibilities?
I would have been a patrol shift commander for the 7:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. Incoming shift.
Had you learned about an event that occurred at 34 Fairview Road?
I had.
Were you part of that response or group of officers that went to 34 Fairview Road?
No, I was not.
Your role that morning was unrelated to 34 Fairview Road?
Correct.
At some point, did you learn the name of the person who was at 34 Fairview Road that needed medical attention?
I did.
And what was that person's name?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
Did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe was brought to the hospital?
I did.
At some point, were you advised of his status?
At some point later in the day, yes.
While you're at the station, after learning about Mr. O'Keefe,
You are muted.
did you make a decision to do something?
I did.
Was it an order from somebody, or did you make a decision on your own?
I can't recall whether it was an order from somebody. I don't think it was an order, but it probably might have been at the suggestion of the former chief of police. Either that or it just developed organically. But one way or the other, we decided that the right thing to do would be to do a well-being check of the home at 1 Meadows Ave, which is the decedent's residence.
Why were you doing a well-being check at Meadows Ave?
We, at that time, we were under the impression that there may be 2 unattended young children at the home.
When you decided to go to Meadows Ave, did you use a police vehicle?
Yes.
Do you remember which vehicle it was?
It was Canton 682, which is the supervisor's vehicle.
When you decided to go to Meadows for a well-being check, did you ask anybody to come with you?
Yes, myself and Sergeant Lehan.
Do you remember the weather that morning?
Yes.
Could you describe it for us?
There was a well-forecasted snowstorm that had already began, and it was starting to pick up intensity at that point.
At this point, I had moved to admit the dash cam video from Cruiser 682.
It's exactly what he's going to show, Brittany, of the taillight, the picture of the taillight.
Did you travel from the police station to Meadows?
Yes.
Do you remember about how long that took you?
A few minutes.
Who was driving?
Sergeant Lehan was driving.
And where were you seated?
I was in the passenger seat.
Do you remember arriving at Meadows?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I would show a portion of Cruiser 682.
Okay.
Could you stop, please, Ms. Gilman? I note that the time is 8:23:10. Do you remember the time when you got there?
I didn't make note of it mentally at that time, but I've since learned that, yes.
Is this video that you have just watched consistent with your memory that morning?
Yes.
The cruiser cam is showing two vehicles in the driveway. When you arrived that morning, did you know whose vehicles they were?
At that time, no.
At that time, did you pay any particular attention to either of those vehicles?
No.
If I could show Exhibit 10, please. So does that appear to be a still photo from the video we just watched?
Yes.
And could I have Exhibit 11, please? When you arrived for the wellness check that morning, were you working as an investigator in any way?
No, I was not.
Did you happen to pay any particular attention to the right side of the back of that car that morning?
No, I did not.
And is that photograph a close-up of the previous picture?
Yes.
Does it appear to be a still photo taken from the video on the cruiser that you were driving that morning or that you were in that morning?
Yes.
Okay, you can take that down, please. Thank you. After you arrived at Meadows, did you do anything?
When we arrived at Meadows, we walked up to one of the front doors and rang the doorbell, knocked on the door. Anywhere we could see through plain view, we were just trying to see if we could raise anybody and see if the children were at the house.
Did you find anybody?
We did not.
I'm going to ask to show 159. It's a portion of an exhibit that's already been introduced.
Okay. I don't remember seeing that last time. Maybe we did, and I stepped out for 1 second last time, but I don't remember seeing it from John's ring camera, the cops being there. Yeah, I don't remember this either from last time. This is from John's ring cam showing too that there was videos that have been deleted from his camera, but these magically exist. Showing that the only person who would have deleted them or had the motive or opportunity would have been Karen herself. Invert the video, right? Yeah, there's snow packed into the missing piece.
Thank you. At this time, I'd move to introduce former 19.
No objection, Ron.
Okay. I heard Yannetti. Does that mean he's going to be the crosshair? That's what it means, usually.
Exhibit 72.
Different camera view. Doorbell cam. Exactly. It's deleted. Why? From both areas? That's where I caught it from here. I don't think this is the front of the house anyway. It is kind of exciting. I don't think this was shown last time. Sorry, guys, I have allergies.
Thank you. The first video or the second to last video you just saw, is that you and your partner arriving?
Correct.
In the last video, who's in the doorway?
I was on the right side of the frame and Sergeant Lehan was on the left side of the frame.
How long did you spend at the residence for the wellness check?
A few minutes. I don't think more than 5 minutes.
Thank you. I have no further questions for the witness.
Right, any
Oh, shit.
questions, Mr. Yannick?
We have no questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
They have no
We're
questions.
all set.
They have no questions. Yeah, very conveniently deleted exactly JMS.
So next witness, Mr. Brennan.
Yeah, we remember the talking about
My
it. We
next
just
witness would be
remember that
Kevin
view.
O'Hara.
Yeah, I've seen the part where like Karen's dad and her get there, but I've never seen that part specifically. I've seen the other things from that camera, but not that. This is like the front. That was, I think, the front door, maybe. I believe it's the front door because that's where the bushes, those two bushes are in the front. Me too, Deb. Me too.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your last name for the record?
My name is Kevin O'Hara, O'Hara.
Where do you work?
I'm a lieutenant with the Massachusetts State Police,
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police?
23 years.
When you began your career, what was your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
I was assigned as a trooper, a patrol trooper, working out of several barracks across the state.
Did you have to have any special education or training before you became an official Massachusetts State Police trooper?
Yes, I did. We went to a 6-month academy in New Braintree.
How long were you on patrol for?
I was on patrol for 17 years until I became a sergeant in 2018. So 16 years, became a sergeant, then a lieutenant.
In those 16 years, did you have any additional training after basic academy?
Yes, continued training throughout the years, additional training. Eventually, I wound up joining a search and rescue team, went to search and rescue training.
Tell us a little bit about search and rescue, what you did and what you do.
I'm the team commander for the State Police Special Emergency Response Team, which is known as CERT. I'm also the search and rescue coordinator for the state of Massachusetts. As a team, we conduct monthly trainings, at least twice a month, where our team will come together and train. We've been to trainings all across the country to hit national training standards.
Do you have any particular roles when you look for certain types of things?
So for CERT, we have 3 main mission types. We will do lost missing person searches, we will do evidence searches, and then we also do crowd control and security at large scale events such as the Boston Marathon, the July 4th celebration. We get assigned to Gillette Stadium for all the events down there as well.
You mentioned that you work, part of your work is looking for missing persons.
Yes, sir.
Did you receive any specialized training, have any special experience looking for missing persons as far as training technique?
Yes, we get certifications through NASAR, which is a National Search and Rescue Organization, NUSAR, which is a New England-based search and rescue group. We will train several different types of trainings to, improve our search techniques, including man tracking, probability of detection, critical separation, which is how we'll line up as we're searching certain areas. We've also gone, as I stated before, to national trainings where we've now really use a lot of statistical-based searching in our searches. We'll use live tracking maps now, so we've really advanced the way we search for missing persons.
When you're searching for a missing person, is there a routine or does it depend case by case?
We'll start off with a set normal way we'll deploy. More than likely, we'll start with a canine, searching high probability of areas, trying to get people out as quick as possible. And then eventually it may turn into a line search or a grid search.
You said that you lead the CERT team?
That's correct, sir.
How many CERT teams are there with the Massachusetts State Police?
Just one.
How do you decide what different cases or situations to get involved in? Is that your request?
It's not at our request. We'll receive requests either internally through other members of our department or externally from outside agencies.
So can you take us through very basically how would a typical request come to you?
Most of the time I'll receive what I call a courtesy notification. I'll get a call from someone that I know on the department or a local police department asking, giving me the particulars of the case and if we'd be available and what I think about our response. If we are available, if we're not already on another mission, we'll then start the approval request process, which I have to send up through my chain of command. I have to send that up through a captain, which then will go to a major who's in charge of the special operations. And then he may have the final say. It may even go higher to him to Lieutenant Colonel of Field Services. If the request is internal through another member of our department, it also has to go up their specific chain of command as well. Sometimes getting an external request sometimes goes faster because there's not that second chain of command, to go through.
In 2022, how many full-time members were on the CERT team?
At that time, we had 55 members, we had one full-time member, 55 total members on the team.
So the members on the CERT team, did they engage in other roles with the state police at the same time they're a member of the CERT team?
Yes, it's an additional duty. They have a primary assignment either at a barracks or some other assignment throughout the state.
If you decided on accepting a mission or you were assigned a mission, who determines how many people from the CERT team would attend?
That would be determined by myself and the captain from Special Operations.
You mentioned back in 2022 there was one full-time member and 55 part-time members of the CERT team?
Yes, 55 total, correct, sir.
As we stand today, how many full-time members of the CERT team?
Currently, we're 69. We did have 71. We've had a few members leave the team recently.
Are those full-time or part-time members?
I'm sorry, that's full total members. We have currently 5 full-time members, so we increased on both ends.
Are members of the CERT team who work for the Massachusetts State Police drawn from different geographical locations around the state?
That's correct. We try to split east-west the best we can geographically, just so we have as quick a response time as possible. We'll break it down further into the northeast part of the state, the southeast, central, west, but main breakdown for us is east-west, basically using 495 as our boundary.
If the CERT team's assigned a mission and there are members that have chosen to participate, how often would you go to that scene or involve yourself in that particular event?
When I was the only full-time member, probably 99% of the missions I would go to. Now we have a few other supervisors on the team. I have a full-time executive officer who's also a lieutenant, but my role hasn't changed too much, still 90 to 95% of the missions.
I want you to take us back to January 29, 2022. Were you contacted or was a request made for you to consider and accept the mission?
Yes, I received a call from Lieutenant Tully.
After receiving the call, what was your process?
Again, that was what I would classify as a courtesy notification to see if we were available, if he thought we could get a response on that date. I told him we would be able to respond. I asked him if he had started the request for approval up his chain of command, which he hadn't at that time. He stated he would start on that, and then I contacted my captain after getting off the phone with him to start the approval process through my chain of command.
Do you remember generally about what time this process began?
He called me at 2:32 p.m.
At some point, was the task or the mission assigned?
So I told Lieutenant Tully that, we had received a snow that day. I told him most of the members, including myself, may not have shoveled out their driveway. I told him at best case scenario would be an hour plus response time, depending on how long it would take people to shovel out their driveway. So at 2:53, I contacted one of the West team members, a sergeant from the West team, to have him send out an alert to our full team just to build an availability list to see who was available. So at 2:53, that got sent out to the entire team.
At some point, were you able to acquire or compile a team?
Yes, Sergeant Simpson was able to put that list together.
And what time did you start to begin your way towards Fairview Road?
At 3:48, we sent out an alert for the activation of our team, including notifying the team which members would actually be responding. I had just finished shoveling my driveway. By the time I changed into my uniform, got all my equipment together, I left my house at 4:13 p.m.
When you left your house, were you in an assigned cruiser or a personal vehicle?
Signed cruiser, sir.
Is there tracking of assigned cruisers?
Yes, there is.
Could you share with us how that works?
So each cruiser has a automated vehicle locator, a GPS system. It tracks everywhere you go, marking every time you stop.
And did the vehicle you were driving have that system?
Yes, it did, sir.
Before you left to head towards Fairview at 4:13 p.m., had you already defined what the mission was going to be?
Yes, I knew we'd be conducting an evidence search.
Did you have any idea of how you were going to do that?
Yes, I spoke to Lieutenant Tully just to get an idea of the area we'd be searching. I determined how many members we would need to respond to that search, which at that time I figured we would need 8 members to respond. Normally, as the team leader, I'll function more of an incident command role behind the team, documenting some of our efforts. So we dispatched 8 members to the scene. Unfortunately, due to the snow, one of my members was not able to respond, so we only had 7 members officially arrive on scene, including myself, which changed the dynamics a little bit of our search, but nothing major.
How did it change the dynamics of your search?
Well, like I stated, normally I would stay behind the line of searchers, documenting what they would do, more of as a command role. But because we were 1 member short, I wound up participating in the search, more hands-on than maybe normal.
Did you ultimately actively participate in the search firsthand?
Yes, I did, sir.
Tell us about when you first arrive at 34 Fairview and you get out of your cruiser. What's the weather like at that point?
Still snowing.
What's the temperature like?
Very cold.
Visibility?
It was windy, but no real issues for us to see as we were working.
Was there a particular area you were looking at?
Yes, once I spoke to Lieutenant Tully, we wanted focusing on a specific area to search.
What time did you arrive at 34 Fairview?
4:56 p.m.
Did any of your team arrive before you?
Just prior to my arrival, 1 member arrived at 4:54 p.m.
And do you remember who that was?
It was Trooper Jason Bousselet.
Were there other members that arrived after you?
Yes, there were.
Did you wait until the entire team was there before you began?
No, we did not.
The other members that arrived, do you remember who they were?
Yes, I do, sir.
Do you happen to remember when they arrived?
Yes, I do, sir.
Could you share that with us?
Trooper Blake Bearden arrived at 5:21 p.m. Sergeant Charles Luis arrived at 5:24 p.m. Sergeant Michael O'Brien arrived at 5:24 p.m. Trooper Scott Viscardi arrived at 5:34 p.m. and Sergeant Anthony Carrier arrived at 5:41 p.m.
When you first arrived at Fairview and you looked at the scene, did you have any personal knowledge where any person had been in that area?
No, I did not.
Did you learn generally that a man was found in that area?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any photographs or precise location of exactly where that person had been found?
No, we did not.
Did you have a general area that you were directed to?
Yes, sir.
Any landmarks you can share with us in the general area where you were going to be focused on?
There was a flagpole in front of the residence. There was also a fire hydrant in front of the residence.
Who made the determination of the scope of the area that you would search?
I made the final markings of the distance we wanted to search, but we were guided by Lieutenant Tully's information he was able to provide for me.
How did you decide the depth and the broadness of the area you were going to search?
He informed me that there was a vehicle involved in the incident. He told me where that vehicle had been parked. So we wanted to make sure we started prior to where that vehicle was parked, which was almost adjacent to the front door of the house. If you were to look at the house we were at 34 Fairview Road, we don't say there was 2 front doors, a main front door and then a secondary front door at, closer to the garage, whether that's a mudroom or a den. So he stated the vehicle was parked almost directly across from the main front door, which again, looking at the house, that's on the left front door. So we marked off that as our starting location and we wanted to search down to the fire hydrant.
Were you looking randomly, or was there any specific items you may have been looking for?
No, we were instructed that it was believed that the vehicle may have had a broken taillight, so we were looking for taillight pieces. We also were informed the victim in this incident was missing his shoe, so we're going to be looking for his sneaker as well.
What tools did you and your team bring to begin the search?
We brought shovels. We also brought push broom. I brought a couple of garden rakes, and we also were all equipped with headlamps, hiking lamps that you would wear.
Were the headlamps the only lighting you had for the search?
Once we began the search, we wound up turning a few of the cruisers around just to put some extra headlights on the scene.
Were the cruisers parked so they were facing the yard?
They were parked on the street, just covering the streets. They're not angled towards the yard at all.
I want to ask you some questions about the tools you brought. You said you had shovels, some garden rakes, and brooms.
Yes, sir.
What was the purpose of the brooms?
Just to help us sift through the snow very carefully. We want to be slow and methodical as we went through the area.
How about the shovels? Were you concerned that if you used the shovel, you could hit an item and break it?
Yes, but we went as slow as we could, layer by layer, as we moved down throughout the snow.
When you use shovels, were you digging like you would dig vegetables in a garden?
No, sir.
Could you explain a little bit about the process before we get into the actual search of how you as a team would look through snow? Would you just pick it up and turn it over, or was there a process in place?
No, eventually we wound up going again. Our searches, we'll call it a grid search, but it's a line search where we're all lined up, again, talking about critical spacing. If we're searching for a particular item on a search, we may use a replica item to say, okay, how far can each member be away from each other? Because this was such a small search area, our members lined up almost shoulder to shoulder. Once we were on a line, we would slowly move forward, each member taking out snow, sifting, small layers, sifting it out at their own feet with a right flank along the curb in front of the house. That snow would eventually get moved out to the street where I was standing. I was the left flank on our line. I would then re-go through that snow, make sure we didn't miss any items or by accident carry an item that we were looking for over towards the middle of the street. Once I was satisfied there wasn't anything there, I would take that snow and throw it across to the other side of the street.
Before you began the search, did you have a chance to look around at the surroundings, including the street, the berm separating the street from the yard, and the area you're going to look at?
Yes, I did, sir.
Did you see any evidence that there had been any plowing before you arrived?
Yes, the plow had come through the area. The plow had not gone curb to curb, so we had a good 3 to 4 foot embankment coming off each curb. So at that embankment where the snow had come to, there was higher levels of snow before it dropped down to the normal snow depth that the rest of the area had received.
Could you describe a little more simply what you mean that the plow didn't go curb to curb?
So again, the plow had probably only done enough distance for maybe 2 vehicles to safely pass each other, not enough to go all the way to the curb on each side of the street. As we wound up parking, the responding members, as they wound up parking in the snow closer to the curb, and at the end of the night, several of the cruisers were stuck. We had to push them out.
When you looked at the snow that appeared to have been pushed by the plow, did that snow that had been displaced reach the berm, the separation between the street and the yard?
No, there was 3 to 4 feet between the edge from where the plow was to where the curbing in front of the house was located, sir.
The area where you searched or where you were pointed to where Mr. O'Keefe was in that general area, did it look like any snow from any plow had reached that area?
No, it did not.
When you began the searching, do you know what time it was that you actually began searching?
We moved my cruiser and Trooper Boussolet's cruiser at 5:20. We had started gridding off where we wanted to search, but at 5:20, that's when we moved our cruisers to put the headlights on. That's right. Trooper Bearden and the 2 sergeants arrived quickly after on scene. So by 5:24, we started. All 5 of us were lined up shoveling. When the 2 other members arrived on scene, they just joined in on the line to help us move.
From when you first arrived at 4:56 p.m. to when you began the search at 5:20 p.m., did you see anybody enter the area that you were going to search other than you or a CERT team member?
No, they did not.
Were there other people in the area outside the scene or the grid that you were going to search, other than you and members of your CERT team?
Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene.
Was there anybody with Lieutenant Tully?
At one point, he had several other people with him, maybe I believe 5 throughout that search, maybe 5 different people, including him, were on scene.
Were those people part of state police?
At least 1, maybe 2. Unfortunately, I don't recognize all 2,500 members in our department, but there were probably about 5 total people on scene, sir.
Was there somebody who was picking up any evidence that you may find and putting it in bags and preserving it?
After we found located evidence, it was documented on scene by the detectives.
So you yourself were not documenting?
No, and again, that's maybe a little change in the dynamics. If I had been more of in an incident commander role, I probably would have documented time, location. Again, for our internal records, primary record will always be at the hands of the detectives. But because I was actively searching, the detectives handled all documentation.
Did you see somebody from the state police putting evidence in bags after it was pointed out to you?
Yes, sir, they did.
When you began the search, what part of the street or yard did you begin with?
We started where we were informed the vehicle was parked, which again was by, almost directly across from the front door of the house. And we began working south towards Chapman Street.
During the process of the search, if somebody were to find a piece of evidence, what was the process? What would happen?
He would notify myself and Lieutenant Tully, and we would stop our operation until that was documented by the detectives on scene and collected.
Do you know what time the first piece of evidence was found?
I believe it was 5:45, sir.
Do you remember what the first piece or item that you or the CERT team found was?
It was a piece of taillight.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Maybe, Jesse, we might get one more if the defense doesn't take 17 years to do a cross, but it very well could end with this guy. But the more people that we go through like this, the closer we get to like the experts.
So I'm showing you 2 photographs. You recognize what is in them. First one?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
It is a piece of clear lens from a taillight.
And the second photograph?
It's the same lens, just a little enhanced, closer.
A close-up?
Yes, sir.
I'd move to introduce these 2 photographs into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so one is a close-up of the other.
It is.
So Madam Court Reporter will be the next plus A.
73 and 73A. Let's briefly see those photographs.
With the court's permission, could I show the exhibits?
Yeah.
We see exhibit number 129, please. Oh. Doesn't have it. All right, I'll move on at this point.
Okay.
And that was at 5:45?
Yes, sir.
At 5:50, do you know if another item was found?
I don't know the specific times. I know the first piece was 5:45, but again, I didn't handle the documentation and I have not seen the evidence log.
Okay. Inevitably, did you or your team find an item of clothing?
We found the sneaker, yes, sir.
A sneaker?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe where the sneaker was found?
Sneaker was flush up against the curb and it was inverted upside down.
Was there anything in the sneaker?
There was snow on and inside the sneaker.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you 3 photographs. You recognize the first one?
Yes, sir. That's a photograph of the sneaker we recovered.
And where is it located in reference to the berm?
It's directly up against the curb.
Can you take a look at the second photograph, please? What do you see?
It's a close-up picture of the same sneaker we located.
And third photograph, please.
Again, just a close-up, different angle photo of the sneaker we located.
Thank you. All right, remove these 3 photos into evidence, please.
All right, Madam Court Reporter, 74A.
Please. 74, 74A, and 74B, so marked.
Thank you.
Thank you. With the court's permission, could I show these photographs?
Yes.
Could we get more of a close-up, Ms. Gill? Sir, can you describe what you're seeing here?
That's the sneaker we located up against the curb. You can see the snow in the background, and that's the flagpole in front of the house. And you can see it's still snowing at this time.
Could we see 121, please? And sir, can you describe again what that is?
Just a close-up photo of the sneaker we located up against the curb.
Is that curb the black area to the right?
Correct, sir.
How high is that curb?
Not sure, sir. Several inches.
122, please. You described a photograph with a sneaker with snow in it. Is that photograph?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down. That night, do you recall if there was any other pieces of taillight recovered?
I believe in total we located maybe 6 or 7 pieces of taillight.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you 3 photographs.
Thank you.
You recognize the first photograph?
Yes, I do, sir.
And what's in that photograph?
It's a piece of red taillight that we located.
Could you look at the second photograph, please?
Yes, sir.
What do you see there?
It's the same piece of taillight that we recovered, just a close-up version. You can see the molding of an overturned shovel. That piece of taillight actually came up as one of our team members was shoveling. When he overturned his shovel, the piece of taillight was there, and you can see the actual molding from his shovel.
And the third photograph?
That is another piece of taillight that we located at ground level.
A different piece.
Yes, sir.
Let's stick with photographs 1 and 2. Photographs 1 and 2, a close-up and a further view of a piece of taillight. Are those fair and accurate depictions? Does that piece appear that night?
Yes, they are, sir.
All right, move to introduce 2 photographs into evidence.
No objection.
Thank you. One's a close-up, right?
Yeah, Your Honor.
75A.
So when these items were found, did you examine or study the depth of those items when they were found?
I did not, sir. Gave them a glance when our team members told us we found something. And then Lieutenant Tully took over documentation. I returned to my place, on our line.
Do you know if any of the items were touching the ground or were they on snow?
A couple of the pieces were found at ground level, touching the asphalt.
And you said there was another item found that we just talked about? A separate piece of taillight?
Yes, that photo you showed me was a separate piece of the taillight we located, sir.
Any approach?
Yes.
Showing you 2 photographs, could you look at the first photograph?
Yes, sir.
What do you see?
A piece of taillight at ground level.
And if you could look at the second photograph, what's that?
It's a close-up enhanced view of that same piece of taillight.
So it's just a different view of the same piece of taillight?
Correct, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction as that piece of taillight appeared that night?
Yes, it is, sir.
I would move these 2 into evidence, 1 photograph and a second of the closer-up view.
No objection.
Okay.
Exhibit 76 and 76A.
While you were conducting the search, did anybody but your team, Trooper Tully, the person who was documenting the evidence, did you see any other people who were not law enforcement in the area?
At some point during our search, the media arrived on scene, began filming us or taking photos.
Was there anybody from your department or a different department that was managing the crowd?
No, there were members with Lieutenant Tully that I believe were not state police members, but I wouldn't know how to characterize what their job description was, sir.
At any time, did anybody enter that area or scene, the grid that you and your members were working on, other than your group and Trooper Tully and the people with him?
No, correct. Once we marked off our area, no one came forward of our line. That whole search area was fresh, undisturbed snow as we moved through the area, and no one moved past our line. Even when Lieutenant Tully and the member who works in his unit came to collect the evidence, they didn't move past the point we'd searched up to at that time.
Why were you so careful about anybody coming onto your grid?
We don't want to disturb our scene, but we also don't want to move forward unless we're all moving together, acting in unison.
Given you had brushes and rakes and shovels, did you get through every piece of that area?
We didn't go all the way to where I had marked off originally, because after we'd found everything that was collected, we had gone approximately 8 to 10 feet without finding any other evidence. Lieutenant Tully and I had a discussion. I think we determined we'd found everything we were going to find that evening, and we decided to suspend the search.
Was it a search that took up the whole front yard and street of that area?
Our focus was on the street. We really didn't touch the front yard at all. We started to go over the curb at one point to see if we could search the grass area, but we could not properly, definitively say we were searching it well. As we started to move the snow, we couldn't really differentiate down to the grass level.
How hard was the ground?
It was cold, frozen.
The ground was frozen?
Sir.
And so not being able to search the entire yard, was there a plan at that point? Did you just end your mission?
So when we suspended our search, we'll always do a full team debrief, and we'll debrief with the person who requested our search. So, and at the end of our search, we'll come up with what we call our probability of detection. We'll give a baseline determination of what I think our percentage-wise, whether we would have found what we were looking for. We'll provide that. I did provide that to Lieutenant Tully. Told him there was a good chance we did not locate everything that evening, and we offered to return at a later date or time at his request.
When you were looking generally for pieces of taillight in the sneaker, were you informed, did you have any idea how much taillight would be in that area?
I did not know, sir.
Was there any way for you to, at that point, identify exactly what you were looking for?
No, we didn't have a photo of the taillight. I was never shown anything, so I wasn't sure how much we were actually looking for.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll withdraw that. What time did you end the search?
Approximately 6:15, I believe. I was the last one to leave, which was 6:23 p.m. when I left.
And so how long was the entire search?
It was about 55 minutes. We started again around 5:20, ending around 6:15, sir.
Do you know if any other colleagues or members went back at a later date?
I've been informed that they did, yes, but not from my team, but other members of our department.
I'll allow it, just move on.
Did your team go back?
We did not, sir, no.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay.
All right, who's the cross idiot? Yannetti? Miss Yannetti? Hello, McFly.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Good afternoon, sir.
Jackson.
When you first arrived at the scene, was there crime scene tape up?
No, there was not, sir.
Was there any barricade up at all?
No, there was not.
Was
It was
there
blowing
any evidence that the
away.
crime scene was being secured at that time?
There was no police presence on scene, sir.
Okay. So that when you arrived, the scene had been left unsecured. Do you know how long it had been left unsecured?
I do not, sir.
So before you arrived, at least, and before your presence was known, for some time before you got there, that scene could have been accessed by anyone, to your knowledge.
Well, I think the weather played a good help in us with the scene security, because with that being fresh, undisturbed snow, and with the man tracking we do, we would be able to determine if anyone had access to that area.
Of course, of course. But you don't have any personal knowledge of anybody actually securing that scene for onlookers, bypassers, anybody that wanted access to it, they could have had it?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Okay. You indicated that Lieutenant Tully first contacted you but exactly at 2:32 p.m., correct?
That is correct, sir.
At that time, your team was not stood up. In other words, you were not activated because that was an initial call by Lieutenant Tully, not an activation call, correct?
Correct. That's a courtesy notification, sir.
And at that time, Lieutenant Tully had not received the proper protocol, the proper approvals through the protocol to actually have your team activate and have your team dispatched.
Yes, I think he'll normally, when we get activated, before they start the process going through their chain of command, they'll call me just to see if we're available and if we could actually respond instead of wasting other people's time calling us. If I were to say, no, we are already assigned on another mission at this time.
Right. So around 2:53, you indicated that one of your subordinates, Sergeant Simpson, notified the rest of the team that get ready, but we have not been given the green light, correct?
Correct, sir. Building an availability list of who could respond.
Okay. That was just a kind of a precursor, if you will, for lack of a better phrase, to make sure that you had the available personnel. So when the green light, or if the green light came, you could activate.
Correct. And to help start giving people the heads up to start shoveling the driveway. Like I said, as soon as I received that call from Lieutenant Tully, I hadn't shoveled my driveway yet.
Okay.
I went out and had to go clear my driveway and my cruiser. And at the end of my driveway, we usually get plowed in by our plows. We had several feet of snow at the end of my driveway, sir.
Lucky you.
Yes.
All right. Did Lieutenant Tully inform you in that first phone call that colleagues of his, Massachusetts State Police colleagues of his, were already en route to Dighton to retrieve or seize the SUV?
He did not say that, sir.
Did Lieutenant Tully inform you that Massachusetts State Police had actually contacted the Dighton Police Department for their assistance in potentially seizing that SUV?
He did not tell me that, sir.
Did he indicate to you, you indicated that your conversation was at 12:32. Did he indicate that he had just gotten off the phone with Dighton PD at 12:31, just a minute prior?
Our phone call was at 2:32, sir.
I'm sorry.
I don't know if that can,
Did I say 12:32?
that's a different time you're looking to.
2:32, and he had just gotten off the phone with Dighton PD at 2:31. Did he indicate anything like that?
No, we did not, sir.
Okay. So we do know that at that 2:30-ish hour, you were not authorized to respond to the unit, to the location at that point. None of your units were en route at that point.
No, neither one of us had requested approval through our chain of command at that time, sir.
And you've already told us that you didn't head out until just after 4, sometime after 4 p.m.?
Yes, my GPS data has me leaving my driveway at 4:13 p.m.
Got it. Once you were at 34 Fairview, you arrived first, correct?
No, sir.
I'm sorry, I mistook that. Tell me who did arrive first.
Trooper Busalil arrived at 4:54, and I pulled in just after him at 4:56, sir.
My mistake. When you first arrived, you were awaiting others of your team to arrive as well in their personal vehicles or their marked vehicles, correct?
They were still en route at that time, yes, sir.
When you got there, you did not know at that point where you were going to be directed to search, correct?
I did not know, sir.
All you knew was a residence and an address, correct?
Correct.
As your team members arrived, were they arriving in personal vehicles, cruisers, or some combination thereof?
They were all arriving in state-issued cruisers.
Okay, so all 7 of you arrived. There were 7 total, correct?
Correct. We, again, initially started 8. One member was not able to get off the end of their street due to plowing, so we were 1 member short from the original dispatch.
Understood. Lieutenant, when you arrived, given the fact that you did not know where you'd be searching, you've actually indicated previously that the flagpole, the fire hydrant, et cetera, that part of the lawn, that part of the yard was behind you as the cruisers pulled up and you parked your cruisers waiting for everybody to get there, correct?
When I arrived, I parked almost at the end of the driveway of that residence, sir.
Okay, was your tail facing the flagpole or was your nose facing the flagpole?
Tail was facing the flagpole.
So
sir.
you pulled up to the driveway, I'm guessing from Chapman?
Yes.
Heading north?
Correct, sir. Yes, from Chapman.
Okay, so you pulled over to the edge of the driveway, sort of on the wrong side of the street, I'm guessing.
Same side as 34 Fairview, sir.
Understood. So the area and the grid area that you ultimately decided to search and ultimately were directed to search, that was all behind you?
Yes, it was, sir.
And it was dark out, obviously?
Yes, it was, sir.
Getting dark?
It was dark. It was winter, so it was dark at
Okay.
5 o'clock.
Your focus was certainly not on the area behind you at that point, correct?
While
As a
we were
matter of fact,
driving,
your focus wasn't really anywhere, was it? Because you
No.
didn't know where you were going to search.
Correct, sir.
Okay. Ultimately, your team members began to arrive one by one, and each one of them would stay in their car, or would they get out and come coordinate with you, like at your cruiser?
No, as they arrived on scene, they would come out because Lieutenant Tully had already arrived on scene. He was technically the 3rd member of the state police on scene.
Okay.
So once he got on scene, I was already out talking to him, and I was marking off the area we were going to search.
Understood. He ultimately, at some point, did direct you to a location behind you, which you were not currently focused on, toward the flagpole, the fire hydrant, you said.
Yeah, I wasn't focused on any area at that time, sir, no.
You marked those the areas out that Lieutenant Tully directed you to with some sort of grid coordinates, or was it just sort of a mental grid?
No, I wound up marking, stepping it off in the area I wanted to search, sir.
Did you use any string or rope or anything like that to physically grid the area off?
No, I just marked a line in the snow, sir, where I wanted to start and where we wanted to end.
And you did that with footprints?
No, with the shovel, I made a mark where we wanted to start and end,
I
sir.
see. So sort of dragging a shovel in the line.
Oh,
right, in the
just
snow.
where the berm was, sir. I knocked the berm down, made an obvious impression of where the shovel was.
Okay.
At the starting location where ideally I wanted to end.
Perfect. You indicated that the area that you were searching was relatively undisturbed snow. You said that in direct examination, correct?
It was undisturbed, yes, sir.
But the street, everything from the berm in, the street had been plowed, correct?
To a point, yes, sir.
All right, and so that would be disturbed snow.
Yeah, to a point, yes, sir.
And what was the point?
To where the snow that got plowed in, it all rose up just like the end of your driveway would. There was a good 3 to 4 foot high barrier on each side of the street. Once you were able to knock down that initial barrier of snow, the level of snow dropped down to the normal depths that you would have seen in anyone's front lawn at that time, sir.
And is that what you're calling the undisturbed portion of the snow?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Lieutenant Tully told you that you were going to be looking for a man's shoe, a sneaker of some sort, or a shoe of some sort, correct?
He said sneaker, yes, sir.
And he told you that you'd be searching for plastic, red plastic potentially from a taillight. Is that right?
I said taillight pieces, yes, sir.
Did he indicate that some of them would be red, some might be clear, might be a combination of the two?
He didn't indicate a color either way, sir.
He did direct you to where he believed you should search. It was his direction that sort of gave you your grid coordinates, correct?
He indicated where the vehicle had been parked and where the victim's body had been located and suggested that was the primary area to search.
Did he tell you whether or not he knew from personal knowledge where where John O'Keefe's body had been?
He did not, sir, no.
Did he tell you whether he had personal knowledge where any taillight material might be?
He did not know, sir.
Did he tell you that he had any personal knowledge where an impact site might have been?
He did not know.
Did he tell you that he had personal knowledge that there had been an impact site at the location?
No, he just said he believed the incident involved the vehicle.
Okay. One of your goals when looking at the search location was to obviously remove the snow as methodically as you could, correct?
Yes, sir.
You wanted to not only remove layers of snow, but then ultimately expose the layer beneath it with as little disturbance as possible. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
I think you noted that the plow had not plowed all the way to the curb, so the snowbank was sort of in the street, not in the yard, or at least a few inches from the curb line and not in the yard, correct?
Correct, sir. As I stated, as some of the responding members parked, they were thinking they were parking in a safe spot in the street, and their cruisers wound up being stuck at the end of the night.
And you and your team had some experience doing searches in snowy conditions, being from Massachusetts, I'm guessing.
Missing person searches, we've never been out for an evidence search in this specific type of conditions, but we have done missing person searches.
So this was the first time you and your team had executed a search of this nature in these kinds of conditions for these kinds of items?
In blizzard conditions, yes, for an evidence search, yes.
But you did indicate on direct examination that although it was blizzard conditions and the winds were high, and we've learned that windy conditions sort of define a blizzard in some respects, the visibility was relatively good.
Yeah, with our headlamps, we had pretty decent visibility.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about the techniques for conducting a search like this in some sort of snowfall. Obviously, as a specialist in searches, one of the things that you put as the highest priority is documenting exactly where the search is conducted, what techniques are used to conduct the search, and what, if anything, is found and exactly where it's found, correct?
Yes, documentation of your search is important, yes, sir.
You'd also want to document the time that things are found, correct?
Yes, you want those documented.
And you'd want to document the relative locations between and among items that are found. How close are they to each other? How close are they or far are they from a stable landmark, a static landmark, correct?
So we will mark items, sir,
Okay.
Measuring in between distances, they do get stamped when we mark our items. Measuring them would be at the discretion of the investigators themselves.
And obviously, that would be among the best practices to clearly document how a search is conducted, correct?
Correct, sir.
Another way to document the evidence or the search is to do it through either video evidence or photographic techniques, right? Just photographing, forensic photographs of where things are found, contextual photographs moving into close-up photographs, correct?
That would be at the discretion of the detective, sir.
And in this case, that discretion lay with Lieutenant Tully, correct?
Yeah, he was the incident commander, correct, sir.
You indicated a number of hand tools that you brought with you to the search to make sure that you had the tools necessary to get through the snow and get to the items that if there were any items out there, to get to the items you were looking for. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And you did, in fact, remove layer by layer of snow and sort of sift through it as best you could, correct?
Yes, sir.
That also included some shovels where a shovel full of snow might be gathered and then turned over, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. That was done somewhat methodically, is that right?
Yes, it was, sir.
And you wanted to make sure that you weren't missing anything as you were digging through the top layers of snow and getting down to something closer to the surface, correct?
Correct, sir.
And at that time, what was the level of snow, if you can estimate it? How much snowfall?
I believe the area, not living that far from that location myself, was anywhere from 15 to 18 up to maybe 20 inches in certain towns.
And again, this is after 5:45, 5:48 in the evening of January 29th.
When the first item was discovered, it was 5:45.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, a search of this complexity and with this many individuals and with those conditions required some level of significant coordination by you and your team, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had to account for all the personnel who were there, is that right?
Correct, sir.
That included, I'm going to go through a quick list: Bearden, Beausoleil, Carrier, Luis, O'Brien, O'Hara, you, and Biscardi, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So there were 7 individuals, as well, Lieutenant, as 7 vehicles to account for, to make sure you're not driving over the wrong areas, walking over the wrong areas, standing over the wrong areas, correct?
Correct, sir.
And not only did you have to account for those 7 officers, each of whom arrived in their own vehicles, you also had to make sure that those vehicles were positioned in the right spot to make sure you don't drive over the area that you need to search and might be impacted by your cars, correct?
Yes, sir. After Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene, the remaining cruisers never came past the initial location of where we believe the incident occurred.
Before he came on scene, the cruisers that were there were down toward the driveway, closer to where you were, and you, of course, were positioned with your back to the location that ultimately was searched, correct?
Yes, sir. That was 2 of the 7 cruisers, yes.
Okay. Once you learned where you wanted to search, you literally had to sort of turn around, physically turn things around to begin searching behind where you had originally positioned yourself. No fault of your own, you just didn't know where to go. You had to sort of turn around and go backward toward the area of the flagpole, away from the area of the driveway, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so as you began to focus on the other side of the house, the other side of the driveway, you had to actually reposition a couple of the cruisers. You didn't have to, but you chose to reposition a couple of the cruisers to turn their lights back around, correct?
That is correct, sir.
At some point, you've indicated that there were other individuals who you noticed were at the scene. Is that right?
Yes, there were non-CERT members on scene, sir.
Okay. And those non-CERT members that included, or they numbered at least 5 individuals, not including Lieutenant Tully. Is that right?
I believe that includes Lieutenant Tully, sir. I believe it was 5 total.
Okay, so 5 does include Lieutenant Tully. There were 4 others that were non-CERT members, correct?
Correct, sir.
And those were members, I think you've earlier testified that those were members of either Massachusetts State Police or Canton Police or both. Is that right?
I believe it was both, yes, sir.
And you did not recognize those individuals?
I recognized one of the state police members. I believe a second one was also a state police member that I'm not familiar with.
Okay.
And then 2 other members that I believe were Canton Police, but again, not familiar with them.
And these individuals who are, obviously, it's dark, you're not paying attention to them, you're not paying attention to what they're doing. They probably have hats and hoods and gloves on, I'm guessing.
Well, they didn't arrive on scene right away, so we were already well into our search before they even arrived on scene. The only one who was on scene originally was Lieutenant Tully.
If you weren't paying close attention to those 4 officers, those additional 4 officers, how do you know exactly what time they arrived on scene?
They weren't in the area we were searching, so they came on scene after we were already on our line searching, sir.
So
Common
they may have
sense,
been in
that's
the
how.
area, but you didn't see them until your line search had already begun, and you made note of them, correct?
Oh, this
Correct. I
thing?
don't know when the exact time they arrived on scene, sir, but they weren't on scene when we were when we started our search.
Or they weren't in your vision when they started your search?
No, they weren't on scene, sir.
Okay. But you don't know, as you sit here, you can't say what time they showed up.
I do not
No,
know, sir.
he was
And
doing the
did they
search.
come in your direction?
Dumbass.
They did not.
Did they come in the direction of any of your staff members, any of your colleagues?
Conspiracy
No,
burn.
we did not request them, sir.
Okay, so they were there for some reason other than
Sprinkling
why you were
chili. Right.
That's correct, sir.
For the conspiracy burn. Not the punch he thinks it is.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
These
No.
individuals, you noted they were either from, I think you said 2 from Massachusetts State Police and 2 from Canton Police, correct?
Yeah, including Lieutenant Tully, it'd probably be three MSP and 2 Canton Police, sir.
Okay. Excluding Lieutenant Tully, who was working very closely with you, the other 4 individuals, they were in full uniform or they were plain clothes?
Plain clothes, sir.
And your focus, once you began your search, once you stood up the team, turned your cars around and realized exactly the grid where you were going to search, that's what your focus was on, correct?
Yeah, I was focused on our search area, correct, sir.
And when you're searching a line, for instance, if it's a line that extends to your right or to your left, the search that you're conducting is literally right directly in front of you, correct?
Well, you're always looking left or right because you're staying online with your teammates, so you always have a full view of the scene you're searching, sir.
Understood. I'm not saying that you look down and never look up again, but I'm saying that your focus, the main focus of your search is directly in front of you. That's why you do a line search. So you can take small steps, search in front of you, move forward, search in front of you as a line, as almost an entity, a single entity moving forward, correct?
That is best practice, yes, sir.
That's how you make sure you don't miss an overturned leaf that you need to overturn, that there might be a knife under or a gun under or something like that, or a bullet casing, something like that, correct?
Correct, sir.
Or a taillight, right?
Correct, sir.
All right, so as your focus is, your world sort of collapses a little bit, your focus is in front of you, you're obviously working with your team members left and right, you're moving forward very, very gently, very methodically, very technically as you move forward and the whole line moves forward on that grid, correct?
Correct, sir.
So you're not necessarily paying attention to what's happening behind you, off in the distance, in the dark, to your left far, to your right far. That's not what your focus is on, at least at that moment, correct?
No, sir. Our focus is forward and as we're moving forward into our search area.
Thank you. In addition to the 5 individuals, Lieutenant Tully included, and the other 4, there was also another person that made contact with you from 34th Airview, correct?
Yes, when we first arrived on scene, someone had exited the residence onto the front steps, front porch area possibly of that mudroom.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Of that mudroom, so that right door, the exit, the door closest to the garage, sir.
Can you describe that person for us?
It was an adult male wearing a hooded sweatshirt.
Did that person approach you or one of your team members?
No, he never left the front door area.
Did he say anything to you or one of the team members?
He asked if we were here for what happened earlier. We replied yes, and he turned and went back inside the residence.
And as you sit here, you don't know who that person is?
I do not, sir, no.
But he's a male, I'm guessing middle-aged?
It was not a child, sir. It was definitely an adult male, sir.
Adult male wearing a hooded sweatshirt.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You testified that you recovered, having a hard time speaking, it's been a long day. I apologize. let's try that again. You testified that you recovered a piece of plastic first before you recovered the shoe, or do I have that backwards?
No, there was one piece of taillight located before the shoe, sir.
Understood. You've also indicated that of the, I think you said 6 or 7 total pieces of plastic that were found, that all of those pieces of plastic and the shoe were found basically right next to each other, correct?
I don't know the exact distances, but they weren't too far apart, some several inches to others maybe a foot or two. I don't know the exact distances, sir.
Without assigning an exact measurement down to the millimeter, Lieutenant, you've earlier indicated that all of the pieces and the shoe relative to each other, it's just relative to each other, were found within a foot or so of each other, correct?
Eyeball, again, as the distance I just said, sir, from inches to maybe a couple of feet. I know they all are geomarked with exact coordinates that, could be measured out at a later time, which again would have been at the purview of the detectives, but we did not measure them. Again, all eyeball that night.
Understood. When I say, and it may have been a bad question on my part, Lieutenant, and if it was, I apologize. When I say a foot, within a foot of each other, I don't mean a foot apart. All of them you've earlier testified would be inside of a foot total, correct? Or maybe 2 feet now?
I don't think they'd be quite that close, sir. I think they were maybe in between each item, sir, or close to it.
I have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yard conspiracy. JMS, definitely find me a conspiracy note in the conspiracy bathroom while you're conspiracizing.
Okay. I know this isn't necessarily a memorization contest about your prior testimony, but do you remember testifying about this specific issue? Here I go again. I can't speak. This specific issue about a year ago, back in 2022 at a grand jury.
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. Do you remember exactly how you described where everything was with relative, May 5th, is that a fact, at the grand jury?
Okay.
Relative to each other, do you remember how you testified exactly?
I believe I said within a few inches or a foot away. Yes, sir.
You have an excellent memory. You've rattled off times and dates like I've never seen before. So it's exactly what you said. So within a few inches of each other, maybe a foot is what you said, correct?
That's
you just
what I
gave
said.
the
Yes,
witness
sir.
more credibility.
Maybe within a foot.
Idiot.
This is an 11 and a half by 8.5 piece of paper. Maybe an area a little larger than this, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay.
What an idiot Jackson is. You just gave the witness credibility for the Commonwealth, you absolute moron. He remembers things like I've never seen before. Good for you, sir. Definitely tell the jury that everything you're saying is 100% true because it definitely
As
helps
you
the
found
client.
items of evidence, did you alert Lieutenant Tully to that specific piece of evidence?
Yes, so I was not one of the members who found any of the evidence, but as my team members located something, we would halt the line. Lieutenant Tully was a short distance behind our line. We would get his attention. We would cease our operations until he informed us that he felt it was properly documented.
And ultimately, Lieutenant Tully was the person responsible for documenting that item. Is that right?
That is, sir. We fall under the incident command structure. He technically took the lead as the incident commander that night, sir.
And he did that through photography?
Yes, sir.
So you saw him taking pictures of the items in their place once they were found, correct?
Yeah, I believe he was the one taking photographs, sir.
And by definition, Lieutenant, as a search like this is being conducted, unfortunately, moving snow means possibly moving the items themselves, correct?
Potentially, yes, sir.
They might end up in a shovel full of snow, you turn it upside down. That's not where the piece of evidence was to begin with, correct?
Correct. It's been moved at that point.
But in this case, nearly all of the pieces that you did find, including the shoe, were nearly next to each other, meaning within inches of one another, correct?
I don't know the exact distance again, sir, ballpark eye distance, but again, that is why we provided the GPS coordinates of each location, because we did stamp those with a handheld GPS as we found items of evidence, and all those locations were turned over with our report to be measured at the desire of the detectives, sir.
certainly using that very impressive memory of yours, your memory back in May of 2022, May 5th of 2022, was that they were within inches of each other.
I believe that's what I stated, yes, sir.
Okay. Ultimately, you indicated that the search, after about 6 or 7 pieces were found, as well as the shoe, the search was suspended just after 6 o'clock, correct?
Approximately 6:15-ish, sir, we stopped. We'd gone, like I stated earlier, we'd gone approximately 8 to 10 feet further south on the road without recovering any other pieces of taillight. We knew we had already located the sneaker, so we decided to suspend the search at that time until possibly a future date.
And you were never called back out to the scene by Lieutenant Tully or anybody else, correct?
No, we were not, sir.
And did you become aware that over the next days and weeks and days and several weeks, there would be 40 more pieces of taillight claimed to be recovered at the scene? Did you become aware of that or no?
I was aware other pieces were located. I did not know that was the number, and I don't know exactly when I became aware of that. It was probably much later on, possibly at this location when I learned that information, sir.
And you don't know, as you sit here, you don't know whom it was that recovered those additional pieces, correct?
No, I've never seen the evidence log, sir.
And you don't know when those additional pieces were claimed to have been recovered?
I do not know.
When Lieutenant Tully and you had a conversation about shutting down the scene, was Lieutenant Tully's comment to you after those first few pieces were found that he was, quote, very satisfied that you had recovered everything that you were going to recover from that night, from that search?
Objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Brennan asked you about the conversation that you had with Lieutenant Tully to shut the scene down, to clear the scene, correct?
Yes, so we conducted a debrief and I gave him, again, as I mentioned earlier, we provide a probability of detection. I tell him what the chances are. I think we found our items we were looking for and we determined to suspend the search.
Do you remember testifying last year that Lieutenant Tully indicated that he was very satisfied with what was found?
I don't know if I used the word very satisfied, but he was satisfied that evening that we had found everything we were going to find that night, sir.
Ma'am, just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do you remember exactly what you indicated Lieutenant Tully's words were as you sit here?
I believe, yes, he was satisfied with the search. I just don't know if he used the word very satisfied or not, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your transcript?
I'm sure it will, sir.
It's the one thing you didn't remember. Man. Thank you. Highlighted portion, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir. I'm just going on the date. Is this from last year or would this be from the grand jury, sir?
June of last year.
Okay. Yes, sir. So it does state here that I stated he was very satisfied with the search.
Yeah, refresh your recollection, that was the words that he used, or at least you remember him using at that time.
Yeah, I believe, to the best of my recollection, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Lieutenant. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Are you done yet? Asking which adjective the man used to describe something? Because you're so winning here, AJ. You're freaking so winning. Dude, they be backing them chairs up on purpose. They put bumpers on Karen so she couldn't back into anyone. They would have put some caution tape behind her. What the hell? Like a minute? That's more than a minute. What's the fucking problem here? This looks bad, really bad in front of a jury. What is your problem, lady? Let your lawyers do their job. What a clown. If I was the jury and I was watching this, I would be pretty pissed off. Are you the attorney or is she? Like, what? Enough. Enough is enough. Oh, wow. The judge should be like stepping in here at some point. Like, Mr. Jackson. I mean, I'd be objecting to snarky
Lieutenant,
comments.
there
Yeah.
was one other thing that I wanted to ask you
From
about,
Karen.
which is
This is definitely from Karen.
you had indicated to Lieutenant Tully at some point, close to 6 p.m. or so, it would be helpful if you and your team had a photograph of what it was you were looking for, correct?
Yeah, I believe after we found the first piece or two, I asked him if he had a photograph that we could look at just to see how large of an area,
So that
how large of a piece we were looking for, sir. Yes.
Fine. So that would just timing wise, if you found the first piece at 5:45, the first piece or two, maybe 2 or 3 or 4 minutes later, after that, maybe 5 minutes later. So let's place it at 5:50, close to 6, something like that.
Yeah, probably between 5:45 and 5:50 possibly, sir.
And you said to him at the time, it'd be helpful if we had a photograph of what it is we're looking for, correct?
Yeah, I said that would help, yes, sir.
And Lieutenant Tully told you that the vehicle did not have a photograph because it was still en route from Dayton being transported to Canton, right?
He did say he did not have a photograph and it was being towed back.
Okay. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
That's it. That's what Karen wanted him to ask. What a fucking idiot. What a dumbass. What an absolute dumbass. Good job, Karen, you moron. Definitely become
Sir, you
a lawyer.
mentioned that there were about 5 people not on your CERT team at some point arriving at Fairview Road or the area of it.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
3 of them were Mass State Police. You mentioned Tully and 2 of his colleagues.
Correct, sir.
Did you see anybody taking photographs of the items that you found?
Yes, Lieutenant Tully was taking photographs while we were there, sir.
And did you see somebody putting the items in bags?
Yes, they did, sir.
Was that one of the 2 people that were with Lieutenant Tully?
Yes, correct, sir.
And you mentioned there were 2 Canton police officers. Were they part of the search?
They were not, sir, no.
Were they on the grid?
They were not, sir.
Did you ever see them in the area on the grid?
I did not, no, sir.
They were there. Were they involved in any way in the crowd?
They weren't the only people that ever came on scene other than us, and those local officers were at some point. The media did arrive on scene.
When you say on scene, is on scene different than on the grid?
Correct, just in the general vicinity, sir.
Did you know what the Canton police officers were doing?
I do not know, sir.
Did you ever see either of them ever come on your grid?
They did not know, sir.
Did you ever see anybody place or toss or throw anything onto your grid?
I'll allow it.
Did you ever see anybody place or toss or throw anything onto your grid?
I did not know, sir.
Did you ever see anybody intrude on the grid and leave an item?
You sound like.
Did you
What?
ever see anybody physically
Why?
intrude upon your grid?
No, no one did that, sir.
Use a different word.
You were
Excuse
asked
me.
about best practices memorializing. The person who was taking photographs.
Hold on for a second.
What?
Slow down a little, Mr. Brown.
Why does he have to slow down? But Jackson never
You
slows
mentioned
down.
best practices of memorializing items. And you also mentioned Lieutenant
The
Tully was
hell?
taking photographs.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Do you know if those and you also mentioned Lieutenant Tully was taking photographs.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Do you know if those photographs were time and date stamped?
I believe they were, sir.
Is time and date stamping with photographs best practices in memorializing things?
Yes, they are, sir.
Now, before you defined the grid and before you began that search, you knew other state police officers, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Did you know a person by the name of Trooper Yuri Buchanan?
Yes, I do know him, sir.
Did you know somebody at the time known as Trooper Michael Proctor?
Yes, I do know him, sir.
Were either Michael Proctor or Trooper Yuri Buchanan at Fairview that night?
No, they were not, sir.
Did you see them at any time
Jackson.
from the point you got
Brennan.
there at 4:56 PM until when you left.
No, I did not see them there, sir.
Susie, those people
You
are
mentioned
actually
that somebody came out of a side door at 34 Fairview who had a hoodie on.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
How long were they outside for?
Maybe 10 seconds, sir.
Did they at any time interfere with your search?
No, they did not.
Exactly.
Did they at any time try to discourage or dissuade you from searching?
Next question, I'll sustain that.
What?
Did that person do anything to impede your search?
No, he did not.
You were asked about your conversation with Trooper Tully,
Yes, sir.
and he mentioned, or you characterized, he was very satisfied that what you had found, everything you were going to locate at that time.
That's correct, sir.
Did he ever suggest that he expected that you would not find anything else?
No, he did not.
Did he ever suggest that there was no other trace evidence there?
They're not
No,
smart
he did
people.
not.
Susie.
Was there a discussion that he or you or other people may come back to search further at a different time?
We offered to come back at a later date, and he just accepted our offer, but we were never contacted to come back, sir.
When you offered to come back, was that based on your assessment that it was a difficult area to search?
Correct. Again, as we talked about probability of detection, we'll base that on 10 different categories, give him a baseline percentage chance of it. Would we have found what we were looking for?
I love
told him
Walmart.
there was a good chance we did not locate all the evidence. Asked him if he wanted us to come back at a later date, sir.
Or Instacart.
And when you mentioned that you couldn't finish the search because of the grass, tell us a little bit about what made it difficult because of the grass.
Even using the push brooms, we couldn't properly move the snow off the grass as we were moving it. And with the dark, even the headlamps, I didn't feel like we were clearing it enough to continue searching it. I think our best efforts would be to focus on the street, because I was more concerned about eventually the plow coming in, clearing curb to curb and moving any evidence that was on the street. My thought was, if with the grass not being able to properly clear it, at least that would be contained to be searched at a later date as the snow melted.
And given those assessments, is that some of those reasons why you offered to come back?
Yes, sir.
They're going to
I've
just
shown you some
say,
photographs you've identified about some of the pieces that you found or the pieces that you found that night.
the person in the hood was a
I'd like
cop. That's what
to
they're going
show
to say.
those photographs to the jury.
Okay.
If we could show Exhibit 73, please.
They're just going to say stupid things like, the guy in the hood was actually a cop planting the taillight before anybody got there, and the scene
Is
was
that one of the
unsecured.
photographs you identified earlier?
Yes, it is, sir.
Is there a chance, Ms. Gilman, that we could do a close-up of that? Can you
I
describe
love
what you're seeing?
Walmart's
It's a
awesome.
piece of clear taillight. It's got rigid edges, some
Right back.
indentations on it, distinctive markings.
Did all of the pieces you found have those type of markings on it?
Not sure if they had those exact same markings, sir. I'd have to compare the photos.
Was there different colors of pieces that you found that night?
Yes, we also found pieces of red taillight as well.
Could we see 73A, please? Without blowing it up, if you could go back. Is 73A a picture from further away of the same piece?
Yes, that's what it appears to be, sir.
Was it easier to see these pieces that night in person than it is in photos, or was there any difference in the ability to identify these pieces?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you saw the piece from where you were standing, did it look any different than it does in this photo?
No, it doesn't, sir.
Can we see 75, please? In that picture from this perspective, can you see any pieces of taillight?
There's a piece of red taillight in the left-hand side of that photo, sir.
On a little bit of a mound?
Correct, sir.
Is that where that piece was found, on the mound?
No, that's the photo, like we discussed earlier, sir, that came up with one of the shovels. And you can see, when you get closer to that photo, you'll see the actual molding of the overturned shovel.
So it was scooped up and then placed on that mound?
Correct. As the trooper overturned it to start beginning to sift through the different layers of snow, that's where he deposited that snow, sir.
Could we get a close-up of the left side of that picture, please? Can you see the shovel marks near that piece?
Yes, they're directly behind it and off to the left. You can see the molding of the shovel.
You can see a bit of a divot to the left of the red.
Yes, correct, sir.
Is that part of imprint from the shovel?
Yes, it is, sir.
Could we see 75A, please? Is that a closer picture of the same item?
Yes.
The imprint, does that give you a clearer view of the shovel you were speaking about?
Yes, it does, sir.
Could we see 76, please? Is that one of the photographs you identified earlier?
Yes, it is, sir.
And that piece, was it found at ground level,
Yes, that photo is where that item was located, sir.
touching the ground?
Yes, sir.
Could we get a close-up of that, please? And if we could have 76A, please. Is that a picture of the same item?
Yes, it is. Just zoomed in, sir.
You can close that, please, and turn the lights on. Thank you. To be clear on the timeline, your colleague arrived, first colleague arrived at what time?
4:54 p.m., sir.
And you arrived at?
4:56.
You mentioned that it looked like fresh snow.
Yes, sir. The area we searched was fresh, undisturbed snow.
And when you got there at 4:56, when you described fresh, undisturbed snow, is that your impression when you first got there at 4:56?
Yes, I realized that the plow had not cleared curb to curb.
You began your actual search at what time?
Right around 5:20, we wound up again. We moved a couple of our cruisers around just to add extra headlights, extra lighting on the scene itself.
And the first piece of evidence was found at what time?
5:45, sir.
Your area that you searched, did you say it was 8 to 10 feet?
No, sir. The area marked off was just over approximately 60 feet. We'd gone about 8 to 10 feet towards the end of the search without locating any more items, and that's where when we suspended the search.
How much of your focus was near the street area?
Only 99% of it, sir. As soon as we got to the grass and realized we couldn't clear it properly, my main focus was on that street, just again because I was concerned about the plow coming through at a later time.
You were worried that if you didn't finish the street, there could be some impact from plowing?
Yes, sir.
And did you say 99% was the street area?
Yeah, approximately, sir.
Thank you very much.
Anything, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, briefly. So the search went approximately 60 feet,
That's the area I marked off, sir.
and in that 60 feet, you started close to or adjacent to the front door, correct?
Correct, sir.
And in that 60 feet, you were doing the type of search that we described earlier, that you described earlier, about going just a few paces at a time and starting to move material out of the way to try to get down to the surface, correct?
Yes, they're all working together. Yes, sir.
And you did not find 40 pieces of taillight at or near or on that street or the lawn or any place else, correct?
Yeah, I don't know the overall number, sir, but
And neither did your colleagues.
correct, sir. We've never been notified how much has been located.
The only thing that you found was concentrated in one area, maybe a foot or 2 feet in diameter. You said 6 or 7 pieces and a shoe, correct?
That's what we located. Yes, sir.
You didn't find a black baseball cap, correct?
We did not know, sir.
And in the photographs that we've seen, that's clearly not undisturbed snow, correct?
The photographs are us moving after having moved the snow, sir.
Some of it is y'all moving the snow. Some of it is disturbed snow on the street or at the curb, correct?
After we had moved it, yes, sir.
You indicated that Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchnick, you know both of them, correct?
I know who they are, yes, sir.
Or know who they are. When Trooper Tully told you that the vehicle was en route and could not provide you a photograph at, let's call it 5:50 p.m., Did he tell you that the vehicle had actually been secured at Canton PD about 1.5 miles away at 5:35 p.m.?
No, he did not say that, sir.
Did you know through any other means that that vehicle was just 1.5 miles away at 5:35 p.m. before you ever found the first piece of taillight? Did you know that?
I did not know what time it arrived, sir.
Thank you.
Do you know what time Trooper Tully told you he did not have a photograph?
It was sometime after we found the first piece, sir, so sometime after 5:45, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
That's all I have.
All right, Lieutenant, you are all set, sir.
I don't know why you let them recross till the end of time.
One up, please.
Conspiracy car. That's what the oh, is this a sidebar? It's a sidebar, guys. It's a sidebar. Well, it's 3:30, so I don't think she's going to keep going for the rest of the day. I'll tell you that much. She's, you know, I doubt that there's another witness there, but this is what I'll tell you. This is absurd. This is a total loss again for the defense. It's not even just family and friends, Carolyn. It extended way beyond that a long time ago, including to people like me.
Every day I've been asking counsel whether we are on track. Usually, I haven't reported it to you as much, but I can tell you now that we are definitely on track. Maybe a little ahead of schedule, which may just mean down the road a little bit, we'll be back on track. But because we're on track a little ahead of schedule right now, we're done for today.
Of course. While we're ahead.
With those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful with your social media use. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, to the court, please. Close your doors and follow me.
Be careful with your social media use. It should be no social media use, is what it should be. Sort of say, like, be careful with your social media use. Like, there shouldn't be any social media use, in my opinion. Like, I mean, yeah, they were supermen and women. You know, there's a conspiracy everything. Conspiracy berm. There's this conspiracy car, conspiracy snow, conspiracy taillight, conspiracy bathrooms, conspiracy couches, you know, all sorts of stuff. Like, the math, his math isn't very good. That's clear. What is happening? Hold on.
Jury's next to the court. Please be seated.
All right, so counsel, since we have ended a little bit early today, I would like you to go through those exhibits that Mr. McDermott brought to your attention at sidebar and make sure all the redactions are appropriate so we can at least square away that issue. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
That's it.
All right.
That was dumb. That was so stupid. Like, yeah, well, of course, not here, you know, like, let's not sequester the jury like we should have. Let's not do any of that. That makes no sense, right? Like, we all thought something was happening, but she seems to want to only do things at sidebar nowadays so that we don't know what's happening at sidebar. And like I told you guys, when the case is over, I am getting all the transcripts for all of the sidebars because I want to know what was so goddamn important in a public trial that you didn't sequester the jury, but you needed to do every argument at a sidebar while not sequestering a jury. Make it make sense. So I'm going to get all of the sidebar conversations, and I'm going to have to do a whole show on every sidebar conversation and how utterly stupid it was during a trial where you didn't sequester the goddamn jury. Like, make it make sense. You didn't do it the first trial. You didn't care about sequestering the jury then. You should have cared about it this time if you really, you know, didn't want anything in public view. Like,
Utterly ridiculous. Right? Like, what? Like, so yes and no. You have to fight them for it. They like to not give it, even though it's, in my opinion, public records. And in most states, you can get it pretty easily. In Massachusetts, they like to fight you on it and not give you their like call logs and their calls and all that. But I am still going to fight them for the sewer turtles. So they can argue with me all they want. I'm going to keep peeling it until they give it to me. So I guess we'll find out, huh? Like, I mean, for Karen to pull him aside like that and sit there for like a 3-minute powwow was so silly and ridiculous, if you ask me. Like, so silly and ridiculous. If you guys want to make a last-minute quick donation to the channel before I end this, it'll be a few minutes. I'm going to talk about a few things before we end. But if you would like to, this is how you can help the channel. We would really appreciate it. We definitely need the help. This is sort of the only way that we stay afloat over here. And the longer 8+ hour days are a little more difficult. About an hour ago, while that was happening with the MSP CERT team officer, Sunken sent $80 for a proctologist for Alessi, and I love you. Thank you so much, Sunken. That's awesome. I appreciate you. I appreciate anybody who hits the like button, subscribes, shares the video, comes here. We have an Apple Pay link. We have a Revolut link. We have PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, Chime. And there's always good old e-gift cards if everything else fails, and that's your option. So we appreciate it. I do think the funniest, I'm going to call the funniest thing of the day. The funniest thing of the day to me was when the meteorologist said to Alessi, I didn't understand anything in that sentence, sir. When Alessi asked him, do you understand like what I'm asking? And the meteorologist was like, I don't understand anything in that sentence, sir. That was probably the funniest thing I heard all day. Like, yeah, I think Karen was having a meltdown. She knew it wasn't really going to be proven that anything could have been planted. So she clearly wanted Jackson to ask some sort of questions. It looked like they were arguing back and forth about what question. Then he came back, asked one stupid question, and that was that. But probably, usually it's it happens outside the courthouse, and usually it's like local channels like NBC 10, or you know what I'm saying. Usually that's when we see those little tidbits of Karen outside the courthouse with her stupid statements that don't help her any. And if I was Hank, I'd be moving to get those statements as well outside of the courthouse that she makes every day. So, I mean, she just can't learn to keep her mouth shut. That's for damn sure. Like, that's for damn sure. But I would call that the funniest thing of the day was the meteorologist telling Alessi that let's hope over the next couple of days that there isn't a lot of Alessi cross-examinations, because I'm going to tell you this right now. It is literally a form of torture in my eyes. It is cruel and unusual punishment to have to listen to that man. He doesn't make any sense. He talks in circles and like doesn't even half the time know what he's talking about. Therefore, he doesn't even know what he's asking. And nor does the person trying to answer him know what he's asking, as proven once again by another witness when the meteorologist was like, I don't understand anything you're saying. Like, I don't understand what you're asking, sir. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, so I would call that the funniest one of the day. If, you know, I mean, that was definitely the best take, in my opinion, was the meteorologist's little comment there. That was funny. Like, no, it's funny because I'm going to tell you, I almost thought about getting a press pass for this trial. But without a car, it wouldn't make sense. I'd have to leave way too early to like take trains and buses and cabs, and it would cost a lot of money, which I wouldn't have to do it. So I said, screw it. It wouldn't make sense for me to get one to go in. So I didn't, you know what I mean? I didn't, but I very well might still, not for this trial, but for the sewer turtles trial, to be there in person, because that's an important one. It's not going to last as long, and it's something feasible. And many people want to see justice, and including myself, for all of that he has done, that he has tried to hide behind and lie about everybody else and claim everyone else, he's the victim and everyone else is bad. And he's the common denominator. Most people know Anybody defending him has either no brains or they're completely brainwashed. You can't defend the indefensible. And also you can't defend if you don't know, right? You don't know what he's done and what he hasn't done. So I love when people are like, he wouldn't be stupid enough to threaten people in writing. Wow, you're in for a rude awakening and a very big surprise. He wouldn't be stupid enough to lie all about this if there's evidence against him. Once again, wait for his trial, then come back and tell me that. Now I can laugh at you because I warned you. I tried to tell you. You did not want to listen. I don't know what to tell you at that point. Like, so it's like, it's not like for a lack of some of us being like, hey, like you were lied to. They just don't want to believe us. They think we just say shit to say shit. We don't. So I don't know. Like, they're in for a rude awakening though when his trial comes in. I don't expect to get apologies from people, but I do expect that they put their big girl or big boy panties on and admit at least to other people that they were duped and they were wrong and he's a vile piece of human garbage and a waste of oxygen. But I digress. Like, Joy, you can say that again. And with that, my folkies, I am going to let everybody have the rest of their day, skip around, see what's going on with other channels, with other commenters. Spill the tea in the Discord. We want to hear what's going on. So if you guys find funny tidbits or like the ridiculous assertions that the FKR say, we love to hear about them in my Discord. Okay. So make sure you send those tidbits and screenshots on over to us and have some conversations over there, because we always have quite a bit of fun over there. You think this chat is fun, that one is also fun. So, and that one is whenever you want to talk, you know. So I shall see you guys at 8:30 a.m. in the morning. If you make a donation when I'm not live, which I love to get, they're like little surprises. So I love those. Like, I'll read them tomorrow, obviously at 8:30 in the morning. And my replay crew, you guys are just as important with the comments on the video when I'm no longer live anymore. It helps the algorithm sort of push the videos out to other people and help them find us. And there's so many people that still haven't found us, you guys. We have to try to, boost ourselves up so that other people can come enjoy our snark and our funny jokes where we have to ground people, when we have to listen to the torturous Alessi. So, yeah, you might need to catch up a little, Jack. That's okay. You know why? Because you always leave comments and I love those. I like to reply to them and I love that they're on the video, because the more comments on a video, the more YouTube is going to push it out after it's not live anymore. So I appreciate you guys. I will see you all at 8:30 in the morning tomorrow morning. I love your stinking faces. Have an amazing night.
Bye.